Rio, let's go! Gideon dip! Gideon dip, always, always, always. Yes. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Spring 2024. Indeed, we may see a Gideon diff, but maybe it won't be in the correct direction. We'll just have to see. Gen G have been very, very strong this season, and in fact, they could join a decent line of teams that have been undefeated in a round robin. Most of those going on to either be champions or runners-up, unless they're called KT summer last year.
Yeah, but enough on KT. I feel like, you know, on paper, a lot of people would look at the standings, look at first placed against Bro, who are currently 8th, but if they lose this, will go to last. Probably in the mindset, okay, this is kind of an easy win for Gen G. And that was the mindset we also had last summer.
Exactly.
When we saw this matchup, and Bro went on to win 2-0 in that matchup, which puzzled everyone except the Bro leavers. So I think just
exactly. And you've just got to make sure that you put your bro tax in. If you haven't put your bro tax in, you could be part of the reason as to why they don't necessarily
you will be
perform.
the reason.
Well, exactly. If they don't perform the upset, then you know exactly why, and it's because it wasn't paid. I paid mine already, and now we'll just have to see whether that is, in fact, going to pay off. You can see there, summer round 2, that 2-0 that we can see. Outside of that, it has been largely golden for Gen G. We'll see whether they do manage to keep that up. It is spring after all, and it is generally summer that they get it done.
Yeah, well, now, based on that one sample size, it's usually summer round 2, but, you know, maybe it's a new trend they've started up.
Exactly.
So we'll have to see if it works out that way. Yeah, Keen, pretty good.
Yes.
And Morgan, been enjoying the Nectar recently, but the team has struggled to translate that into a success.
Yeah, and I think Morgan has definitely been improving. Started off very slowly this season, but has since managed to, you know, find his own. And Canyon is about to join the 500 club when it comes to games played. He will hit that today in the second game. So congratulations to Canyon. 6 years since his debut, man. Makes me feel pretty old because I feel like it was only yesterday.
Time does fly very quickly. Funny as well to see Umpty there, especially in this matchup against Bro. But yeah, I think ultimately the mid-jungle for Gen G has been so good, so tackling that first and foremost is Bro's first hurdle.
And hopefully Gideon Diff can help out.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that we had a resident Bro leaver really punch home part of the win condition here for the Bros to see whether they can actually get it done. Because, of course, being a blue shell is not something that they've been a stranger to throughout the inception of Bro, right? This team's pretty good at it. Of course, getting hit by a blue shell when you're 3 laps ahead of your opposition isn't actually going to do anything. And that is precisely what it means for this team as well. They are already locked in. First place for the regular season. They will be able to choose their opposition and have a bye in the first round of playoffs. All of the good stuff, all of the trimmings for Gen G moving towards playoffs here after such an incredible season, honestly. Only dropping a series to KT.
Which still kind of blows my mind.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, well, the more you think about it, it kind of does make sense because it is KT.
Well, the more you think about it, the more your brain hurts.
That is also true.
Yeah, and so then you want to stop thinking about it. So you're like, oh yeah, I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. Well,
but really, it's tough.
You know, we do think about the Bro situation. I mean, last summer we were kind of talking about the fact that Bro had nothing to play for when they beat Gen G. The pressure being off allowed them to hit that final form. So maybe that's what we're looking for here as well. Because once more, they have nothing to play for in terms of playoff potential. They are miles away from being able to make first to 6 is locked in.
It has.
For playoffs, so Bro are just playing for pride and to avoid being put into last place. If they lose the series, they will go to 10th.
They will. And they do have another shot after this. Of course, this is Gen G's last game of the season. But Bro, they've still got one more to play after this. Does mean that we will be able to have a chat with the entirety of Gen G after this series, no matter what. Even if they lose to Bro, we'll get them all out and have a chat about what their ambitions are for the playoffs and things like that. Key player matchup, going to be Keen versus Morgan. Understandably so. And have a look at that. Damage per goal. Kill participation.
Yeah,
the Lord is leading the charge.
Very economical damage dealer, it appears, Morgan is.
Indeed.
think it does help that Bro tends to get less gold than their opposition.
Yeah.
But
and less kills.
Yeah, but he is putting it to good work. And his DPM is high. I feel like the DPM one is kind of, you know when you have like a really slow game and then you look at the damage graph at the end and both top laners who are playing like tanks have done like 40k damage?
Yeah.
That's the kind of the vibe I get, where it's just like, let's just bash heads. Let's just have a little bit of a fight. So I want to see that energy today. I want to see Morgan challenging Keen, especially if he gets his hands on the Renekton.
I think
I'm not saying it's going to work, but I want to see it.
I think it's definitely going to happen, whether you like it or not. And I think that, Keen might be, in some circumstances, just, swatting him away, trying to move on with the team play like Gen G have been so fantastic at so far this season. It's been so much of Gen G have existed on the map, and therefore that means they're making more gold than their opposition. And it's been very frustrating if you are the other team, because they just exert more pressure.
It kind of feels like they're cooking the books a bit.
Yeah.
They just end up with more money, and sometimes it's been due to champions like Twisted Fate in the top lane, but usually not. And I hope, for Morgan's sake, we don't see that today, because I feel like Keen playing something like the TF top lane would really not be fun and not lean into the mano a mano that Morgan looks for.
No, exactly right. And I'm hoping that Bro angle for ultra late game. They just try and get Smolder, and they try to scale, and then just fall behind, but it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Just utilize that Bro leaf as you hit around 25 minutes.
That's the 3-step plan.
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe 4
What are the other
steps.
steps?
Well, first step, get Smolder.
Yeah.
Second step, get stacks. Third step, give over 5 Barons, 3 Elders.
Yeah.
And then 4th step, lose. Oh, wait,
right.
Shouldn't do that.
So they basically stole Nongshim's playbook, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but maybe don't do the lose bit at the end.
Right, so they've scribbled that out.
Yeah.
They've written in crayon, win afterwards.
It can't fail. It can't go wrong.
Absolutely beautiful. Well, let's see whether step 1 is going to be achieved as we jump into the draft here for the first game of the series. Already, the Sejuani taken away from Gideon. So you can see Gen G already respecting Gideon there.
Yeah, and the...
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Instantly the
plan has fallen apart.
It's out the window. They're scrambling. What can we do from here? Everything relied on this pick, but I think it's the right call from Gen G. I've kind of talked about this, where if you want to get an upset against a team higher in the standings, pick Smolder, and if they make one mistake, you have an opportunity, but they won't even allow that Smolder pick to come through. Now, there's still things like the Varus, the Kalista open and available. The Ashe gets banned, so Gen G, you could just take your pick of those 80 carries. Yeah. And Kalista is the one who has had such high priority so far. Not really a big surprise to see it come through.
Nope. I imagine Varus Vi probably options here for Bro. We'll see what they do decide to go with. As, of course, Karras, he has a relatively limited champion pool as well. They might want to lock down something like a Karma for him in that mid lane.
Yeah,
or maybe just do a wait and see and try and get him a good matchup if you can find one. Or you just pick the Croc for the Lord.
You can pick the Renekton for Morgan. Maybe they hover over the Azir icon and spam click it, but it's still disabled.
Oh, no, that's what they would do. That's why it took a little longer.
That's why it took a while before they picked the Renekton. Obviously, Karras is someone who'd played a ton. I think he probably had the most Azir games in the league. And then obviously is still disabled.
He had 15.
Okay, I'm
his second highest is Orianna at 7 games.
Yeah.
So, and then it's just 1s and 2s and a cheeky 3 for the rest of the champions. It has been, yeah.
Oh man, this is what I was kind of afraid of for Morgan, because you knew he would just want to lock in the Renekton.
Oh no, it's the Quinn condition.
This is such a painful matchup. The one thing that is. This is a limited aspect that is good for Bro, is that the Renata hasn't been picked up, so they could look to ban that away. That really strong combo that goes with the Kalista. Obviously, Gen G, they can just flex the Maokai down there. Not a huge concern, but I definitely think limited the power of that duo pretty solid. And picking up Taliyah as well. Taliyah been really strong recently. A lot of presence, a lot of impact. Very good paired with either the Poppy or the Vi, so wouldn't surprise me if Gen G look to target those away.
Yeah, and I do feel like the Quinn has had mixed success in the LCK and in the hands of Keen as well. He's always been a huge fan of this champion, but it is one of those ones where you really have to roll over the top of your opponent. And Gen G actually did this. If you remember the incident, the pause incident, where Doran decided that his static shiv wasn't working. didn't realize that, in fact, he had not purchased said static shiv, and that is why it was, in fact,
We quickly got to the bottom
working.
of that, yeah.
Yeah, we solved that one very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's definitely volatile, I feel like, the Quinn matchup, and with a Talia who can roam towards the top lane, definitely potential to shut that down. But most of all, it's just unfun for the Renekton. So, you know, even if you don't end up getting the lead you want on Quinn, as the Renekton, you're not going to have fun for the first levels. And really, that's what this series is about.
Ooh, the Renata ban actually coming out from
Renata ban.
Gee, interesting.
Yeah, not sure about that one.
Because I don't know whether I necessarily rate a Renata Varus lane just in general.
Yeah, typically we've been seeing pretty exclusively lethality Varus, and usually you only really want Renata with the on-hit Varus, and I don't think there's anything in this draft so far from Gen G that's going to change that. Obviously, you know, on-hit better at cutting through bulkier targets, but realistically, lethality is so strong right now, and the safety of playing the poke version means we are just only seeing lethality Varus pretty much now. Xin Zhao has been a pick who has had huge priority on it, but Gen G, they have the Jax, which they can pick into it. Really strong matchup. Obviously, Xin Zhao is very auto-based. You get that knock-up, and Jax can kind of just deal with that. So we have confirmation it's going to be that Maokai support, which kind of...
Unless it's Maokai mid. Or Maokai top and Quinn mid.
You know, in theory, it could be. It could even be Maokai, AD carry, and Kalista support.
Oh, true.
But
Kalista top lane, maybe.
I doubt it. Oh.
That's a Sylas.
Yeah, the Sylas coming out, a bit of an interesting one. We haven't seen it pretty much at all. Very limited games on it.
It's also a self-counter pick.
Yeah, playing into the Unraveled Earth, not so fun, but clearly Chovy got a lot of confidence on the pick, and a lot of good ults to steal. Not a lot surprising to end up going through the draft this long, but the ult's going to have a lot of power, locking down Kalista. I mean, locking down anyone, a lot of targets who you want to be able to land that CC on. Ultimately, I think Brionne, a lot more standard draft, a lot of picks that you would just call powerful in the current meta. On the side of Gen G, though, you know, they have a great matchup in the top and jungle, so definitely expect to see them leverage that pressure. And Paze having the Kalista is, you know, we've seen before him be a force to be reckoned with on that pick.
Oh, absolutely. I think that this is a bit of a finesse draft from Gen G, but they've demonstrated a fair bit of finesse so far this season, so we probably shouldn't doubt them until they show us that perhaps doubts should be thrown their way.
You know, it's a short-range comp. It's got Quinn and Kalista, who both kind of need to be ahead to be strong. I feel like they've left the window open a little bit, you know?
Oh, so maybe the plan didn't fall apart as much as we thought it did. Perhaps there is still now an opportunity, and maybe this time it is not about falling behind a whole bunch of Barons, because I think if that does happen, that it's just kind of...
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
But this time, instead, they utilize a more cohesive draft and point-and-click CC and the ability to just be a family, play together, be in the right mindset, and win back some control of their own fate, some momentum moving into summer. See whether OK Savings Bank Brionne can do it, much like they did in summer last year. Let's jump into the rift for Game 1. I kind of miss doing the fan chants, Orcs.
Yeah, this was my first cast this week, so...
Me too.
I was ready as we were sort of getting towards the end of the draft phase. I was hyping myself up, psyching up, and then I'm just like, oh no, never mind. You know, I do like the fan chants being back, but yeah, definitely...
Maybe we could join in.
Maybe. Would that be?
We'd have to ask all of the fans.
Yeah, every single one. We'd have to take a survey off them.
Because I think like as soon as anyone doesn't like the idea, then we'd have to just not do it.
Yeah.
It'd have to be unanimous. So we'll do that. We'll start surveying everyone. Surveying? That's not the right word.
Surveying.
Yeah. Because that's very close to the same word. So
yeah. That's the sort of thing that would confuse non-native English speakers, and then they would complain about all the stupid things English has in it, like that.
Yeah. And I don't think you need to be a non-native speaker. I think it's just annoying.
Well, that's true, but I think when you're learning as a second language, my fiance has complained about a lot of those things.
Yes.
Excessively. So.
My wife as well. We have like a conversation a day about something dumb about the English language. And I just have to say, yes, that is in fact true. Yep. As Morgan is going to be complaining about dumb things about Quinn and her existence on the top side of the map.
Yep, it is very much a Doran Shield second wind ow, that hurts, ow, that really hurts, please stop sort of lane.
Yeah. And just vaulting on top of him over and over again. Can then blind him. And can then make a circle of vision, which is very fun. This is not so fun, though. This should really be Karas taking a whole lot of control. We know that Chovy is very, very good at navigating melee matchups, but this is like bad at the best of times for Silas.
Yeah.
Into the Talia.
You know, I just feel like it was maybe a little bit of a disrespectful pick. I mean, we have seen situations like this where Chovy's taken matchups that other players would shy away from, and then he's able to navigate it, farm up to the point where he's still relevant, even if they don't have the most early pressure. I think one thing to take into account is the mid and top matchups have so much pressure that it's not like having a little bit of a deficit mid is going to be too much of a problem, you know?
Yeah.
Morgan's not really going to be able to do much top, especially because it's cleanse on the Quinn as well. So, you know, even if you do somehow manage to get on top of Keen, the stun really isn't going to hold much weight. And Canyon looking for an angle. This is not fun for the Xin Zhao if he gets invaded here.
And that is exactly what's happening. Gideon will be able to secure his Grump, but I don't know whether he's going to get a blue buff this game, as we can see that mid lane still locked into the lane for now. Chovy dashing towards Karas and will not find the secondary chains, but now both of them moving into the river. Canyon started this one up, lands in the area, and Pei's moving over as well. I don't think that this blue buff is something that Bro are going to be able to take, and you can see that Gideon has already left. And so, early advantage going over to Genji. They already had one of those towards the top side of the map.
Yep,
But Gideon should be all right.
I think it's a complete right decision. You know, Jack's very good in those early fights with the counter-strike, but also just the Calista. Just the Calista factor in those skirmishes. Don't opt into it if you don't have to. And Morgan, that's pretty much how it always goes. You think you found a window? Oh, no, never mind.
No.
Okay, well, back to suffering. But to be fair, I will say he's been doing pretty well in the farm department, all things considered.
He's actually looking for a little bit of a recall here as well, by the looks of things. We'll be teleporting back to the lane. And as the lanes equalized, only 2 CS down is no worries at all, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, honestly, fantastic spot to be in. He wasn't even that low on health if he really wanted to stay up a bit longer, but is going to opt into boots and a ruby crystal. Just movement speed, a little bit of tankiness. I feel like Ninja Tabi would have been, plate steel cap, sorry, would have been a really good pickup, but obviously didn't have enough gold for it yet.
Yeah, not quite. But still, has been laning quite well. Envy throwing some things around. There's a twisted advance forward as Polo does get pushed back. Counter-Strike. Sorry, Counter-Strike? What's that thing where he doesn't take very much damage?
The shield? The twisted advance from Maokai, or the shield from Aftershock?
Aftershock, that's the...
Yeah, that's it.
Wow. Took me a very long time for my brain to register that that existed. Anyway, that was going to wear off, and therefore a fair bit of extra damage does go over to Polo still. No worries there at all, as the blind comes down onto Morgan, and he just continues not really being too happy.
Yep. Yep, it's just not going to be fun, and Canyon's going to use this pressure advantage, try and set up the Void Ghost. But this is kind of the issue with this mid lane matchup, is Karas has had priority pretty much the whole time in this lane. Chovy and Canyon moving up to try and challenge.
Yeah, when Here Comes Lightning does come on through there, as Chovy does have level 6. Does have that Crescent Guard up and available. Canyon down to 50% though, as he does leap his way out of there. Has managed to grab their first buff, but it should be the other two going over to Bro here if they would like them.
Looks like they're just taking the one, so getting the extra XP from the first one, you know, each jungler gets the extra experience and also counts towards your jungle upgrade. Not staying around for the final one because it's not really that valuable to either. I did really like Gideon's play there, using his dash onto Chovy to get out of the counter-strike. And all in all, going pretty okay.
Yeah, Chovy is just going to walk forward. That is his strategy when it comes to seismic shoves. Still has that Crescent Guard up and available if he would like it. Lands the chains here as this is a lot of damage. Chain Lash coming down. Seismic Shove will connect though, as Karas bravely brings Chovy into melee range, but he isn't going to get punished for it. And Chovy just going to continue pushing out these waves.
Yeah, Chovy getting a pretty healthy trade there, and Karas didn't get the Unraveled Earth down in time, and also wasn't even able to knock him back through the Unraveled Earth. So pretty positive for Chovy, and suddenly Canyon feel a lot more confident. Not only did he have the bot prio.
Oh, Hook just barely missing there. Just needed an extra link in that one, I think. as Canyon secures himself the Rift Scuttler. 4 members down here towards this bottom side as Karis has turned back up into the mid lane.
Yeah, and Chovy finding that angle mid just to attack Karis means that, you know, Canyon already had pretty solid control over the bot side just because of the bot lane prio, but with mid also getting a good trade, just complete confidence to push in and now take this dragon.
And now Chovy able to meet the minion wave that was crashing forward. So mid lane is going to be a bit empty for a little while. Karis going to take that opportunity to go home, and I think Chovy might be doing the same thing after they secure this dragon, which is going to go down now. First one being a Hextech Drake does mean that our amount of good souls is limited. Orcs, I'm going to need you to be on your best behavior, okay?
Yep. Yep.
Because there's an ocean here.
Yeah.
And if it's not Chemtech, then we're very happy.
Yep. Could have a pretty good one. Oh, imagine Cloud Soul with Quinn.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of value. As Gideon comes on over, does clear out this ward that Keen had prepared earlier. Morgan still within touching distance, to be honest. So
yeah, and
just fine.
Interesting, we haven't seen Keen recall yet. I feel like that is honestly the bit where it gets really painful, because suddenly Keen's picking up a lot of damage and will start to really hit with the harass. But Keen just hasn't opted to look for that angle yet, just sitting on a cull still. And even though Morgan was obviously getting whittled down, I don't feel like Keen has that much damage right now until he gets it back off. Obviously with the ult, you can just,
there's another twisted advance forward as Canyon's moving down. Polo's in trouble, does still have flash available, but I don't think he's getting out of this one. And there is the Ren to secure the kill onto the Nautilus. Canyon taking a fair bit of damage from Envy, but I don't think he's going to be 1v3ing this one. So first blood going over to Gen G.
Yeah, super straightforward. Point and click CC off the Maokai. Once he's on top of you, doesn't give an opportunity for the Nautilus to queue away. So a pretty straightforward play there that goes well for the side of Gen G. And you see on the opposite side, Gideon's trying to invade and steal away some camps in return.
Yeah, just going to be a blue buff that he does manage to secure for himself. Keen went back, got himself some Berserker's Greaves and a Noon Quiver. Very happy Quinn with that first buy. Not too bad at all. As Morgan, he's got a Phage and some shoes. Definitely wanted to get those steel caps like you mentioned earlier on. So both of them with boots too, feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I think this is honestly the bit where it starts to really hit in the lane matchup. As suddenly if you do take a rough trade, those autos more frequent with the attack speed, but also just doing a fair bit more damage.
Yeah, that is that's a lot of harass. First plate does go down there as Keen not quite able to get too much damage into that turret immediately afterwards. As Chovy is going to take a bit of a shove ride towards Karis. He's going to be all right though as he throws down the Weaver's Wall, and there's the flash in from Canyon. There goes Karis. The Chain Lash comes down, and that is an easy kill for Chovy.
Yeah, I mean, you don't always think of the Weaver's Wall being like a gap closer in that manner, but Chovy using it really well there to get the combo in. Canyon comes in, they land all the CC needed, and pretty significant lead now built up 1,500 in favor of Gen G, and with gold on Chovy and pace, it's exactly where you want it to be.
Yeah, and it's actually, I always thought of the Sylas matchup being bad into Talia because you don't get extra damage, right, with the Weaver's Wall. But if you use it like that, kind of feels like it does kind of work out in that way. As we check out the first blood one more time.
Yeah, it's just really hard against Maokai because by him Wing, he goes behind you, so you can't use your
the Dread
line to get out. And here, yeah, it was just a perfect angle from Canyon because we could see that Karis was wanting to finish off this wave and back off. And immediately punished for it. And now they're looking for a dive on Morgan. Have fun.
Yep, Nature's Grasp comes down. He does get snared up as now Pays just throwing sticks into him. Slice and Dice, though, does get him out of there as they do have a seismic shove to pull back Canyon. He's taking a lot of damage. Morgan as well as now Gen G underneath the turret. This is dangerous. The Sylas does manage to take down the Talia, though, once again as Keen. He's going to join the fray. Only a couple more minions left remaining as Chovy picks up the aggro. He's got Dominus there as well if he'd like to use it. Doesn't even have to, and that is going to be a kill going over to Pays. 4-1 now for Gen G.
Can't believe they bring 5 members down just to deal with Morgan on the Renekton.
That is the amount of respect you need for the Lord.
Yeah, that's valid. That's fair. Obviously did go a little bit awry at first, losing the Jax. It was a good flip by Karis, but overall, still ends up being a successful play for the side of Gen G. They trade up in terms of kills, and they get a bunch of plates. We do see Envy trading off on the top side, so it's not all doom and gloom, but definitely going favorably. And I think the reason why this is so hard to defend against is the amount of ways to reset aggro. The Hens does use his root first, But, you know, they also have the Calista ult later on to make use of. Canyon ends up going down, but then they end up making a decision. They use the ult from the Calista to drop the aggro on the Maokai. They wait for the tower aggro to reset, and then Keen just slides in.
Yeah.
And it's easy as that.
It was a little bit of a mistake from Pace, because I don't think he was supposed to pick up turret aggro first. That was supposed to be Lehens, and then the Fate's Call comes in, so he wasn't able to damage the Renekton, and then he even jumped through Unraveled Earth, unfortunately, as well. So it didn't quite go the way Gen G wanted it to. That's why you did see them have to back off and try to make it happen once again, and lost Canyon. But still, works out favorably in the end, as a Leap Strike does bring Canyon on top of Morgan, but he slices and gets himself out.
Found Canyon again after Gen G lost him, and they should just be setting up to pick up this dragon and get a second, hoping for a good soul with the lead they have. And Hayes just picking up more and more gold on the back of these plates. Should be able to get that bot tower in its entirety when he wants, but also could just deny farm for a little bit longer if needed.
It's almost 4,000 gold the lead, and it's going to be over that now, because first turret blood does now go over to Gen G. Envy now in trouble as Keen chasing him down. He's now blind, but he flashes, gets himself under the turret, and he will be all right, at least for the minute. Gen G will secure the second Drake of the game as well. This is, it's spiraling.
Yeah,
spiraling orcs quite quickly.
Very quickly, and part of the power of the Quinn as well is the pick potential. Not the best team fighter, but you know, particularly for a Varus and a mobile AD carry, your main defensive tool is your ultimate, and Keen has cleanse, so not a great tool to be able to keep him away from you. And it just feels like the pressure is mounted so quickly now. Gen G, they've taken that bot tower, 2 plates from top, 2 plates from mid in total, and second dragon with a Mountain Soul?
Yeah. Mountain Soul with, like, the Jax and the Silas and the Maokai, that's a lot of value that Gen G could pick up for themselves.
We've seen like Callista's build, you know, Terminus gives extra resist.
And then Jack shows the
potential thing that you can go as well. So, you know, I mean, I guess Keen isn't that tanky. That's kind of the...
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
The cup's half full. It is 100% half full. As Morgan is going to come on over and help out as Gideon starts off this Rift Herald. Lehens will be able to figure this out, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to get here in time. So it should be Shelly. Oh, never mind. Gen G are moving on over. There's lots of vision for Bro. They know exactly what's going on, but there is the Nature's Grasp. They managed to catch up Gideon as Chovy picks up a depth charge. There's the knock up onto Polu. He's taken out immediately, but Lehens suffers the same fate. And now Morgan, he can slice over that wall if he would like to. There he goes. Another vault forward is now Gideon taking a lot of damage, and Chovy is just annihilating the back line. There goes Gideon, and Chovy's even looking for more. Morgan in trouble, slowed down by the chain lashes. Keen vaulted on in, but that is Dominus as the response there from Morgan, and he gets to the safety of the inner turret. Gen G, oh man, this is it's getting brutal.
Yep, quickly going out of control. You can see Bro, they got the Herald. They really didn't want to opt into a fight, which, you know, I can respect that decision, but they kind of just try to run away, losing as little members as possible, and that didn't really pan out.
Oh dear. That is a good seismic shove onto Canyon, and he's tanking this turret, and will do so for a very long time. Pace has to eat the Q from Karis to get himself out of there, with a Jax still alive. And now Chovy is looking for a Chains of Corruption. He connects it, Envy, nothing.
Well, there was a Varus.
Yeah.
Not anymore. I feel like so far Chovy's gotten a lot more value out of the Varus ult so far than Envy has, and he's used it once.
Yeah. Envy has definitely used it as well, because it's on cooldown. As somehow that Dredge line missed. Depth charge does come on through here as now Keen trying to offer some damage back. Polu taking a lot, but Lehens is also in a lot of trouble. Karis not able to connect the rocks though, because Canyon stood in the way. Another Weaver's Wall coming on through here. That is an aggressive move as Seismic Shove goes entirely wide. And Gen G are able to make their way out. Chovy deals with an inner turret as well. That is so much extra money now over to their coffers. As Gideon slowed down, there is another Sky Strike coming on through. And yes, he uses the ult. Gideon is going to be able to keep himself alive, but they won't be able to use that for anything else. There's that Chains of Corruption you were talking about, and Seismic Shove is going to deal with Keen. So a little bit of an overstep, but the Nature's Grasp is going to put Polu in a very uncomfortable spot. Canyon with the Counter-Strike gets the flash out from Morgan, and Karis, he was trying to back Oh dear, he is going to make it under his turret. He will be all right as that piercing arrow very close. Man, if Envy had some money this game.
Chovy just took bot tier 2 and then rotated mid and took mid tier 1. It feels like Genji are playing a 4v5 while Chovy's just like scooping up all the resources on the map. He now has the most gold in the game.
Yes.
he
he probably did before those turrets as well as, yeah, picks up Chains of Corruption. And Chovy just not even going to comment.
Yep. Nothing to be said on that situation. Fan Jangle in here, maybe a bit of an overstep from Keen. You can see Bro waiting over the other side of the wall. A couple of skill shots do end up missing, but they target the Squishy Quinn, the easy member to take down. Oh, something's going to happen.
Oh dear, yeah, Chovy's on this side of the map now. It's a dangerous
has-
time. There's a lot of Bro members in this area. Probably with a fair bit of, we don't want to have a look. We don't want to see this. We don't want to see this.
Yep. I feel like this is just detracting away from the gameplay.
Yeah.
I get it, Genji's got a lot of gold, but Bro, they have the power of friendship, so...
No, exactly.
I think it looks like an even game.
I
looks like an
still
even
think
game as a result.
it's probably Bro favored.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking even, but maybe it is Bro favored.
Oh dear.
Oh, I get it, because they have a Herald and the power of friendship, so
No,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, I think that does make it favored.
And if you're friends with Shelly, then they have the extra friend.
Oh yeah, that's so
how it
true.
works.
It magnifies the amount of people you're friends with, so...
And look at all the bounties that they have available to them.
Yeah, which
Standing gold.
Genji actually don't have any bounties available, so definitely a disadvantage for them.
I would say so.
Yeah, glad we can establish that.
Yep. Chovy is going to be able to secure this top outer turret as there is a flash forward from Envy. Does find the Chains of Corruption onto Pace. Wind becomes lightning as there's the flash that has to be used. And now Fate's Call is going to get Lehens out of there. Another Wind becomes lightning as he goes in. Oh, the Fate's Call interrupts! And Gideon is going to go down that outplay. They didn't even need it. They were probably still going to win. And still, they managed to find it as now Canyon looking to wrap around. They do manage to take this turret, and along with it, that bounty gold that we were talking about. But now they are getting closed in upon. Pace is very, very low, but there's a twisted advance onto Envy. Chovy still trying to take his opportunity as Karras going to be his first target. Pierce is going to lock down the Varus, and now Bro are just lying on the floor. Canyon finds the spite here onto Morgan. Chain Lash connects, and Chovy just ends him. Man! This Silas is doing some damage. 6-0 and 3. I think he picked up a full dash cannon on his last back.
Yeah, might be able to get another item on his next back. Honestly, at this point, they really are decimating. Oh, it's over a 10,000 gold lead pre-20 minutes.
That's shellacking territory.
Yeah, quite substantial. And, you know, I think in this situation, when you're this far behind, you kind of have to go for these desperate forces like this. But the problem is there were just too many tools available, you know, flash from Paze, and then the ult to save the Maokai, and then Gideon. How can you resist going for this?
Oh, no, you have to.
You have to, and unfortunately you just didn't quite have enough to finish off Paze before he got
just
bounced
needed
back.
the auto attack, but the Fate's Call interrupted the auto. Oh, man. That's, it's unfortunate, but Bro, we're already in a really tough spot, and then this Genji circling them like wolves, and then devoured their prey.
Yep. Kind of locked in on that one. You can see Morgan went into the Herald and was like, no, I'll stay and fight. I'll fight with the men.
Exactly.
Oh.
As now they're engaging on a Chovy. This might be dangerous. Have they brought enough bad guys? The answer is maybe. As Depth Charge does come on through. Canyon going to join in on the bouncy castle. Is now Keen trying to find some autos. Fate's Call comes down once again as Morgan has got on top of Paze. But the hook is not really going to do it, and Paze is going to take down the Crocodile. Canyon still wants to jump in, but he has 100 health, so I'm not sure about that one. That was an odd move, but still he's managed to start up the fight. Envy's going to go down. Chovy still looking for an opportunity, doesn't quite get it, as now Paze chasing after him. Has to be so scared about the Unraveled Earth as the vault is targeted. And that's very unfortunate for Karras as he is booped off his wall.
Yeah, Karras tried to ditch Hollow, and I think Genji were clear they didn't abide by that, you know.
No.
I feel like that damages the power of friendship, and perhaps is why Bro lost that fight.
And now Genji are looking to take down this Baron. Unless
With no jungler, I mean, they have...
is a jungler, and so there is a jungler hit, it's just not Genji's jungler.
He's got an Ultra Instinct here, because he's got no vision.
He knows...
Well, maybe his instincts need a little bit of refining.
Yes.
I think.
Maybe I wasn't expecting it to quite go down that quickly, but I guess Rend is a thing.
Decent a lot of damage, especially with 280 carries there. And here, Chovy takes a lot of damage on the forefront. Unfortunately, that Hail Arrows doesn't hit, but I don't think it would have died, just been chunked even more. And then the ensuing fight, Morgan unfortunately doesn't have ultimate. and Canyon gets a huge amount of value from that counter-strike. And then it gets a little bit goofy in the ensuing play. Canyon.
Now Chovy is going 1v2. Polu does turn up. I think Chovy thought that he was just fighting the Crocodile, as the depth charge is going to connect onto said Crocodile. Keen turns up as well. You know, he'll jump back on Valor and see what he can do.
I feel like if, Genji only had 2 members, so Bro could constantly have like 3v1s, it would look okay. Unfortunately, they still have 5 people on their team.
I still don't know whether that'd be Bro favored at this point.
Power of Friendship has failed now.
It's looking a little rough as Gideon dives towards Canyon, but he is not too worried about this one. Currently splitting towards his bottom side. Keen getting some work done in this top lane. They do have very close to 6 turrets removed, 7 actually, as Gideon is going to be able to slow down Canyon. In comes Karis, looking for that opportunity as he gets thrown back. Canyon now runs out of Counter-Strike, and that means that Envy able to take him down. The piercing arrow does come on through, but there's give and take in the game of League of Legends, and Genji are now taking a lot after giving the Jax. That is going to be inhibitor number 1 falling down. Bot lane is now open as well.
Yeah,
Genji look to make use of this Baron top lane as well.
It's just so hard. You can see how much difficulty they're having cutting through, even like Chovy, who's not obviously the tankiest member.
Nature's Grasp does come on through there as Bro still going to get the respect here as Keen in this mid lane, just shoving this wave forward. Wanting to make sure that Morgan cannot join the fight as well, as Polo looking for an opportunity. Yeah, like this could be the time. But maybe it's not as well.
Yeah, Genji, sensing that, it's a potential win. He didn't want it anyway.
That wasn't it. That wasn't the one.
Yeah. See a replay. Yeah, this is kind of the problem as well with the Varus when the Quinn has cleansed. What are you supposed to do?
I don't remember that happening. I guess we were watching what Chovy was
blocked
doing.
It out. Blocked it out.
And I missed the kill feed. All right, well, these things happen, as this was where Canyon has sort of got manhandled here towards his bottom side. Been doing his own thing a bit this game, has Canyon.
Yeah, I think he had a really good start. Was making a lot of things happen for Genji, and then since then,
I think he's been having a really good time.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. That's been the focus, though.
Not always the most expressive player, but you can see the expression in his gameplay.
No, precisely. As Keen gets himself sort of stuck in the enemy base here, does of course have an open front door that he can walk out if he would like to, and yeah, with the rest of Genji moving on over, not going to get punished or anything like that. And also has a GA complete. So Kraken Slayer Static Shield GA already done here for this Quinn. And there are not a lot of people with more than a couple of items on the side of Bro.
Yeah,
I think
there's
just so much money on Genji, dude.
Compare Morgan and Keen's items, where Morgan has like an item and a half, and Keen has 3.5. Like, Keen has a whole extra item, not even like, and then a GA as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes you buy a GA and it feels bad, 'cause it's like, well, you're not getting as good as having like a regular damage item. But Keen has a GA and a whole item advantage. It's
and he hasn't been back to base for a while as well, so that recurve bow could be turning into something else. As now Bro trying to defend this bottom inhibitor turret, or inhibitor. The turret is indefensible because it has exploded.
Yeah, and Mountain Soul as well, a big problem for Bro, who already was struggling to kill anyone.
Yeah, now they've got this big old shield. Everyone's Malphite now, I guess. Seismic Shove does manage to find Canyon again, who takes about 50% of his health bar, still able to leap his way out. As we are illustrating the fact that, yes, there's a 4,000 gold difference on the bottom side of the map. That's a large one. He's got QSS and the Wit's End as well, so magic damage not exactly going to be the best way to take down the Kalista. Thankfully, there's not a massive amount of it.
Allows you to hop through the Unraveled Earth, and take a little bit less damage.
And he's got Cleanse and QSS to stop these rocks from being annoying.
Exactly. Hop through, cleanse the stun. It's that easy.
Yeah, and then hop through again and cleanse that one.
Oh, yeah. Now we know how to play Kalista.
Yeah, it basically doesn't do anything anymore. That's the counter. Nailed it. FaZe now going to move towards his top side. Okay.
Oh, there's a
really
TP flank.
Close by, yeah. And there's a Weaver's Wall to come through as well. Pei's going to be slowed down, and he flashes over the wall. Lehent's going to turn up as now Morgan gets into that backline, but there's the first cleanse for Pei's, and he gets himself to relative safety. Now Genji are closing in, and it is a bloodbath That's going to be the first one as these Ren sets start to come through. It's the double. The other AD carry picks up a double himself as now Canyon wants to take down Morgan. The jungler versus the top laner. But it is still looking pretty good for Canyon as Morgan is lithe. Still, he's going to get smoked. And a leap strike, I'm sure, is going to come off cooldown at some point. And there it is. That's going to be the ace, and Gen G are now going to push forward. That game one was not exactly the game one Bro was looking for. Gen G just took that snowball and hurled it down the mountain.
Yeah, pretty one-sided game. I think it's safe to say, you know, anyone hoping for the Bro upset looking at game 2 and 3.
Yes.
Gonna have to get a back-to-back there. And being honest, they just look kind of outclassed, which is not too much of a surprise based on what happened, but
it reminds me of fighting games a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes you have round one where you're just looking to work out your opponent's tendencies on the day. You know, you have to go for that download to try and find out whether they're blocking more low, more high. And it doesn't matter whether you lose those first couple of rounds because you're getting into the flow. And I think now, Bro are going to need a bit of extra time because that game was really fast. Really, really fast. So maybe halfway through game 2, and they'll have got that flow, completed the download, and can then push through for the 2-1.
That might have to be the angle, honestly. Maybe that's what they're looking for in this situation, because they definitely didn't have them downloaded there. Also, there's a warm-up, you know? Game 1 warm-up, you know, ramping up to game 2.
So it might sound like a little bit of copium, and
a little bit.
Probably is, but it could very well be the case. It is now time for us to go to a short break, though. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down, and we'll have game 2.
맞아.
나 봐줘야 되나? 봐줘야 돼.
아직 그냥 왜 사비기 봤다 가다가 이거 빼면서 보자.
야, 텔. 천천히.
펜타인데?
펜타야?
펜타 아니야. 아니야.
와, 이거
뭐 펜타요.
와, 뺏는 거 봐, 기기.
기인이 형.
야,
나도 하고 싶어.
뭘 해?
형 나갈 때는 잘 못줘.
형 괜찮아. 형이 안 뺏어. 내가 먹을 거야.
펜타요. 야, 이제는 안 되지. 얼마나 먹어.
됐어. 돈은 야, 빠진다고 해놓고 나 밀어놓고 나 죽였어.
에? 형이. 왜 이렇게 잘 죽은 건데?
뭐야?
Kutai comprou a briga contra 2, porque o Yamp não deixou a backline, o resto do time da PEN chegar por aqui. O Damage agora abre o escudão. Carioca lindo, engage de novo. O problema é que o Dinquedo tá muito detonado. Cure de novo. O combo da PEN agora sim vai funcionando e funcionando muito bem. Só tem o Ninja Kill e mais vazio. Ele não faz verão. A PEN vem pra ganhar o jogo.
差一点可以把 Steel 给留住。
哎，有漏，直接秒了粉大绝，甩的是纳米在这里盖了墙过来之后，在空中直接被击飞给切了下来，阿软被留住，被变成冰块，闪现过来了，所以这里波比把人给锤走，锤的是一头猪，在这里开了坚定不移之后，又是人被拿了一个 double kill， 正中央 FearX 又抓了一波机会。
자율주행 탔어요. 잭스가 탔어요 이걸. 나오고 나가 다 죽입니다. 그러면 마지막으로 클로즈 악셀 중.
레네콘이 먼저 왔어요.
에린이
공대 들어갔고
엄마도 밀고
타이밍가 너무 걸리는데요. 먹으면서
이거 다 쓸리는데요?
이거 샌드위치.
아예 중간으로 둘러쳐졌어요.
그래도
양현 직접.
네, 한시에서
아, 네, 이거 다 모네컨이 할 수 있나요? 모네컨.
아니 설마 펜타킬
펜타킬.
Realize this is the better region as Dragon starts off. Yeah, starts off, teleport behind for Odo. BDS, they're trying to look for an angle. You can see Adam's here. I mean, he's charging in. It's a four-man, it's a crash out, it's a pop-up, it's a pop-down. Lincoln, you'll miss it because the fight is over and it feels like the game goes with it. Oh my goodness. I mean, we spent the last couple of minutes kind of building up that, hey, you know, BDS, they have all these tools. Flipback is there! He doesn't even get to push any buttons! What's the use in having hands if you don't get to use them? But now the punish from G2, Mickey looking to follow up. Razork wants to try and punishing who? He already used the ult, but the flipback! Oh! It's still humanoid, baby! It is a Marek Brazda today! That is what they call absolute cinema, and it is off the back of humanoid. They're gonna confirm it into another kill. What are we watching? An absolute slaughter on the side of Fnatic.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after Gen G absolutely dominated Bro in that first game, and they were laughing their way to the Nexus. I'm Valdez. With me today is Hooney and Wolf. How are you guys doing today?
Feeling pretty good. I'm feeling all right. You know, less stakes in the games today than what we've had for a lot of this week and last week, so feels kind of chill. I'm enjoying it.
I mean, it's pretty much the same. It was you know, it's the one of the game from the Gen G had, you know, just playing against the weaker team, just having, you know, great fun from the pick and ban as well. Just, I mean, it's just great to show, like, for their confidence.
Yeah, let's take a look at the draft and break this one down a bit. Obviously, we did have the Quinn coming out here, which is something that Keen used to do all the time into Renekton, and now Renekton is a bit more meta. An early pick, of course, and then he just picked the Quinn into it, which is something we kind of expected.
Yeah, I mean, that's a majority of the analysis about this draft. I mean, normally you feel pretty free to pick Renekton first, but Keen will counter you. He's done it many times in the past. The other kind of weird pick was the Sylas into the Talia, which can be a tough matchup to play out with the rocks and stuff like that, but I really think it wasn't about the lane. I think Chovy just wanted a pick where he was going to have agency on the map. He could do whatever he wants because Sylas is pretty tanky. He has a lot of sustain, and if the team is just going to have him full map control and out-rotate, bro, it's just a great pick to steamroll and stomp games, and Chovy likes to play Sylas, so he locked it in. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing on the Gen.G team composition is like everything has to be done by the individual performances. But the thing is, like Gen.G right now is like by far the best team in the LCK, and I feel like these actually draft could still work against a strong team. Like that's the I feel like really scary part. And it is like the Sylas and Queen, like even Jack's jungles are like had a high risk, but it's like I think they're playing as a team like so coordinated, not having that much risk, even though the pick could be like really risky. I think that was like really impressive to me.
Yeah, it's a very good point, and that's what we have seen out of Gen.G nowadays. Let's take a look at this early game and highlight number 1 because Canyon was everywhere and just made quick work of this game very early on, I would say.
Yeah, really easy for Canyon to follow up here with the knockback coming through from Lehens. We weren't 100% sure where the Maokai was going to go. We knew it was likely going to go bottom and set him up there. And then this play here, no flash from Karis, really disappointing. I think that was his only chance. He flashes after he's almost 100% dead there, does get caught. And then we see one additional play here, set up by the Maokai ultimate, and this ends up being a longer fight, and as was pointed out really well in the cast by Ox, was just really good juggling of the aggro with Fate's Call.
I think it's just Gen.G just can't, like, especially I think the Canyon is just like early game. I can just say he actually did carry along like in the early game states, which is like there was not many action from the lane. Like sure, like obviously Gen.G still has the lead, but I think the Canyon were so good at just abusing that lead that they have the advantage from the lane they had. Just objective control was really good. I think it was like already the next highlight. After these highlight 1, they were like 3,000 goals ahead.
Yeah, we should take a look at that second highlight right now in the 14-minute Rift Herald fight. This was just another one where Bro trying to make something happen early on, and they get punished after falling behind.
I mean, the Maokai ultimate actually roots multiple people here, and the rocks go down, but it doesn't matter. Lehens is able to sacrifice himself to get value here, and then the fight is very split. And this is what I'm talking about with this Sylas pick here for Chovy. He's just so tanky. He's so able to do a ton because he could just continue to chase and continue to set up plays with his stuns that Morgan has to peel back like, oh, what if Chovy gets on the rest of the team? Envy dies after his ultimate is used there. Morgan goes super low, and Gen.G just not only end up winning the fight, but taking full map control after this moment. And it's as simple as that.
I mean, you guys could think like the Brion's like, oh, they're kind of desperate, but it's like they are like really bad spot in that situation. They're already 5,000 gold behind, which is like they already have the Zinzao and the Renton Talia in the mid and top. So they had to fight on the Herald sequence, but it's just like too tough. And the reason behind they actually could pull the Relief Terror first. Gen.G just done by the Drake. There was for sure the reasoning behind, and it's just like they had to be more prepared when they're walking in. It's just like having more coordinated as a team. When they come to melee range, we just have to turn with the pull and CC and just nuke the one person.
Yeah. Also, the fact that it was already 5,000 gold in the lead for Gen.G was a bit of an issue for Bro in this one. But let's take a look at the POG on the side of Gen.G and see who does get it for game number 1. And it will be Chovy. Hits 1,300 with this Sylas play.
When it's just not 100% clear who should get the POG in stomps like this, the best bet is just to vote Chovy. And I think it was between him and Canyon for me. Obviously, Keen had a pretty good game. He didn't push his advantages as hard as he could have in lane. But moments like this where he worked well with Canyon were great to see. And he just spread his gold all over the map. So it was a pretty easy vote, and I think a pretty safe one as well.
I mean, it's just like more so individually in the side lane, especially this kind of a play, like the solo kill, like it actually just impacts just a lot, obviously. But yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. Like even though I'm expecting also Canyon getting few votes, but I think just in the team fight or skirmishes, like this impact was too huge not to vote the Chovy.
Yeah, absolutely. He's now 200 points ahead of Faker, who has a lot of work to do if he wants to catch up, and it's not going to be easy for him. Canyon also on that list at 1,000, but doesn't seem doable for him. And actually, Canyon gets 0 votes as everybody goes for Chovy except one for Keen and one for Pays.
I think the Pays vote is fine. I thought his Callisto was pretty good. I considered it for a moment. He was very consistent in his Fate calls that he used for both disengage and re-engage. His play against Jin Zhao dive. Really nice.
Feel bad. I should have shout out to the Canyon. I kind of feel bad after these, but that's all good.
Well, guys, we do have a second game on the way, and we'll see if it is a bit competitive or if Gen G is just going to close this one out easily. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Valdez. And I think you may have forgotten the conversation we had earlier about Bro downloading Gen G during that particular game. It was all just the cunning ruse to bring about this game number 2 where Bro smack him.
I mean, any true Bro fan knows that nothing Bro does isn't going the direction they wanted to.
Exactly.
They lost game 1, that's just because the Lord willed it.
Exactly.
He knows he had to suffer going in that matchup.
And then they
back.
get to punish Canyon on his 500th game in the LCK. Joining the Titans up there towards the very top, just ahead of Umpty as well. Man, I think I say it every time we have a look at this, the amount of games played for junglers, and I'm hoping that Score's name never leaves the particular list.
I wonder how, like, it would take a while.
It would take a really long time.
And a lot of players very dedicated to League of Legends to push him out. But it's just always interesting whenever you see those records, seeing the mix of the old with the new, seeing players you haven't seen for a long time on the Rift.
Whoa!
Like, whoa!
Okay, so Polu's out. Effort is making his way in. Just wanting a little bit of that veteran voice in the roster, and maybe, just maybe, he was the one downloading. You know, he was backstage.
Yeah, who are we
working out all the movements?
The Lord's ways, right?
Well, we never can.
So, you know, I'm just going to take this in stride. Blue side for Bro now. Hopefully gives him a position to get maybe some advantageous picks. Obviously, if you're Gen G, I think you just ban the Smolder again.
Yeah, I think that might be it. Unless now is the time we get to see the Bro game plan. Oh, no, we can't. Okay. Take it away, Orcs. It's
you know, they would have got him back out. They threw it. It's all crumpled up, and they like uncrumpled it. They're like, here's the game plan, and then the solar ban comes through. Back in the bin.
Crumpled once more.
Yeah, that was the strategy. Unable to do it. TF ban coming out here. Obviously something similar to the Quinn that is just very punishing for the champions that Morgan wants to play. Kalista has been left open though in this situation.
That could be the MV first pick, unless they decide to ban it away. Instead, it will be Sejuani removed from Gideon.
It's one of these situations where you kind of have to pick it, because if you don't, you're dealing with Kalista, which is super painful. So, you know, on this blue side, there's no real choice about this, I feel. Given over Kalista with how strong, how high a presence has been, definitely not something you want to do.
No, that's really rough. It does leave up things like, you know, I mean, Varus is still there, but the Ahri Vi is a possibility if they would like to go that way. Instead, it does look like this bottom lane is going to get a little bit of a look in, as Pays opting in for the other side of the matchup. That is going to be locked away. Will it be the entirety of the bottom lane? Will it be something else that they are going to lock in for themselves? We'll just have to see. There is the Rel, so leaving things a little bit ambiguous. I do very much like that.
Yeah, keeping options open, and obviously we saw last draft as well, Gen G really a fan of picking these junglers that can flex into the support role, keeping their options open, not revealing too much. Varus, pretty stable, can fit in pretty much any comp. This does mean, however, Brion are going to go for this Renata pick. Generally speaking, Kalista Renata is super strong. The ability to punish early in like the lane and in dives, very potent, and also does mean you have to kind of consider taking that role in the support role. Might want to keep that in the jungle and put something else there. We've seen Nico picked a lot into Renata as a pretty favorable matchup, because otherwise Varus could have a rough time. And the Vi pick coming through, obviously very potent, very high prio, just point and click CC, can't complain about that.
Joby thinking about the Talia for himself.
A lot of options.
Wei.
Gonna go for the Wei.
Never mind. Ooh, another ambiguity pick.
True, it could be support. It could still be the support role, and typically, you know, we've seen this. We saw this at Worlds last year, where everyone was picking like Alistair into Renata, and it was going terribly.
Yep.
And then they realized they could just pick long-range things with Harass, and it goes a lot better. And essentially that feels like the game plan here for the side of Gen G. But double flexes available really make it difficult for Brion to throw bans. They obviously suspect it could be that way support, which is why they're banning the Orianna here. But there's still the potential for Gen G just to flex that back to mid if they feel like that will put them in a better situation.
Yeah, there's still plenty of other options they can go towards as well. You mentioned the Nico already, so going to need a few more bans to really lock this one down. The thing that's really dangerous here for Brion is the fact that Karis has let his pick go through to another round of bans, so the Ahri has now left the pool of champions to play as well. They had to ban away the Orianna, and so that champion pool of his is thinning somewhat. Does still have the opportunity to head towards something like a Karma if he would like to. But I'm interested to see what Gen G is going to lock away here, what they're going to leave still up in the air. And I imagine a top laner would be the best option there, because now you could have Hui mid, Hui support, Rel jungle, Rel support. You can mix things all the way around.
Hui jungle?
Whoa, Varus mid? Rel AD carry?
Well, actually, Keen is the one who is locked in Varus, so we can only assume
oh,
it's
right.
Varus.
I forgot that he's a top laner in other regions.
Yeah. I feel like in this situation, the K'Sante obviously pretty frustrating to deal with. The Karma, a solid pickup with the early prio it provides, and essentially a blind situation. And K'Sante, we've seen a ton. K'Sante, Aatrox, we've seen this matchup so many times so far this season. And again, I feel like Brion, their draft is pretty strong, pretty cohesive. I don't have any complaints about it. But,
oh, that's an Aurelion Soul.
That is an Aurelion Soul. So we've seen this pick just yesterday, specifically into Kalista. And Kalista is always this champion where your laning is so strong. You have so much pressure, your early skirmishes are so good. But when it gets to like the mid to late game, if you lose like a single fight, the game could just be over from there. It can really feel that way. Into Aurelion Soul, I think that's just factually accurate.
Yeah.
Because when his E, his gravity field, whatever it's called, gets super big, you just can't team fight. Like, the ult hitting the whole team just means that it completely cripples Kalista, that AoE slow. And also, if she ever tries, like, if you're ever in range to hit something, Aurelion Soul can just drop his E on you and suddenly you're not playing the game.
Yep, the singularity, as it were, just really does ruin her day. But you mentioned already that you just dropped the ultimate, so just a meteorite from the sky, and then she just doesn't really do anything.
Pretty effective.
Especially if it's the very, very super mega long-range empowered version of said ultimate. Things become very, very difficult. So a lot of breathing that Chovy is going to be doing this game until he's charged up all of those stacks, and the Aurelion Soul can be that gigantic problem. You mentioned already that you know, Bulldog did have such a great showing on it yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing like the Lethality Kalista come out here that we've seen Pays play.
Yeah.
I just feel like you're really going to struggle to get consistent autos off against all the champions that Gen G have. So many picks that are going to make it difficult, but good luck.
Yeah, we'll just have to see whether they can make this one work. Brion, lives on the line here in this series. Let's see how it goes. And I do feel like I should probably at least throw out a caveat that their lives aren't on the line. They will be fine, even if they lose this game.
Yeah. They will just...
That might have overdone it a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Setting the stakes a bit...
Yeah, a little bit
high.
It's fine. No, they'll be back for summer, and they'll be doing just fine. And that's when the Gideon diff might come in.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you know, we were talking about the last time when Bro upset Gen G. That wasn't summer. You know, that wasn't in spring.
Exactly.
So maybe they're just patiently waiting. This is the series where they download them.
No,
in preparation for summer.
The download is so they're just their internet's slow.
Yeah, very.
So the download takes a while.
It's dial up. You know that noise it makes
when you yeah. Oh dear.
Someone starts making a phone call, so you lose connection.
Mom, get off the phone.
I pay for this connection.
Hopefully no one makes any phone calls while Bro are in the middle of their download. In this particular game, as Morgan is going to find a little bit of damage onto Keen. Chovy doing that spam the Q very, very quickly thing that Aurelion Souls really like to do. Just to grab themselves that one tick, you know?
I feel like giving anything...
Huh? Oh. All right, just...
Giving anything that's spammable to League of Legends players is just always going to result in in that happening.
Oh, yes. We learned that very clearly on Nami's release, who had the most spammable emote ever.
Yep. When she like flies up in the air.
Yep,
Yeah, I know it.
And just makes obnoxious noises as well. I assume you did that.
All
Quite
the
a lot.
time.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, a big part of playing a new champion to me is finding the best emote to spam.
Yeah. I like the Garen skin where he's got the lion, and you get to pick up the lion over and over again.
Yeah.
That's very, very fun. All right. Effort doing a bit of harass here so far in the lane.
It's gone pretty okay so far.
When will it stop going okay is the question. That is a lot of damage. Lehen's already having to get out of there, but Envy is followed up. He is likely to go down, but First Blood still going over to the Callista is great news for them. Unfortunately, won't be in this lane to lap up these minions that are heading towards the turret, and that is going to be the advantage for Gen G, but still a great move. And now a little bit of a kerfuffle in the jungle. That is Canyon locking down his red buff. We'll see whether that is going to be the end of it, and it is.
Yes. Oh, seeing a bit more.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Vault Breaker doesn't actually land the damage, though, which could be unfortunate here for Gideon. Keen wanting to come over to help out, but you can see Morgan. He's just going to bypass the turret here and look to help Gideon lock this one down. Lehen's is roaming, though, so this is dangerous times. There is another more to come through there as he's down to about 100. Oh, the Vault Breaker, the last auto attack, and that is going to be Lehen's painting his way towards a second kill for Gen G. Morgan now getting followed as the red buff on this way is being a problem as Canyon cantering after him, and Keen's like, where did my lane opponent go? And it turns out he's just wandering the river because Canyon's being frustrating.
Yep. Very hard to steal away a... We're still... You know, Morgan's playing with fire a little bit here, I feel.
Indeed.
He's just playing River Aatrox.
Ooh. It's going to be a Vault Breaker being charged. Instead, it's just going to look for this one. Gideon going to be able to take that one away before Canyon had that opportunity to steal. Now Morgan going to have to be a little careful, knows that there is a Rel waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I think it should be okay here. I was kind of worried because after the scuttle went down, Canyon looked top lane and it was like, who can I make pay for this?
Yeah, he seemed frustrated.
Yeah, but you know, things played out pretty well. The roam from Lehen's paying off pretty massively in that situation.
And able to get back down towards his bottom lane, but there is a giant minion wave for him to pick up here.
He'll still be down.
Yeah, behind a little bit of CS. And so First Blood going on over, and the CS advantage should mean that MB is in a really good spot at this point. As Chovy continuing to do some breathing, stuff like that.
Breathing exercises, I think.
Yes.
What we describe them as.
That's what you need to do.
And yeah,
look at how cute it is, the little singularity.
For Chovy to like do the full channel Q must take some good lungs on their
absolutely.
The breath. So you really gonna have to build up that lung capacity over the course of the game.
As Gideon finding Canyon all around his jungle in this game. Canyon not wanting to let this one go and just walks over and smites it. Gideon did have his smite off cooldown.
Yeah, he autoed it. I thought he could have just auto smited there. Been a lot of back and forth between the two junglers in this one. Ultimately feels like the edge has definitely gone over to Canyon, despite being down in farm.
Yeah.
From that death.
Now, though, Karis is a little bit close by, but still, Crashdown is going to get Canyon out of there, so no need to worry. Karis going to take his dragon for a walk. Does find himself the empowered Q as well, as now looks like Bro should be able to lock down this first dragon of the game. You can see they do have a decent gold advantage as well, as Keen going aggressive onto Morgan. Loses out on that trade, not something that Aatrox is all that used to. And the cannon, oh no. Morgan didn't quite have a Q ready.
He didn't want it.
No. I think cannons are cheating, according to our Lord.
He just wants to challenge himself, you know?
Yeah, the handicap.
Really doesn't feel like he needs it.
The chains are going to pull Keen nowhere.
I feel like it's always scary whenever you run into a K'Sante, like anywhere in the jungle, because you just have to think about, okay,
which wall?
Yeah, where will I end up? You know, could he ult me all the way to his fountain from here? Probably not.
No, not quite. Canyon is going to discover Gideon here. Does put down the ward, but immediately that one's going to get cleared out. As Gen G have evened out the farm here towards the bottom side. All right, Envy just takes massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, this is kind of where we see the power of the bot lane. I think particularly, you know, level 1, level 2 didn't really go that well. But at this point, when you get a few points in your primary ability, that's really where it starts to hit. And Envy is just getting heavily outranged. And now they're going to be able to pick some plates here. So despite the early advantage that Bro had because of Lehen's roam, this has really been made back up. Definitely the plate coming through. Gen.G in a really good spot.
Well, Effort is going to be able to lock down the cannon, so there is definitely that. Unfortunately for Envy, though, he is nowhere near it, so going to be falling behind when it comes to experience, farm, and everything like that, as Chovy just soaks all of the damage that Karis wants to throw at him. Doesn't seem too worried about it, as we can see. That Rylai is on its way for the Dragon. Yeah,
I mean, ultimately, it's a good trade for Karis, but Chovy gets stacked, so I don't think he cares in the slightest.
Yep.
As long as he's stacking, he's doing pretty good.
If number go up, then happy Dragon. That applies to all dragons, apart from Shyvana.
Well, even Shyvana, the more dragons you kill, you get that free
that's true. That number can go up.
Yeah, they should. It doesn't feel on the same level, though, you know.
It's been a while since we've seen her. It's okay. Fate's Call going to come through here as Lehens will be around to try and help out Pays, but he doesn't necessarily want to be. Handshake goes wide. Canyon going to be followed by Gideon, so that should spell the end of the aggression towards this bottom side. But bro, they're the ones that really do want to be upping the tempo, and so the more Gen.G are able to deflate it, does become a little bit of an issue here.
Yeah, getting flash from Pei is pretty big, but we'll have to see if they're able to capitalize on that and make the most out of that situation. They do have that Fierce Dragon in pocket, so maybe if they can set up for the Dragon fight in 2.5 minutes, if they can get the Dragon from there, potentially look to play for a soul.
Chovy was just flying.
It was a zoning breath.
A zoning flight.
Yeah.
Effort also going to be able to find Canyon here, who just wants to take his Gromp. Going to be able to walk through there. Thankfully, Gideon does have the Vault Breaker available. Uses it to get himself out.
And again, I feel like last game, really Gen.G obviously driving the pace, and it quickly got out of control. Bro obviously in a better spot in this one, but also they need to be the ones taking control of the game. And now they are trying to set up for a potential play here, maybe under the bot lane tower. Yeah, but don't really think you're going to find too much from this.
No, as Envy is going to have to dodge a whole bunch of buttons that they were throwing his way. Gideon, realizing that they have stuck around, though, he's going to come back. Good
Gideon's
ward
been
there.
hovering around here for quite a while now.
Yeah, Canyon in his top side, going to be taking that jungle as okay. Keen, let's throw that one out. Hostile takeover doesn't exactly find too much there as Effort does making his way in. That is a decent ultimate from Gideon though, and they lock down Pays. Still, it's going to be a 1-for-1 and almost a 1-for-2, but Gideon able to tank up that last shot. So Gideon diff starting to become true here in this game as they do get the 2-for-1.
Yeah, bit of a risky dive to go for without the Callista ult. I was kind of waiting for it and then realized it wasn't even available, didn't have an opportunity to make use, but they still managed to pull it off. You know, they sacrifice Effort in that situation, and the payoff is pretty solid there. They don't manage to transit into any plates, but 2 kills on the Callista, definitely how you want the game to be going.
Precisely. Chovy still hasn't gone back, and so doesn't have that Rylays complete just yet. Probably going to be going home now. Does have that teleport up and available. Karis in a very similar boat there. And is behind in a little bit of farm. And that is not something that we're used to saying about Chovy. But of course, the Karma does have a lot of lane presence in the early stages, so something that you cannot necessarily disregard. He is now looking for that back for himself. Control wards going down all over the place, and I think Gen.G are going to look to fight for this next dragon. It's going to be up in about 17 seconds time.
I feel like with all the stacking champions in the game, you know, Senna, Smolder, Aurelion Sol, I'd love to have like a sort of exchange rate between them on how much value they have.
How much each stack is worth?
In comparison, yeah. So we can kind of look and be like, oh, who's got
the most valuable stacks?
I think that's such a hard one to play. I guess Senna. Senna normally ends up with a low amount of stacks. But like 120 is a lot for Senna, but not a lot for Smolder.
But what if you had 120 Kindred marks?
I think that would be a little...
So maybe they're the most valuable.
Maybe they're the most valuable, but, you know, I think that's safe.
All right, well, Fate's Call going to come down towards this bottom side. They get the knock up. There's the handshake onto Pays as well as Gideon. Just goes into the wall with the Vault Breaker, unfortunately. So they're not able to make that one work. And Canyon, he'll find a Magnet Storm onto 2. Envy does have the bailout running, and he still has to flash. because they knew that they weren't going to be able to get on top of anyone. Oh, the ulti comes down as Envy. There's the snipe from Lehens. It almost looked silly, comical from Chovy, but he just knew that was going to be enough.
That just seems so unfair. You're so heavily disengaged from the fight. You're miles away from anyone, and you just get clipped by the aftershock from this Comet, and then the Hui with the super long-range ability manages to finish you off. You know, a bit of a misexecution in the fight from Bro, but I feel like Envy's definitely feeling the pain from that one.
Yeah, you can't be feeling too happy. Still, he's got 3 kills. Oh, it's an Infernal Soul as well. Cinders are plenty to be picked up. Thank you so much for that one, Orcs. As now we're going to have a look at this fight one more time. Effort did take a fair bit of damage at the beginning, but chose the right target here, and it really did look like they were going to be able to get paid.
Yeah, Gideon kind of messed up the Q, and also had Flash as well. You could guarantee that connects, and Paige just dies. Didn't end up doing so, and oh, seen him repeat right here.
Yeah, there's another one. That is a lot of damage going down on top of this Aurelion Soul. He's surviving for forever, and he's still up. Okay, never mind, just flaps his way out. Well, he doesn't flap because that's Smolder. Aurelion Soul doesn't do that, as Canyon's gonna have to flash crash down. Envy still putting sticks in and is going to be able to get that one to work out. The bailout not even necessary here, just utilized for a bit of extra attack speed, and Envy now able to get himself out. So 4, 2, and 0 here for the Kalista. I don't know whether it's necessarily enough to be too happy about it, as speaking of not being too happy about it, Envy is going to be able to walk his way out. Wasn't in the shop.
You're just never safe. You're just never safe in these situations. With the potential to get sniped. It's a good play. I like it from Bro, you know, being proactive, trying to take out Chovy. Unfortunately, he just didn't have the damage there.
Yeah, Keen looking to chase down Morgan, avoiding some Qs here though, as the World Ender has come on through. Breaking the chains is Keen.
Yeah, I feel like
press R at each other.
This is a consistent theme of this matchup. They both press R. No one kills anyone.
Pressed flash.
Yeah, what is when? Whenever they mouse over it like that, I always assume it was like a misclick or something.
Ah, I think Jonas Strong was just letting us know that. By the way, Karis had an altercation with the dragon.
Potentially. I mean, he is pretty low, so that makes sense. 141. Aurelion Soul stacks, which is, just to be clear, a lot less than 141 Kindred marks.
Thank you for that.
In case anyone was wondering.
Why didn't he die?
Envy doesn't quite get in range soon enough and didn't hit the Q on him, I think, is honestly it. And you can tell, Bro really want to make something out of this. And they do, but not nearly as much as I'd hoped for. This is definitely the sort of fight where you're hoping for 4 kills, and they end up with 1.
Oh, we didn't need that replay.
No, they shouldn't have shown that.
We really did not need that.
That's really hit my day.
Yeah, and as a Bro leaver, our days have been better, you know?
Yeah.
Has now improved with Shelly going on over, is now Chovy going to be put on a leash once again. There's an ulti, in fact, as Envy's going to get slowed down, but Cease and Desist is going to come on through, and Chovy, I don't think he's escaping this one. That is 400 gold straight over to the Vi. So they'll get Shelly, and they'll take down the dragon.
Well, that specific dragon.
Yeah.
The dragon.
The Celestial
dragon.
Yeah. They took that Celestial.
Oh, imagine you get a Celestial Soul.
That would be pretty cool.
That'd be cool.
Instead, you just get an Aurelion Soul.
Imagine if you just made it so everyone on your team spacewalked.
Whoa! Everyone just turns into that Nautilus.
Yeah, the astronaut. That's the only effect it has.
Yeah.
They finally made a soul worse than Chemtech. It just does nothing but makes you look. Honestly, I'd still prefer it to Chemtech.
Yeah.
In real, just because it'd be.
I actually really like that. You actually roll the dice, so you can either be the Teemo one or the Nautilus one, and so you just hope for Nautilus the whole time.
Yep.
Ah, perfect. Oh, maybe you could get the swag walk from Heimerdinger as well. Alien Invasion. That's got a space.
Oh,
theme.
yeah. Everyone on your team gets assigned it.
Oh, that'd be really cool.
You know, and we have the winners and the losers in that situation.
And so does that mean that you have to kill Chovy 4 times?
Yes.
And then you get the soul?
Well, no, because they already have a Hex Tech, so they have to kill him 3 times.
Aha. Oh, right, okay. So he just counts for the regular dragon stacking.
Yeah.
All right, so 2 more kills onto Chovy, and then they should all spacewalk. I think we can code that into the game. May need a little bit of a pause.
Yeah, I'll get working on it, you know. I'll just
that'd be really cool.
Tap here.
Yeah. you've got it all set up, right? You can just jump into the code.
Yeah, easy as that. You
Sort
know,
out
that's
the
why, because
spaghetti.
I see a lot of people complaining when there's pauses, and it's because it is actually my fault.
Yeah.
I'm the one who's supposed to.
You just don't code fast enough, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to get better.
You know, that's how we keep the game running, is live coding while it's going on.
Yeah, and it's all locks as well. As we're going to see this one more time. Slight overextension, you could say, for Chovy.
Yeah,
itself a little bit out to dry.
Didn't lose that many of the Cinders, though, and I feel like that's really what we're looking at.
That is the main thing, is FaZe going to have to flash to get himself out of the way, but does find a Chains of Corruption onto Envy, who also suffers half of his health bar in damage. Still has his flash, though.
You know, but everything burned from FaZe with Dragon, specifically the Infernal no, Chovy also is coming from base, but Infernal Dragon is up now.
Yep.
That's what I'm referring to.
Infernal and Celestial. Both
yeah, both
up and available
both
at
dragons
the same
up,
time.
yeah, but FaZe with no summoners for either of those dragons.
Yeah. All right, Envy. Still trying to keep himself safe. Does want his health bar to be a little bit larger than this, as they have started off this dragon. Gen.G in position, though, as Fate's Call going to be used very early on in the fight, is now Keen getting himself amongst it for the first time, is what it feels like here in a team fight for Gen.G. Is now Morgan chased down and breathed on here by Chovy. Magnus Storm comes on forward as Morgan tries to get it done, but it's just death from above. Double kill instantly here for Chovy, who's looking for even more, just slowing them down over and over again with this Breath of Light. And now Lehens, I mean, 1v1 as some supportal combat does come on through there. Misses the ulti, though, as the Ignite in anger is still going to be able to take him down. The Singularity is what does it in the end, and Gen.G roll him over in this team fight.
You know, I feel like a lot of people will be listening to our commentary and thinking, we didn't need the clarification between the Infernal Dragon and the Celestial Dragon.
Yeah.
And based on Envy's play there, I completely disagree. Because I think what happened is Bro said, look, we need to kill Chovy, we need to kill the Aurelion Soul. And Envy got it completely confused, because you actually look at how this fight plays out, right? Bro try and disengage from this situation. Obviously the Quest ult comes in that saves the Renata there. And then just track Envy, okay? So he doesn't get over the wall, and then he just kind of, he just stays in a 1v1 with the Infernal
With the other dragon.
Yeah, so that's where I think the confusion came in. The rest of the team are fighting this dragon, and Envy was fighting the other dragon. And then he comes over here and he's like, guys, where were you?
Yeah, and the other dragon actually survived, unfortunately.
Yeah, both dragons won the fight.
Yes. Oh dear. Well, it is still going to be Shelly being hurled into this top outer turret. That should be at least a bit of extra money into the coffers for Bro, keeping themselves within touching distance. Only 1,000 gold. It's not a huge deal. But as these dragons start to stack up of the elemental variety, not of the space variety, Rift Herald is going to take a little bit of a ride down the river. And Hayes is just split pushing. All right.
As you do.
Yeah.
You can see Bro don't really agree with that.
Okay. Gideon not going to be able to get onto Lehens here with the cease and desist or anything like that. Still is going to be able to take down his red buff. Envy collects his wave from underneath the turret, and a little bit of respite, or respite, depending on how you want to pronounce it. How do you pronounce it?
Respite?
You a respite guy?
Yeah.
Because people say respite.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like as well, I feel like my pronunciations are really inconsistent. You know, people will call me out and they're like, why do you pronounce it like that?
Are you a scheduler or a scheduler?
Schedule.
Really? Because
Yeah.
I thought in the UK it was
That's
schedule.
the thing. People always say that. People are always like, isn't it like this in the UK? I'm like, I don't know. I just say it how I feels it, you know?
I actually switched. I say schedule now because I've been hanging around, you know, Wolf and Valdez.
Oh, man. My sister always bullies me for saying things American now.
Yeah. Well, Chains of Corruption do come on through there. Thankfully, there's a Fate's Call for effort. Still, once again, not going to have that. Oh, Envy. That is, yeah, Flash needs to be blown as high value is this Hui pick thus far. The Maw really working out. And now Gen.G looking to press in. Only a couple of minions left remaining as Canyon looking for an opportunity. Does manage to find the Shattering Strike, and another ulti flies down. Hostile takeover comes in. They need to focus on this turret that's doing so much work. Canyon goes down to that one. And now Chovy, 1 versus 4, is really dead. And Gen.G bit off a little more than they could chew.
And bro, everyone on the right dragon worked out pretty well in that
Yeah.
situation. I also think Gen.G kind of expect Baron Tower to go down. You know what, why not? why not? There's a lot of poke on the enemy team that's really going to make it difficult, so that's probably why not. But
yeah, lower health bars and a very big Keen would be the why not that I'd be looking for. As effort is dead. Yep, Baron is going to be able to finish.
Yeah. My question was answered in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, bro, not satisfied with a 2-for-1 trade, decided to make sure it was a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah.
In that situation.
All is even in the end. Beautifully done. Gen.G are going to get revenge on the outer turret that was the bane of their existence.
Now they're looking for Baron. Thing is, they're not actually that
Wait, Lehens is also relatively low, and so maybe it's now Bro's turn to kill the support. See whether they do that, as Chovy does actually breathe this down very, very quickly.
There's plenty of time to get in, though. Karis needs to get some poke down.
Yeah. Gideon moving on over. Keen just trying to get him out of there. As you can see, he's being thrown around like a punching bag. All Out does come on through here. They should be able to take down the Cassante, but the Baron is already there. Lehens trying to walk his way out. Gets slowed up for a moment, but should be all right. Oh, the flash Q is massive from Karis. And that's a triple kill out of nowhere here for Envy. Pays. Oh, he's not going anywhere. That is going to be the snare coming through. And is there a Baron left available? The answer is no, as Gideon clears up the last one. Oh dear, cue the yakety sax as Gen.G are all lying on the floor.
You know what you called it? You said about halfway through this game, fully downloaded. The DSL connection is finally
Mom wasn't making that phone call this time, Hawks.
Finished talking, and here I think they kind of expected the tower to die sooner. But because there were no minions, it had the backdoor bonus and just wasn't going down. Chovy ends up overextending, and then Bro go for this masterful move where by starting up the Baron, they put the concept of doing Baron into Gen.G's mind. They sacrifice effort for it, and Gen.G are like, oh yeah, Baron exists. Why don't we do it? That was the mistake. That was the bait, the trap that Bro set here. Because against this Karma who does so much poke damage, not a great time. You can see as well, Keen, he goes in to try and just, you know, buy space for the team, but Gen.G get baited in by this and eat about 1 million Mantra Qs. That one in particular was pretty devastating.
Yeah, that was massive value here, and immediately Envy starts off the fight with a triple, and then it's just clean up from there.
And you know, I'm going to say we had a game where Karis played the Karma early in the split, and it was a rough one. A lot of key moments, you'd miss like Mantra Qs, but he was on point during that passage of play.
Oh yeah. And getting the double value from that big one as they tried to round the corner, as now Gideon going to be flashing in a very weird way. That is a way you could flash.
Yes, out of all the directions, that is certainly one of them.
Yeah. And that is going to mean that Gen.G just walk on over and grab themselves Soul Point as well if they would like it. Inner turret is under fire. But that is definitely going to go down, so you may as well stick around and try and take this Drake as well. Dragon on Dragon.
Pretty close to Infernal Soul, but actually, Chovy has died 3 times and have a Hextech Dragon, so they have Celestial Soul.
They do. So why isn't everyone Astronautilus?
I'm still coding, sorry.
Oh, man. All right, well. Maybe Mom was on the phone, so you couldn't actually make that one work. Fate's Call is going to be used, and Envy is...
Oh, Pays is split pushing again!
Oh, man. The Varus, the known split pushing champion, and is now also going to be a jungler at the same time.
What can't he do?
Down. Well, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so...
I can't help you.
You know, clearly Gideon wanted to avoid the Q hitting. I think that's very obvious, but I'm not sure. Well, the flash into melee range of the Rel is the strategy to do so, you know. It's kind of out of the frying pan and into the...
Magnet.
Yeah, Magnet Storm. That is, for some reason, heating it up.
Yeah. And, it just didn't quite work. Chovy does have his ultimate well and truly charged up. Looking for an opportunity to use it here as Gen.G hanging around the pit of the Baron that they took and has done absolutely nothing because all of them died.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes until that one's back up and available.
Maybe they'll do it again.
Soul, I think, is more important. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the Infernal Soul, with the amount of long-range abilities from Gen.G, the Infernal Soul is going to be very difficult to deal with. We saw Infernal Soul plus Lethality Varus even beat the Super Smolder of Jiwoo after, you know, 3 Elders and 5 Barons, but it did beat it.
True.
So that counts for something, right?
No, I think it absolutely does. I think that all of the other things around it irrelevant.
Yeah.
100%. 321 on the stack count here for Chovy as well, who's really starting to get up to some pretty ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, I think we obviously talked about the Kindred comparison, but 321 stacks on a center would also be very ridiculous. So I think we can definitely say...
Also, if there were that many on a Smolder at this stage of the game, then that would also be very good.
Yeah.
What about Nasus?
Kind of low for Nasus, honestly, at this point. So I guess it's kind of like the tier list is like Kindred, then Senna, then Smolder, Asol, kind of... I think maybe Asol's a bit higher value, hard to say, and then Smolder, and then Nasus, I think.
Where's Viger?
Oh.
What about Sion?
Oh, man. You know, you finally feel like you got everything in order, and you just add to it.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
You know, you could have...
And Shyvana is before Kindred as well, right?
I don't know if they're as valuable. I think maybe after. You don't get as many, but I don't think they're as valuable.
Oh, dear. Effort is going to have to be Fate's Gold once again. Constantly getting caught out, but at least he does have the ability to keep... Oh, dear. Now Gideon trying to get in there. They just swap positions. Never mind, but another Magnet Storm is going to punish him, and another ulti comes down from Chovy. Decent Q damage there as well, but look at how long-range Gen G are, and they're still doing so much work. Morgan trying to do what he can as Keen. So many sticks in him, and he explodes into cinders. The bailout not going to be doing too much here as Envy gets a little bit of awkward surprise as Canyon was right there, and that is going to mean that he explodes as well. Chovy getting to work on this inner turret, and Karis is just trying to get the heck out of there. It is a 1 for 4. Gen G looking pretty good.
Not a great trade. They did get Chovy's flash, but he still had the Seeker's Arm Guard, so ultimately that play was unlikely to work out regardless of whether or not they got on top of him. Now, okay, still tentative with starting the battle. That kind of felt like they were setting up to start it, but I guess they kind of...
It didn't work out so well last time.
Yeah, kind of aware of that. And yeah, Chovy flashes out, but like I said, he still has Seeker's Arm Guard. And then the ult just slows everyone, and the chase down begins. Very difficult to escape this Gen G composition, and the range of the poke is problematic.
It is pretty absurd. That singularity as well. Just really making it very, very difficult for Bro to find any sort of reset in their positioning. Envy also rounding the corner into a very sad surprise.
I just feel like it's kind of messed up that you see Envy die and all those splinters come out and no one goes to swoop them up.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, you know, you should just be beelining to cinders. Like, that's what you want.
It's a lot of discipline clearly developed on this Gen G roster.
That must be it.
Oh, it's a start a Baron angle. This has gone well for every team who've done it this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe eventually. Bro are like, we'll start it again so that then we can peel off and one of us can die and then they'll start the Baron. And it'll be fine. Oh dear. Okay, Pei's just going to kill Morgan. So he's the sacrifice this time around. Let's see what can happen as Envy is going to snap. Oh my goodness, the Fate's Call does come on through. Oh, not quite able to land the damage there is Lahans. But another Magnet Storm is going to spell the end of Karis. He did do a fair bit of damage, at least beforehand, as now Envy, wrong direction for that one, unfortunately. So it's a triple for the big old dragon. That's going to be another one, as it's Keen that picks that up.
But Gideon did get the Croaks, so I think we're analyzing it. Is it worth? No, it's not. Good effort though. Ultimately, Morgan just stays on this Baron. I think 0 seconds on the Baron would have been good, but he stays substantially longer. And yeah, just gets kind of one shot before he does anything. And then the fact that ult clips Envy, both ults clip Envy at kind of max range, not fantastic. I just don't think there's any way they would have really put it out there. And we obviously saw in the previous play the value of the Karma. Close to taking out Pays, but yeah, Close is going to win you this one.
No, not quite. I also don't know whether Chovy is making it to 1,400 POG points.
Yeah.
Or is he?
I'm kind of feeling the hands. I think he's had a pretty good game.
Yeah, I think it's probably the Lahans angle.
Yeah.
8,000 gold is now the lead here for Gen G. And they are looking at this Infernal Soul as well. That one is going to be collected. Oh man, that is going to be a large amount of damage potential.
I feel like Gen G just didn't have enough like poke or burst in their composition. So I think them having the Infernal Soul
I mean, if they didn't roll this Soul, it would be a very different story. I think Bro 100% got unlucky.
Yeah. 4,400 gold lead in the mid lane. Pretty substantial.
That is a large lead. I think that gives more kudos to Karis for doing so much damage, as now Gideon looking for that backline does manage to find Pays, but that is a huge meteorite that has come down, and Gideon finds himself alone. Keen dives underneath the turret. They do manage to take down Envy, though. The Q not enough to actually finish him off, and now it's Lehens just able to lay down artillery fire, and Morgan now in the fountain, trying to contend with a gigantic singularity. Man, the amount of just large abilities that can be thrown into this fountain. He probably could, but instead, the Nexus turrets are going to be the focus. They breathe, and yeah, there he goes. Piercing Arrow is going to be what finishes him off. 7-2 and 14 in the end. And that's actually a maths equation. Kind of cool there, as the Nexus does fall, and Gen G will finish off this round robin undefeated. And even, it doesn't matter who gets POG, it's going to be all of Gen G in the interview as well, because this was their final match of the season.
Yeah, and I mean, a pretty solid performance. There was like a couple of moments which are like a little bit of happy gaming, like the Baron take, but for the most part, a serious series, perhaps remembering the upset loss against Bro last season. But yeah, rounding it out with a very convincing win after a, frankly, extremely convincing regular season.
Yeah, this round robin definitely looking a whole lot better than the last, and by a whole lot better, I mean one match better. Gen G just a bar above the rest from what it looks like here. We'll just have to see how well they do in the playoffs, and it has been a place that Gen G has performed relatively well in over the last few of them. The 3-peat was successful. What do you call it? A 4-peat?
Yep, there's 4 peats.
Whoa.
4 of them, and they're all pretty nice guys. Pete.
My mum's name's Peter, so she could be one of the Petes.
Yeah, you should bring her along.
Yeah. There's Pete nearby where you're from as well. Isn't Pete that stuff in the ground?
Yeah.
Scotland?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but that's nowhere near. Okay, never mind. Gen G, huge congratulations. But, of course, this was against Bro. Not necessarily a surprise that they were able to take down Breon. And unfortunately for Breon, they now move into 10th place.
And I think ultimately for the outcome of this match, we have to blame that specific Bro fan who slept in and didn't pay the Bro tax.
Yeah.
So if you're waking up late now and you hadn't paid your Bro tax, you forgot, this is on you.
Yeah, 100%. So if you turned up a little... I assume that if you are a Bro fan and you turn up a little bit late, you still just immediately pay the Bro tax.
That's what should have happened.
Paying it then, it was a little bit too late.
Well, perhaps people do forget. You know, they get in, everyone's already done it.
I just don't want to
people are doing it en masse, they do it. But when you're late, you know, it doesn't instantly prompt in your mind.
Yeah, it's a good point. It could happen. I want to be positive about the Bro leavers. Didn't quite work out, though, in this game. As we can see here, Gen G definitely did a bit more happy gaming this game than they did in the last one, as there were certainly some hiccups. But this was not one of them, as Chovy just drops an entire planet on top of Bro.
Yeah. Not a fun composition to play into Aurelion Sol, especially if he gets ahead. The fact that he had so much gold, so much stacks was a problem. This was the one moment, little loopsy. That Mantra Q, you know, it showed kind of if Gen G made enough of a mistake they could punish, but the problem was Chovy flashes away from the engage here, has the Seekers as well, and as soon as things start to go a little bit rough in the fights, Gen G are so bloodthirsty and will just pick up kill after kill after kill.
Yeah, and they managed to walk out of the hostile takeover as well. A lot of what Gen G was doing was very split up, you know, just closing in from all around Breon, and so that ability didn't really get a whole lot of value with the amount of range that Gen G did have to control the battlefield. And as we saw right there, it's precisely an example, as Morgan just nothing he could do. Envy puts his cleanse on cooldown, and that spelt the end of him, or at least in this fight.
I'm kind of interested if we get the clip from the last fight, because I was focused on Gideon's engage, but the rest of Bro just got kind of annihilated.
I think it was Keen walking into 4 people and just not really minding about it.
Yeah, oh, and also the ult from the Hens and the Chovy ult. Yeah. It did a lot of damage.
It certainly did. And the fact that there was immediately a double kill for Lehens as well, and not a whole lot of reaction At the same time, you can see just looking like another day at the office for the gentleman in the support role that is often a little bit more jubilant in these moments.
He's just dialed in. He's very focused on hitting all those skill shots, reading all those abilities as he presses them.
Yep. I think you could feel a potential POG.
Yeah, it's like you press the Q and then you have all those options in front of you, you know?
That is true. I mean, it's a champion that requires a lot of thinking.
Oh, you know, and Pays is safe. He did 100 more damage than the Hens, so he is still the AD carry. He didn't get carried, but very close.
Very close. 100 damage off being carried in that particular moment. But huge congratulations for Gen G being able to finish out this round robin undefeated. Absolutely incredible, and that's, as you can see just down there, we will have the full team up and having a conversation about what they're going to be doing in the playoffs. I would assume the plan is winning. We're now going to throw it back over to the space, though they're going to break down that game and take you to that interview.
Thank you, casters. In fact, up next is us on the space. We are here to break down that game number 2, and this time it was a bit closer, right? Bro had some angles, and they were actually winning some team fights. You know, some mistakes from Gen G were taken advantage of, but at the end of the day, Gen G was still able to take the win.
A little bit of happy gaming. It's the end of the season, final regular season game. Let's take a look at the draft, because I thought there was some cool stuff here to break down, especially the Hui, which ended up being a flex here for Gen G. They put it into the bottom lane as they locked in the Aurelion Soul, and this allowed the Varus Hui lane, which we've seen before in a different variation with the Hui D carry from Teddy, to actually win lane against Kalista extremely well. Even though there was a trade early on, that's not the first time I made the joke. Val is laughing, he's cracking over there, you know. It was the second time. Anyway, but the Aurelion Soul ended up coming through as kind of a, you lose one team fight, this Aurelion Soul is going to scale better than you basically easily. It's never going to be a conversation you can have about late game for Bro if you don't control it the whole time. Chovy looked a little bit uncomfortable on it. There were a few moments of happy gaming, but they got it done in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think this time, like, at least Brion didn't actually manage to go to the, like, around, you know, middle game. Actually, they can actually, it wasn't like, oh, damn. It's like the first game, like 40 minutes, it's a 5,000 goal behind. We don't get any chances to play around objective control. This game was actually more about like how they are playing as a team, just like around the objective, especially. And I think obviously we know like Gen G's are good at how they are playing. Like also just team compositions, like the especially the Xantine and Canyon, the Rel. I think they actually just went in deep, and it's the back line with this A Soul just pressing ulti. Like I think they were just playing better as a team just around the fighting.
Yeah, not too surprising. And let's take a look at the first highlight as well. This one coming in at 17 minutes. This Drake fight that, you know, started up by Bro. They felt like they had a decent amount of control, but then eventually Gen G just rolled over them in their own jungle.
The position that Effort is in the beginning of this fight is a bit questionable there, and he obviously has Fate's Call to rely on, but he's, I think, in my opinion, the main reason why Gen G end up winning this fight, because Fate's Call is used super early, and Gen G just take full positional control after the Rel is just out in no man's land. Then it's really easy to chase down and continue to get kills as Gen G with this composition.
I mean, it's just more Sabrion. I think they had a lead like around the mid control. Like they were actually first there, and Gen G was kind of late. But I think they got so splitted out from where the Karma and Kalista is. Like Kalista was complete on the right side, and Karma's got Zone. And it's just like when they're walking into you guys, the Karma has to press the mantra Q on them and making sure there's this tech into it. It's just like as soon as it's like it's just got separate. I think especially the fight. I think the Keen. I would like to shout out to Keen. He just immediately noticed that the Kalista cannot put any DPSs on anyone, so I just gotta go to just press go. Yeah, it was just that easy.
Yeah, I didn't notice during the game, but actually I think Envy was trying to get over the wall, and he like queued and tried to jump, but like he didn't jump over the wall, and then he was like, oh, I guess I'm just stuck in the pit, and just wasn't part of the fight at all. Let's take a look at the second highlight as well, which was this Baron fight 27 minutes in. Not the other one that kind of went awry. This one feeling a bit better for Gen G.
Yeah, and I think as Bro here, you need to group up and try to fight for control over Baron itself. And if you end up getting in position to actually lock it down or threaten a poor fight for Gen G, it ends up being really good for you. And Chovy's already used his Singularity here, and you're feeling like, okay, maybe we wrap around as Gideon here. But then tragedy strikes, because where's the follow-up? Where's the protection? Where's the peel? he just was like, I'm going for a Hail Mary play, and the rest of the team was kind of walking away and not following up. And the fact that, you know, Chovy already used his flight there, it meant that there was an opportunity to try to push on the Pays, and Bro just kind of were like, well, Gideon's dead, it's over. And then they slowly walked away and died. And it did not look great. It wasn't a great look for Bro in this one, unfortunately. The taxes weren't paid. I don't know. Effort didn't look great. It was a Gen Z wash. Again, there were some moments where Gen Z messed up, and they looked clean in those. Like, they were good at punishing, but they weren't good at setting things up.
I mean, it was like really nice try, honestly, especially this game. I think game 2, like, I think he don't want like actually trying to find the flank, but just like the opponent, it was like just Genji. You know, it wasn't against Chovy. He just used a one flash, perfect timing, and he can't really like. It's just like after that, there was no single angle that Brion will be taking any single advantage after that.
Yeah, felt pretty rough from there. Let's take a look at the POG for game number 2. This time should not be Chovy, although he did get it for the first one. This one will be Lehens, as he did, as Ox said, not quite as much as his 80 carry, but just 100 damage behind.
He had some really good plays. This roam topside really messed up Gideon, who was trying to be very aggressive in his opponent's jungle. And he just had some really nice snipes, controlled a lot of team fights with his poke. This one, a sad moment for effort. And in this fight, again, just kind of a little bit disjointed from Bro, but you know what? Lehens, he didn't miss his shots.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I vote for Canyon. It's just like a little bit, you know, just more the shot at also the game 1 as well, but it's just the where the fight around, like, actually the 70-minute happened. I think he just goes in. I got one friend at least, and it was like great. Like, I think just using the flash over the wall and using double ulti, it was like really impactful for the first fight.
Chovy vote's a little bit puzzling. He did have that really cool long-range snipe. That was cool.
Yeah. I don't know what that is about, but it's okay. He did do a lot of damage. He scaled up, right? He was a dragon. He was scalesing up in this game, but yeah, I guess that's why we had all the votes and the majority going the way of Lehens. So Gen G looking pretty good going into playoffs, guys. I mean, this match against Bro isn't really indicative of that, although they looked good in this as well. But thoughts on Gen G? Are they going to take over this playoffs as well?
I mean, they definitely like the clear favorites right now, with Hanwha and T1 still having some issues, and then you've got DK and KT who knows what's going to happen with those two teams. You can never know. I don't think they're going to beat Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, just like the positive point is like we just don't see like the biggest the weakness is what the Gen G bring, like especially in regular seasons. Like there's not many games that they actually dropped as well, so that's the I think really strength point is towards for the playoff.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And guys, we do have the interview ready to go, so let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by the players of Gen G, who just finished playing their last match of 2024 LCK Spring regular season. Congratulations! First of all, Keen. What a nice cheer merch. It's very pretty. There are a lot of fans holding it today. And Keen, this was your first regular season as a part of Gen G, and you ended up taking first place and advanced into the playoffs round 2. How do you feel? Advancing into playoffs round 2, I'm very happy about, and I'm very relieved and I'm very happy about getting first place in the regular season. And it looked like you guys trying different things during the draft, and you guys certainly delivered a dominating performance. And with the playoffs coming up, what's your main focus going into today's match? To be honest, I don't think we have a clear focus in our practice process currently. But we're just going through all of our champion pools and just coming up with some of the best compositions that we can come up with as a team. It's such a good day for everyone, and since everyone's here and the fans are here, we're curious, when are you going to cook 짜파게티 to your team? I mentioned that I would do it for next workshop, that I would cook for them. I feel like I'm getting rushed right now. Now, for now, the tentative date is the next workshop. For the upcoming playoffs round 2, please share your resolution. For the playoffs round 2, we'd be able to watch other teams play in the playoffs, and we can prepare ourselves and just play off of there. So we'll make sure that we are prepared. And Canyon will be next. So this was your regular season with your new teammates. Looking back, how was it? I'm really happy that we ended up first place. Just looking back, I feel like I had new experiences and I learned a lot. So, as expected from Canyon, you have shown the best performance as a jungler. And you now have a new best friend, Ro. And how are you so good at her? You have 9 wins and 1 loss with her. So is she your tier 1 pick? I feel like she is available for any time, any sort of scenario. And I feel like as long as I grow my mastery with her, it would be a very versatile pick. And Canyon, this year marks your 6th year since your debut, and you have just completed your 500th LCK game. So, any word to the fans? I didn't realize that I have already reached 500 games. And for my fans who have supported me all along, thank you so much. And moving forward, I want to make sure that I get even more wins in the future. Thank you. And Chovy will be up next. What a brilliant performance yet again. And with 1,300 POG points, you will be awarded with Player of the Split. How do you feel? Yeah, so I am confirmed to be the first place in the POG standings, and now I can go to bed without any worries. And in Game 1, there was a champion that has only been played 3 times, Silas, and you played him to get your first POG in today's match. And Silas has appeared after a month and a half, and historically, in the LCK, Silas is favored in the matchup against Talia with a score of 7-3. Is he still favored over Talia? I feel like I ended up picking Silas because he's just overall very well-rounded champion currently. I feel like the way we used him in our comp actually really helped in the end. Now you have only 12 days remaining until the playoffs. What will you focus on in the preparation process? We'll make sure that we watch other teams' matches and get a better read on the meta, and I think that would be the best in our preparation. And as the LCK 3P champion, what will be your goal? We want to do well in the playoffs and make it to the finals and make sure that we get another champion title. Now, Paze. Following last summer, you have achieved another undefeated round robin. How do you feel? And our last match, 2 matches ago, we dropped the game. But yeah, I'm happy that we were able to get an undefeated round. Pace, your kill tempo, your kill count is insane. And just this spring, you have 202 kills and taking first place. And you have already 790 kills all time, and you're approaching 800 kills. So what are your thoughts on your ability to pick up so many kills? I feel like since I'm an AD carry, I ask for a lot of kills. And because of a good teammate and my ability to actually look at angles to pick up kills, I think that's how I'm able to get so many kills. And according to Game 1 voice comms, your teammates aren't very generous about pentas anymore. Last year, Chovy gave me a lot of kills, but Keen, This is our first season together, but, you know, it's a little heartbreaking that he won't give me as many kills. Thoughts, Keen? You know, Pace has so many pentakills under his belt that, you know, I think that other players really deserve some more kills. So, yeah, I think I deserve some pentakills, other players as well. Any word to your teammates for the remaining? Let's do well for the remainder of the playoffs, guys. And Lehan, and you have rejoined Gen G this year, and you're doing really well. So how would you reflect back to the times you spent with your teammates? I think we're able to wrap up really strongly, and I think we'll do even better. Did you expect to finish first place in the regular season? Of course I didn't predict that. But to be honest, I believe that the regular season is important, and not as important as this at the same time. What's important will be the playoffs. And in Game 1, you picked the nerfed Maokai, and in Game 2, you played Wei for the first time in your career. These were the picks that I have been practicing, but today I just felt like playing them, and I think I did really well. And Paige, how does it feel to play alongside these sort of supports? You know, Lehan's has been really practicing Hui a lot, and he's really good at it. So I think that's why I was fine with it. I think the results really just is telling. And since you are the first place, you get to select your opponent in playoffs round 2. Any prediction on who your opponent will be? I suppose I'll have to do that, huh? We were the first place regular season last year too. I don't think we will be able to give you any information, but we'll discuss with Kian. And as the team captain, what will Gen G's goal be? I think everyone's been playing so great so far, and playoffs is what matters the most. And our goal will be the champion, so we'll make sure that we win it all. And this will be the end of the interview with Gen G. Thank you very much, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome and very long translation of the entire team of Gen G's interview. And now we can take a look at the standings as Gen G are on top after this victory, sitting at 17-1, a very impressive scoreline.
Yeah, so 11 winning streak at the end of the season. They dropped 7 games in total, 1 series against KT. Very impressive season. We have seen more impressive in the last few years, but this is, I think, one of Gen G's best, and they will finish first place, have a ton of momentum going into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting to see like what's gonna happen in the playoff, and as you said, this is like one of the greatest that actually happened for Gen G in regular season, especially. So, really excited to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was the first match, guys. We do have another match on the way. Will be Nongshim up against FearX. We also have Secret Boardroom featuring Hoonster, and you guys can watch that during the break. And we'll be back for the second match after a little bit.
내가 없는 곳에서 최강을 논하지 말라.
저희를 이길 수 있다는 그런 생각을 버리시길 바랍니다.
또리 플러스 기아 입장에서 최강팀들 상대로 갚아주고 싶은 게 많긴 하거든요.
플러스 기아를 가볍게 보지 마세요.
시크릿 보드룸 회의를 시작해보도록 하겠다.
아니 국장님 오늘 뭐 중대 발표 있으십니까? 이거 왜 이러죠 자리가?
국장님 드디어 후임을 결정하시려는 거 아닙니까?
내가 그 전에 묻고 싶은 게 있어. 지금 너희들의 서열이 지금 어떻게 되는 거지?
아 국장님 제가 LPL이고 LPL이고 전데 제가 1왕 아닙니까?
국장님 이 녀석 보시죠. 늦게 합류했는데 무슨 1왕이 어쩌고 뭐 LPL이더라고? LPL의 주인의식을 가지고 있어요 지금.
LPL이 뭐 1화? 안 되겠네요. 뭔 소리야.
에헤이, 너희들의 서열을 내가 확실하게 이제 정리를 해야 돼. 보니까 이게 개판이잖아 서로. 자기들이 다 1위인 줄 알고. 오늘 내가 이 서열 정리를 좀 하려고 한다.
다이다이 갑니까 오늘?
다이다이 간다. 하지만 너네는 이걸로 가는 게 아니야.
그러면
요걸로 가야 이거. 오늘 너희들의 그 스마트함을 내가 오늘 한번 가려보려고 하는데 내가 여러 문제들을 좀 가져왔다 오늘. 거기서 최고 성적을 내는 요원, 그 요원에게 수석 요원이라는 타이틀을 내가 오늘 명예를 주도록 하겠다.
수석 요원.
컨닝했다? 그럼 바로 빠따야.
컨닝하기 너무 좀 쉬운 거 아닙니까 자리?
잘 안 보이게 해야 될 거 아니야.
알겠습니다.
벌써 할 생각을 하면 어떡해.
보지 말라고 그러니까 내 거.
자, 그러면은 본격적인 테스트에 앞서서 각자의 각오부터 한번 들어보도록 하겠다.
사실 뭐 제가 각오가 필요할까요? 얘네들 옆에 있는 애들 보십시오.
옆에 있는 애들이 뭐 덜 떨어졌다는 얘기야 뭐야? 인신공격하기 있어 없어?
너무한데요?
뭐 하는 거야? 자, 다음 베를린 가보도록 하지.
이 요원들끼리 저희가 뭐 여러 경쟁팀이가 있긴 하지만 또 저희가 또 선의의 경쟁 이 자리인데 이유가 있지 않겠습니까? 방심 없이 얕보지 않고 진행하겠습니다.
저는 뭐 해외 생활을 지금 거의 뭐 8년, 9년 했는데 그 짬이 있지 않습니까? 그냥 하던 대로만 하면 제가 뭐 당연히 될 것 같습니다.
좋았어. 너희들이 과연 이 테스트가 끝난 후에도 이런 당당한 모습을 유지할 수 있을지 한번 기대해 보도록 하겠다. 자, 그러면은 본격적으로 테스트를 시작해 보도록 하겠다. 첫 번째 테스트, 바로 인물 영역이다.
와우.
정보를 얻기 위해서 얼굴만 보면 바로 누구인지 알 수 있어야 된다. 자신 있나?
네!
야, 너네 둘은
니네 뭐야?
자신이 그렇게 있을 것 같지는 않습니다.
제가 개인적으로 안면인식 장애가 좀 있어가지고.
그럼 너네 뭐 지금 시크릿 보드 관둬?
아닙니다.
아닙니다.
열심히
해야
하겠습니다.
될 거 아니야. 그렇게 어렵진 않을 거야. 너희들 실력에는 충분히 맞출 수 있다. 자, 준비됐나?
네.
자, 사진을 보고 어떤 인물인지.
아, 좀
맞춰.
떨리는데? 그니까 갑자기 막 손에서 땀 날라 그래.
자, 그럼 첫 번째 문제 바로 가겠다.
아이, 뭐야 이거?
안 돼,
알겠다.
이건 알겠다 이거는. 이걸 안다고. 이건 안다고.
이건
전 이거 바로 들면 됩니까?
이거 어떻게 알지?
그리고 옆에 유니폼 같은 것도 잘 확인을 하면 좋아. 헤드셋과 마이크를 저렇게 사용하는 리그. 그리고
저 이빨에 저 배치도
5초 주겠다. 5,
맞을 것 같은데.
4,
아씨 나 모르겠지?
3, 2, 1. 앞으로 들어! 창하에 혼자 폭주를 적었는데 폭주라고 생각한 이유가 뭔가?
아니 뭔가 입 모양이
폭즈는 좀 더 하관이 저렇게 안 생겼어. 폭즈는
아.
하관이 조금 더 짧고
LA,
아
너 너무 자신감 있는 거 아니야? 야코스 아니면 어떡하려고 그래?
양코스예요.
저 입에서 느껴지는 에너지 있지 않습니까? 저 외치는 순간 저거는 정글러 양코스만이 가질 수 있는 에너자이저함이 느껴집니다.
정답인지 한번 확인해볼게.
근데 이런데 양코스 아니면 어떡하지?
정답! 그렇다. 야코스 선수의 입 모양이었다.
이걸 어떻게 알아?
저 입에서 에너지가 있다니까.
아 하관부터가 다 있잖아. 양코스잖아.
자, 이제 첫 문제 나온 거야. 아직 갈 길이 멀다. 이런 식이라는 거 이제 알겠지. 생각보다 쉽고 그리고 아직 첫 문제야. 자, 그럼 바로 다음 문제 가겠다.
어? 푸나티? 어?
비상.
이거
비상.
대놓고 얼굴 나왔고
비상.
심지어 유니폼까지 나왔어. 이거
비상.
자, 심지어 그 대놓고 얼굴 나왔다. 니네 이거 모른다.
비상.
야, 이 친구 이거 너무 서운하게.
잠깐만 비상.
자,
푸나티에 누가 있지?
내 말이.
자, 5초 주겠다.
아 잠깐.
뭐 잠깐이야?
아.
5, 4, 3. 아무나 적어 모르면.
아
2,
그래.
1.
이 선수가 푸나틱이었나? 이 사람
공개 보여줘.
이 사람
자, 앞으로 다 내보내.
이 사람 푸나틱이었나?
자, 플레이키드 뭐야, 룩주? 오케이 땡큐. 야, 오케이 땡큐. 야, 오케이 땡큐 뭐야?
오케이 땡큐는 뭐?
정답 공개하겠다.
누구지? 원딜인 것 같은데.
아, 적으려 그랬는데.
오스카린이야.
푸나티.
아니 너가 이걸 모르면 어떡해?
근데 이거는 솔직히 이걸 베를린이 모르고 이걸 몰라.
너 최근에 보는 리그 아니야?
잠깐만. 예쁜말 너네도 누가 뭐 니네 들어 맞춘 줄 알겠다. 지네 틀려놓고 너네 좀 그렇다. 이거 오스카린이 들으면 좀 섭섭하다 진짜. 이거 손동작도 이렇게 오스카린이.
오스카.
나 근데 절반은 맞췄다. 5로 시작하니까.
뭐라는 거야? 씨.
자, 긴장해. 그럼 다음 간다. 많이 벗겨졌네 이 친구.
근데 이게 순서상 그러면
약간 아닌 것 같아.
그러니까 시험지를 풀 때 그게 있잖아. 계속 같은 지역만 나오는 경우는 없어.
근데 또 모르지.
심리적으로.
LEC 나왔으니까 뭔가 이번 순서가 LCS 혹은 LPL.
이거 모르겠어 이거? 이거 모르면 빠따 맞아야 돼 진짜로.
아니 근데 그 사람은 너무 뻔한데?
자, 5초 준다.
아 서포터인가?
이제 시간이 없다. 5초 준다. 자,
바로 나오잖아요 국장님.
4, 3, 2, 1.
아 근데 이거 함정인데 내가 뭐 함정이야.
올려.
그런가?
간다. 자, 캡스 2명의 젠슨.
나 젠슨.
약간 헷갈리는 게 캡스가 저렇게 옆으로 가르마가 아니라 그냥
맞아,
이렇게
맞아,
밀린
맞아.
것 같아서 좀 헷갈립니다.
젠슨 같은데.
정답 공개하겠다. 정답은?
이지.
야, 그렇게 생각했으면
그럼.
다른 사람을 적어야지. 네 말대로.
맞죠? 바로 LCS 나오는데 바로
근데
맞추잖아요.
LCS 턴이긴 했어.
아이고 캡스 같은 사람이 앉아있네.
다음 문제 가도록 하겠다. 이것도 어렵지 않았어. 난 딱 보고 누군지 알았거든.
진짜요?
가자.
정말.
이거는 안다.
손 모양은 정말 딱
얘 모른다.
특이한 이 선수의 특이한 그림.
몰라요?
얘 몰라. 숨겨.
제 눈매발 수도 있어.
얘 몰라.
모르겠는데?
이거 몰라?
얘 몰라.
더 그라인드 더 글로리가 있잖아. 저게 무슨 문구야?
힌트 주지 마.
롤드컵.
그러니까 작년 거잖아. 그럼 작년 롤드컵 나온 친구들이 있겠지. 그 중에 저 마우스 뭐야 저거?
빨간색.
야 영어 써 있잖아. LCS야 이번에도. 영어잖아.
뭔 소리하고?
LCS.
자, 5초 주겠다.
이거 어떻게 맞춰 이거를?
4,
잠깐만.
3, 2,
힌트 너무 많이 줬어.
1, 땡. 자, 정답 앞으로. 나이트. 훈이.
무기명 처리하겠습니다.
그냥 보여줘.
근데 저 할 말 있습니다. 이거는 나오면 안 될 것 같아. 지켜줘. 그러니까 내가 왜 나오면 안 돼? 이거 답변이.
페이커 적었니?
아니야. 요원 보호 좀 에이전.
야 LA 나도 보여줘. 뭔데?
얘까지만.
진짜 큰일 나?
에이전 보호.
너 이렇게 하면 안 보여줄 수가 없어.
안돼. 아 진짜 이거
공개하지 마,
편집 안 돼요. 저 진짜
편집할게. 이상하면 진짜 이상하면.
룰러라고 했습니다.
아니 할만해. 왜 웃긴데 그냥.
룰러가 왼손잡이야?
아 라이트 왼손잡이야?
그래.
난 몰랐어.
정답 공개한다. 정답은 라이트.
모르지.
왼손잡이.
잘하네.
가녀린 손가락 그리고 파란색 유니폼까지.
아 진짜 편집해주세요 진짜로.
편집해주세요까지 넣어주세요.
별것도 아니구만 왜. 아직 문제 많이 남았어 너네. 초반에 이렇게 틀린다고 너무 걱정할 필요 없어. 자 다음 문제 간다. 쉽지? 쉽다.
누구지?
아, 대놓고 눈이 나왔잖아.
나알 것 같아. 나왔어.
알 것 같아.
이거 못 맞추기만 해. 맞다야 그냥.
나도 이건 보자마자 맞췄어.
저 가르마가 익숙해요. 저 가르마.
빨리 써.
5대5.
4, 3,
썼어?
2, 1 공개. 한스 사마. 코어 장전?
뭐? 에?
코어 장전.
코어 장전은 진짜.
아니 코어 장전 어떻게 생긴지 몰라?
반만 잘려 있어서.
무슨
야, 코어 장전은 4분의 1
아니 진짜
맞춰야 돼.
국장님 LEC 지부예요
쟤
여기.
뭐 하는 애야? 코어 장전이라니. 자 정답 공개. 정답 한스 사마잖아.
아니 뭐? 아니 심지어 G2의 한스사만데.
제가
진짜.
눈은 잘 안 들어오고 가르마만 보여가지고.
뭔 소리 하는 거야?
뭔 소리 하는 거야? 가르마면 다 코어 장전이야 이제.
아 이거 나 오늘 좀 베를린한테 많이 실망하는데? 이렇게 해서 인물 퀴즈 한번 맞춰봤는데 입장은 너희들에게 굉장히 실망을 했다. 기본적으로 얼굴이 모두 공개된 선수는 완전히 틀려버리고 특히 베를린 너네 리그를 굉장히 많이 틀렸어.
저는 코어 장전이 진짜 말이 안
너무 충격이야. 코어 장전.
말이 안 됐다고 생각합니다.
진짜 말이 안 돼.
조용히 해.
자 지금까지의 너네 정답 개수 공개하도록 하겠다. 일단 베를린 6개 맞췄어.
오 많이 맞췄는데 생각보다.
잘 맞췄는데?
자 그리고 LA 5문제.
따라갈 수 있어.
상하이 4문제.
와 진짜.
오케이 땡큐.
이번에 준비한 테스트는 팀 추리 영역이다.
아씨 어려운데?
문제 보여주세요. 자, 이 팀은 어느 팀일까?
그러니까 LPL 팀인 거잖아요.
당연하고.
LPL 우승이니까.
뭐 단체로 잊어가진 않았는데.
야, LCK 팀이 LPL 우승을 저렇게
말 같지도 않은 소리 하고 있어.
자, 힌트를 줄게. 너희가 지금 너무 헤매고 이 첫 문제니까. 서포터의 저 전적 흔치 않아. 서포터가 저렇게 화려한 커리어를 가지고 있는 팀 그렇게 많지 않다.
미드만 무관이네요.
잠깐만. 맞는 것 같은데?
어디지?
나 줘.
찍으면 16분의 1이잖아.
자, 5초 주겠다. 5,
잠깐.
4,
스탑.
3,
그런 거 없지.
2, 1. 정답 앞으로.
아 이거 아니야?
TS, BLG.
아니 너 어떻게 알았냐?
두뇌 풀 가동해봤어.
어디서 추리를 했나?
일단 미드 무관 그리고 서폿이 많은 걸 갖고 있다. MSI 월즈 갖고 있다. 한 명밖에 없거든.
자, 정답 공개하겠다. 정답은 TS. 지금 현재 메이코가 서폿으로 있고 그리고 우승 경력이 없는 미드 크림. 이 선수가 지금 미드에 있기 때문에
잘한다.
경력이 없고 나머지는 369
다르네.
티안, 제키러브까지. 그렇지.
아쉬운데? 너무 치고 올라가는 거 아니야?
자, 두 번째 문제. 선수들의 국적을 보고 어떤 팀인지
에리시다.
맞출 수.
에리시야 이건.
문제 나갑니다.
이거 LCS도 가능한 거 아니야?
굉장히
LCS인데.
굉장히 미국적인 팀이에요.
그러니까 LCS인데 느낌이?
알았어? 베를린 정도는 알 수 있겠다. 모르겠다. 이거.
힌트 줄까?
아니요.
오케이.
부장님 이거 아니요 외친 애가 너무 유리한 거 아닙니까?
꼬우면 너도 아니오라고 하니까.
아니 저는 힌트를 듣고 싶어요.
아니요? 근데 나도 틀릴 수도 있어요.
근데 뭐 어려운 뭐 간단한 힌트로 줄게. LCS 팀.
아 LCS예요? 뭐지? 잠깐.
LCS 팀이라고 하는 순간 그래도 몇 팀 없어 LCS 팀 지금.
8분의 1이야. 8분의 1이야.
LCS 몇 팀 없어.
아니야 LCS가 위에 세 팀만 말해줘.
자,
아,
5초 준다. 5초.
아까 나.
5,
TSM.
4,
TSM
3,
없잖아.
2, 1. 정답 공개하도록. 맞아. 공개해봐. 오, 세 명 다 플라이 퀘스트를 적었어.
나이스.
이거를 그냥 그 부분에서 추측을 했나?
탑이 벨기에이지 않습니까?
맞아.
비포가 벨기에 사람이에요.
맞아.
끝인가? 그걸로 다 퉁친 건가?
네, 퉁쳤습니다.
꼼수를 잘 부리는구만.
맞아.
정답 공개했다. 정답은 플라이 퀘스트 정답이야.
난 젠슨 인스파이어 다 알고 있었는데.
오케이. 잘 찍었다.
이거 LCS라고 말해주면 아시지.
이제 팀 추리 영역 마지막 5번째 문제.
아니.
에이,
생일을 보고 어떤 팀인지 맞춰보도록. 생일이라는 건 나이를 추측할 수 있다는 거야.
연도도 나오는 거잖아요.
당연히 나오지.
그 정도면.
자,
생년월일.
문제 공개. 98년, 95년, 98년, 2001년, 2000년.
그러니까 상체 3인방이 같이 늙었네요. 그러니까 상체 3인방이
나 알았다.
같이
힌트. 힌트. 이제.
우리 시크릿 보드룸과 인연이 있는 팀이지.
인연이 있다고요?
벌칸 2000년생이었나? 기억이 안 나.
자, 5초 주겠다. 5, 4,
LCT인가?
3,
LC 해 그럼.
2, 1.
오!
정답.
오, 알았어?
자, 앞으로 정답 공개하도록. C9, 헤레틱스, 팀 헤레틱스.
아하.
자, 어떻게 헤레틱스라고 추측을 했지?
시크릿 보드룸과 연관이 있고 정글이 늙었습니다. 근데 정글과 탑미드가 같이 늙었어요.
그렇지. 바텀들을 어리게 구성하고.
어떻게 이렇게 잘해?
왜냐면 바텀까지 늙으면 안 되니까.
너가 뒤쪽에서 안 들어서 그래. 얘가 맨 얘기하는 거죠.
정답 공개하겠다. 정답은 그렇다. 팀 헤레틱스. 얀코스.
양코스 95년생 기억 안 나?
너무 막 베프라고 막 뭐 양코스랑 뭐
그 이후로 연락 한 번도 안 했어.
너희들의 실력은 이제 잘 알았고 지금까지의 중간 집계 한번 가보도록 하겠습니다.
이번에 좀 선방한 것 같은데?
이번에 꼴찌인데?
자, 일단 베를린 10개,
진짜 망했다, 나.
샹하이 8개, 그리고 LA 6개.
하나 맞췄네.
2개씩 지금 차이가 벌어졌어. 자, 이제 마지막 테스트로 가보도록 하겠다. 너희들이 이제 선수들의 신상에 대해서 자세히 알 필요가 있어. 그래서 이번 테스트는 좀 독특하게 화이트보드에 정답을 쓰는 게 아니야. 내가 좀 방법을 소개하자면 자, 그럼 순서대로 가보도록 하겠다. 누가 먼저 시작하나?
제가
아무나 말해봐.
상황입니다.
진행시켜.
정답. 더샤이.
현역으로만 부탁드린다.
일단 현역이 아니다. 현역이다.
당황스러운데?
오케이. 자, 다음.
넘어왔어요? 코어장전.
코어장전. 코어 JJ. 리그 맞았다.
LCS.
이거 손해 봤다.
연도는
그 형보다 나이 많은 사람 없어.
업이요?
다운.
깜짝이야.
다운.
나이로.
다운. 국가 틀렸고 포지션 틀렸고 팀도 틀렸다.
팀이 코정전이 어디야?
모르지.
안 알려주는 거 봐.
그러니까 그좀 알려.
아니 왜?
자, 리그는 맞았어.
블라버.
블랙보다 어리다.
블라버보다 어리다.
국적도 달라. 하지만 팀이 같다. 자, 다 왔어. 이제 기회 이제 몇 자리 안 남았어. 자, LCS의 팀이 같은 블레버와 같은 팀이야.
아니 왜 나 모르겠지?
빨리 해, 상하이.
아무나 해.
정답.
정답.
브로큰 블레이드.
브로큰.
자, 상하이. 탑정글이 지금 그럼 브로큰 블레이드랑 블라버랑 같은 팀이야?
오스카리닌.
오스카리?
아니, 한 번만 얘기해.
아니 C9 탑이 누구였지?
브로큰 블레이보다 나이도 어리고 국적도 틀렸고 포지션이 맞아.
아, 근데 걔가 블라버보다 어려?
자, 다음 누구야 정답?
C9 탑. 퍼지.
퍼지?
응.
정답!
아 퍼지야. 아니 나 C9 타입인 거 알았는데.
자, LCS C9 호주고 2002년생. 퍼지 어리다. 어려.
생긴 걔인데.
그리고 탑이야. 지금 보니까 리그랑 팀만 맞추면 웬만하면 지금
초스피드야.
많이 좁혀진다고. 쉽다고. 자, 두 번째 문제 가도록 하겠다. 자, 처음 이제 다음 시작이
접니다.
베를린.
아 예.
베를린. YSKM. 일단 나라 틀렸고 YSKM보다 나이는 많다. 포지션도 다르다. 리그도 다르다. 소속팀도 당연히 다르다.
다 다르다.
자, 일단 리그는 그럼 남은 게 두 개밖에 없잖아.
캡스.
리그는 맞다.
오.
소속팀은 다르다. 국적도 다르다. 나이는 캡스보다 어리고 포지션이 맞다. 리그와 포지션이 맞아. 이 다 왔어. 거의 팀만 맞추면 이제 거의 끝난 거야.
정답.
이게
일부러 딴 사람만.
해.
플래키드.
야 그렇게 하면 힌트가 더 생기는 거잖아.
플래키드 말고 모르는 거 아니야?
아니야. 플래키드 팬이야.
플래키드 리그 맞고 소속팀은 다르다. 국적도 다르고 플래키드보다 나이는 많다.
야 너 맞춰야겠다.
그러니까.
내리신데.
빨리 맞춰줘.
빨리 끝내자.
휴머노이드?
휴머노이드. 정답!
휴머노이드.
내 차례만 하려 그랬는데.
휴머노이드 푸나틱 팀의 미드라이너 2000년생 그리고 체코 국적이다.
와 어리다.
그래도
다 까먹었지?
확실히 베를린이 그래도 LC라고 해서 맞췄네.
대단한데?
좋았어.
샨지.
샨지 정답!
정답 이그나. 팀이가.
포지션 각. 이기다 정답! 이기다. 지금까지
진짜 비슷비슷하다.
베를린 12점, 나머지 두 명 10점이야.
와.
아 레전드 방금 맞췄으면.
근데 마지막 문제가 무려 3점이다. 이거 맞추는 사람 1등이야. 이건 되는 거야.
수련의 메타.
아니야, 진짜 3점을 했는데 너네가 지금 딱 2점 차이밖에 안 나.
와.
이 마지막 하나 가보도록 하겠다. 자, 누구지?
아 접니다. 왠지 한국 선수 차례.
아니 LPL 일단 LPL이야.
그래. 그니까.
일단 무조건 LPL이잖아.
정답. 덕담.
덕담. 자, 일단 리그
맞다.
맞다. 소속팀은 다르다. 국적 맞다.
맞잖아. LPL 한국인.
그리고 덕담보다 어리다.
덕담보다 어린데 용병이라고?
맞다. 자, 포지션이 달라.
정답. 루키.
어리대잖아.
자, 루키. 자, 리그 맞고 소속팀 틀리고. 자, 포지션 루키. 포지션
미드.
똑같다.
미드라이너.
다 왔는데 이거 몰라?
알겠다.
몇 명 없어?
알겠다.
내가 이거 거의
알겠다.
얘 좀 조용히 하게. 머리가 안 돌아가요.
LPL에 뛰고 있는 한국 미드라이너 알았다. 정답.
혈통이 좋은 선수예요.
자, 정답은 피셔.
틀렸다.
자, 피셔. LPL 맞고 한국인 맞고. 피셔보다는 나이가 많다. 자, 이거 몇 명 없어. 진짜 딱 내가 본 걔밖에 없는데. 정답.
임나.
어리지 않나?
빅나.
나이가?
자, 리그 맞고 소속팀 틀리고.
정답 아니네.
뭐지?
국적 맞고 포지션 맞고 빅나보다는 나이가 많다.
정답.
스카웃.
아니야?
자, 리그 맞고.
아니야?
야, 니네 얘 잊었어? 얘 왜 잊어? 잊지 마. 스카웃보단 어려.
응?
기억나지 않는 이름.
아니 진짜 기억 안 나는데?
그러니까 완전 스카웃이었는데.
힌트 줄까? 요원 샹하이와 인연이 있다.
저와 인연이 있다고요? 나와 왜 인연이 있지? 나와 인연이 있을 수가 있나?
혹시 자식이 있나?
아! 육칼!
육칼 정답! 육칼을 잊고 있다, 이 자식들. 아니, 육칼을 잊어? 야, 빛나 피셔도 나오는데 육칼을 잊어버렸어? 자, 육칼 LP의 TT에서 활동하고 있고, 대한민국 2001년생이다. 미드라이너. 왜 인연이 있습니까?
아프리카 때.
같이 했었잖아.
누군가 했는데.
자, 이렇게 해서 최종 평가. 자, 샹하이 13점.
겨우 했다.
베를린 12점. 그리고 LA는 10점. 많은 역경을 뚫고 샹하이 우승! 박수! 수송요원 소감 한마디 듣도록 하지.
앞으로 더욱더 정진해서 수성요원에 걸맞는 정보력으로 함께 MSI를 준비하도록 하겠습니다.
자, 단순히 수송요원 타이틀뿐만 아니라 너희를 위해서 선물을 준비했다.
너무 부럽다. 진짜 미쳤다. 그럼 매회 이제 앞으로 있을 회의마다 저걸 달고 그러니까 모든 회의에 이제 이러고 참석을 해야 되는 거죠.
그렇지.
와.
자,
국장님이 직접 달아주신.
박수! 자, 그리고 어쨌든 서열 정리가 됐기 때문에 앞으로 이 수송요원은 요원장이기 때문에 앞으로 깍듯이 우리 또 샹하이를 잘 보좌하도록. 알겠나?
네. 날 너무 하대했어.
어쨌든 이번 일을 계기로 해서 더욱더 좀 각성하고 자기 반성해서 MSI 지금 이꼴로는 우리 준비하기 힘들어. 제대로 딱 공부해서 MSI 제대로 이번에는 공략할 수 있도록. 자, 오늘 여기서 마치도록 하고 다음에는 또 각자 리그에 대한 소식 잘 준비해 올 수 있도록. 알겠나?
네.
자, 그럼 오늘 해산!
파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm still Atlas, still joined by Orcs. We're ready to delve into a matchup that may not necessarily look like it means that much as far as the standings are concerned, but it means a whole lot when it comes to learning about both of these teams, especially one of them, with some very important new information that we have coming up soon. First, let's have a look at the standings, just to see what is on the line here, as of course these teams could possibly move around between one another by the end of the week, but it's not likely to do anything. And in fact, it's possible.
Actually, yeah, they're not able to catch up. So FearX, unfortunately, because of Quantum Freaks 2-0, they cannot make playoffs, but they also cannot move down. They are locked in 7th. Nongshim are still fighting for placement towards the bottom end of the table, but that's really just for pride and not for any sort of standings in terms of, obviously, playoff qualification. But I think with FearX being so close to making that miracle run to take Kwangdong's spot, and with Nongshim making a little bit of change today, I think this series may set up some expectations for Summer.
No, exactly right. And that's what this is all about. It is about creating some momentum moving towards the next season. It is only a month and a bit away. You know, it's not that far in the future, and summer is the one that matters the most to most of these teams as well. So hopefully that is exactly what these teams are thinking about going into this one, especially, you know, Ryu and the gang, who really do it must be feeling it after being knocked out unceremoniously by an upset victory for Quantum Freaks yesterday.
Yeah, like, I will look back to the series against Quantum Freak, which they won 2-1. If they won 2-0, they would still be in it. So there's definitely something they could have done that could change things up. I mean, obviously they could win more games. I mean, that goes without saying. But I think that specific moment is where I think that fate was sealed. But it's obviously frustrating to miss out on playoffs on a day where you didn't even play a game of League of Legends.
No, exactly. We are going to have a look at the bot lane quite a lot throughout this series, as of course Execute really actually stepping up over the last couple of weeks, finding huge magnet storms on his rel. As long as he has an engaged champion, he's looking good. And Jiwoo and Peter, we have to remember the fact that they almost managed to win a game against all of the Barons and all of the Elders, and unfortunately a stray arrow caught him in the knee, and that is going to end it. But this is the big one. This is the big information. It is Calix's 17th birthday today. And so he is eligible to play today. And he's coming in, and he's playing.
Yeah, it's kind of astounding the amount of critical damage that was done to me just by seeing 07 born mid laner. That stung a bit.
Yeah, certainly did. But let's hear from the man himself.
농심 레드포스에서 미드를 맡고 있는 칼릭스 선현빈입니다. 팀에서 저를 좋게 봐가지고 딱 제 생일날 나이 제한이 풀려서 경기가 있는데, 일단 생일날 데뷔를 해서 좀 기분이 뜻깊고 좋은 것 같습니다. 안정감 있는 플레이가 장점이라 생각하고, 그래서 탈리아나 아지르 같은 스탠딩 레이지 미드를 잘하는 것 같습니다. 저희 농심 레드포스가 이번 경기가 마지막 경기라 좀 인상 깊은 모습을 보여드리고 싶은 것 같네요.
Leaving a memorable impression. That is something that he definitely is going to do. It's his birthday. He's debuting on his birthday. I think we're all going to remember, no matter what happens. And I also think that this is a great time to debut as well, because there aren't a lot of stakes. There's not a lot on the line. And now he is going to walk out into LoL Park for the first time.
Yeah, on a lot of stakes, but it still gets you a chance to test the waters a little bit, try out, have the debut, and then you have time to kind of work on whatever shows up here in the next month or so before summer comes in for these players.
Oh my goodness. Already with the gun out and stuff like that, ready to slay. We'll see whether it is going to work out here for Nongshim, who have been able to find upsets themselves, and especially in Challenger, Calix has been performing very, very well. Not necessarily as well as Nongshim has done in the past, but it's likely they still manage to win the playoffs, because that's just the Nongshim way. That's what they do.
Some of the art is sick. A lot of people inspired by Jiwoo's smolder performance.
Hey, he played extraordinarily well. But now it is time to welcome FearX, the team that was really on the upswing as Close are getting in on it. I love that. We'll see whether that fire is going to extend to the mid lane matchup as well.
Yeah, and again, heartbreaking end to the split for FearX, but I have no doubt they'll still be trying to put on a good show in their last game of the split.
Yep. Technically, Calyx is a challenger champion as well. Didn't actually play in that final, so he was there as a sub. Didn't actually play.
But part of the team.
Yeah. And, you know, sometimes extraordinarily important. Let's have a look at something that really is, and that is this bottom lane matchup. Jiwoo with the old 4th place average DPM of 708. These DPM numbers are really getting stupid. I imagine Vipers is sitting at like 1.3 thousand or something.
I feel like Henna's went up very high because of the Lethality Varus.
Yep.
We've seen pump insane numbers, and I would be very curious to see what these stats were for Jiwoo before that Smolder game. Possibly,
lower. I go with lower.
Yeah, possibly bumped him up a few spots in the rankings as a result of that. I think we are not going to see Smolder today. I think he's going to get banned. I think that's a very safe statement to make.
So we will see him just at the very beginning of the draft.
Yeah, and then never again.
And yeah, that's...
until the next draft.
Yeah.
When we'll see him again.
At the very beginning.
But then not in the game.
Yeah, that's it's likely to be the way. Unless we're going to see some experimentation. Unless we're going to see some things played around with.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, the thing is, there's no...
What if there's like Nautilus and Vi, you know, and left available?
The thing is, I feel like they'll just ban him because Smolder's getting heavily nerfed next patch, right? Neither of these teams are playing in playoffs anyway. Whether Smolder still exists as a champion in like his current form, probably not going to happen by summer. Yeah, so just ban it, you know. I know a lot of Nongshim fans would love to see Jiwoo on that again, but I think for FearX they should just play a fair game by eliminating that dragon.
Calyx looking pretty happy about this whole situation. Has come up through Nongshim this entire time.
That's today's date.
Yeah, that's his birthday today. Yeah, that's what we did. Oh, right, I got got. 2007, man.
That hits, honestly.
Yeah, I was starting university, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
That feels like, in my mind, that's not that long ago, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was.
But it's like, yeah. I mean, when we started seeing like 2000 born players, that was like, you know, it was a hit, but it wasn't that big of a hit. But now, at some point, we're going to see a player with a 2010 or later birthday debut in the LCK. Bear that in mind.
Do you know what blows my mind? The fact that 2007 was 13 years after Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy Kong's Quest came out.
That's the thing that sticks in your mind right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just that's enough. That's enough. I'm kind of speechless. It's a little bit the same. Probably feeling a little downtrodden after having their playoff hopes ripped away from them by a surprise victory for the Kwangdong Freaks yesterday. Now, not being able to play for too much more than stopping Calyx from having a good time on his birthday.
Yeah, which is it that way? You know, if that's what motivates them, then go ahead.
Maybe that's not part of his pep talk.
Maybe it's part of his development. Maybe if they let him win, you know, he doesn't practice as hard over the next month. He doesn't do as well. If they crush him into the dirt, then he comes out as the
galvanized, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, just that setback, that initial setback makes him train all that harder. And first ban, you know, they took my advice. Maybe they were listening. No, I don't think you need to be. I think everyone in the fan holding up the Smolder signs kind of indicated it. Not going to see that one. And following along with the 80 carry bans with the Senna.
Is it Smolder's Senna Zeri? Is that like the 3 bans they take away? They're like, no scaling picks. It's just not allowed.
Yeah, I wonder what the... I mean, the thing is, there's still the Callista and the... not the Varus, the Callista and the Lucian, which, you know, I'm not sure we need to see them from the side of Nongshim. I feel like Jiwoo, if you can put him on a scaling pick, get him in the late game, he will be fantastic.
Ooh, TF.
But with those picks left open available, like, if FearX end up, you know, leaving the Callista open, we've kind of seen the team just feel like they have to pick a first pick, you know, even if it's necessarily the best pick for the team, but it will get banned away. Will Nongshim take Lucian in this situation?
I hope not.
Yeah.
That champion has been doing a lot of losing.
That's a general consensus, but the tier list mindset sometimes can affect these teams, where they're like, oh, these 80 carries are banned, it has to be Lucian. but instead looking towards the Vi, which is also very good into Lucian.
Yeah.
Very much a no fun allowed pick, and also very good into Zeri.
Yeah, seeing Vi, I wouldn't then just immediately say Zeri is the way, but that is precisely what FearX have decided to say. Anna is very happy to play Zeri.
Nongshim could end up doing the trade-off where they go Lucian, or they could go Nautilus and be really anti-Zeri, and I think that's what I would prefer.
Yeah, anything but Lucian would be great.
Yeah, they've locked it in, so that does suggest they are going for Lucian.
Yeah, there's not a lot of wiggle room between them not going Lucian and going Lucian at this point.
Yeah, I think maybe if the draft had like closed, it was a misclick, you know, maybe then.
Yeah.
But it looks like we are going to get this matchup, Lucian Nami against Zeri Lulu.
Whoa! How do you think that one's going to go? Because that's quite unique.
Yeah, I'm not. So Zeri and Lulu we're getting.
Yeah, together.
And then Lucian alongside Nami.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's going to be the bottom lane duos facing off.
Yeah, well, we thought that maybe we'd get some revolutionary stuff in this series, and they definitely have brought that out in the first 3 picks.
Delivering already.
Yeah.
I can't believe Calyx is debuting on Vi mid.
Yeah,
very cool.
That's pretty cool, pretty adventurous.
Aurelion Sol going to be taken away from the very young man in the mid lane on Nongshim's side.
Yeah, FearX very anti-dragon so far in their draft. A Shyvana ban here would really solidify it. Show their biases with that one.
Yep.
But could just keep hammering the mid lane picks. Talia is still open and available, really good with the Vi. They will ban that one away, so... You know, we wanted to see what Calyx can do. Well, he just has to do that not on the champions that have been banned away, which is a fair few of these higher tier mid laners right now in the meta.
Yep, quite a few of his most played as well. He's been a bit of a Nazir guy in Challenger of late, but also, you know, plays a heck of a lot of Akali over his career. Bunch of things. But it has mainly been just what you expect out of, like, Fiesta and Call Me, to be perfectly honest. Champion pool-wise, they've been sticking to the script quite a lot. There is a Gnar ban away, and so that means that it's a pretty comfortable Renekton pickup here as Dundun. Oh no, it's Dundun. So he has got a lot of things prepared. One of them being a potential Viking. I'm not sure about that one, but that would be a, you know, that'd be a far more aggressive take than this.
Yeah. A Scion. We'll just go for the Udyr, so nothing too crazy there. Karma, still a really strong pick. We saw some solid work with it done last game by Karis when Genji made that mistake around the Baron. If these are all hovered, only to pick something, just a mage, the fans are going to be disappointed.
What would be the most disappointing?
I don't know. Maybe like an Orianna, I think.
Orianna.
I think, that really nails it. That was perfect. I don't know how much you guys could hear at home, but
there were some groans. There was some groans.
But the crowd was so hyped with all the hovers. Like, they were following with bated breath, and then they get Orianna. And the thing is, there's not even that great setup for the Orianna. Like, don't get me wrong, Orianna's a strong pick. I'm not going to criticize the pick itself, but, you know, in terms of syncing with the comp, it will add some more shielding to that Zeri, but you don't have that easy setup for the ball combo. And I think
there's a leap strike. You know,
if you're dying to a leap strike Orianna shockwave,
you've got other problems.
Yeah, I think you got other problems going on there. But you know, Lucian Nami and the Karma, very strong mid game spike. You know, between those two, the 1-item spike of the Lucian Nami, especially when the support item's upgraded, and also just the Karma on the Malignants, really powerful. So I think Nongshim do have a bit more pressure on them to kind of power through that mid game and make things happen there.
See whether they can do it is, now that it's all sort of shaken out, they're pretty cookie-cutter drafts. I feel like we've seen all of these many, many times before, as I don't understand.
I am so scared of what that was.
I'm very scared. That is, I'm going to be distracted now. It's going to be so much harder to intro this series.
I don't know what you said. I'm sorry. It just
well, I don't know what I said either. I don't know what I'm going to say in the future anymore. It's all just kind of a blur. Okay, some champions were picked. Let's dive into the Rift for game number 1. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. Nongshim taking on FearX. This is not for many marbles, but it is for bragging rights, and it is for Calix's birthday, as he's making his debut here in the LCK, and the very first time that he possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing, that they had the last match of the split on his birthday. So he gets to play on his birthday, and he gets to debut just in time before spring ends. Well played to have his birthday on that date. You know,
yeah,
they
he really
planned
nailed it.
17 years in advance. Credit to his parents on that one.
Yeah. Thanks, Mom and Dad. It really bothers me when Vi's using this particular skin don't put the shades on, by the way. You just press the toggle button. You can put your shades on.
Yeah.
And you can always do more damage with the shades on.
Yeah. Didn't there used to be a thing
there was
where,
the
like,
interaction
Leona
where if you put them on, Leona did 1 less damage to you.
Yeah.
And she doesn't do all that much damage. So as far as percentage is concerned, larger than you think.
It's kind of broken, honestly. I remember, you know, they added all those like mini interaction missions things.
Yep, like ninjas would do 1 less damage if there were 2 of them on a team.
Yeah, but there was like those recent ones, because you know, the little missions, because we had Senna Thresh and we had
we're gonna hold that thought just for a moment. Not really. Continue.
We had Senna Thresh and we had Rengar Kha'Zix.
Yep.
But they added some new ones, like Zed Shen, like really impactful like missions where you have to like do an objective.
Yeah, yeah,
but
I
we haven't
remember that.
seen any of them
No.
come up yet. There's like a Renekton Nasus one where like whoever wins a 1v1, the winner gets even bigger with their ult, and the loser doesn't get as big.
Aww. I kind of want... I really would like that to happen.
And Dungeon had the opportunity to do that. He actually hovered the Nasus, right?
I mean, no, he didn't hover Nasus. He hovered something else. He hovered Sion.
Oh, he hovered Olaf, and then he hovered... Maybe just my mind was wanting to hover, you know?
Yeah. And you did see Effort hover Nasus last series, because he always hovers Nasus.
Yeah.
It's just what he does. It is actually interesting that you bring up the point, though, because Clear has played Nasus on purpose within 12 months.
Yeah. So we could
think.
potentially...
No,
maybe
it
next
wasn't
game.
within 12 months.
Maybe next game.
24 months.
They'll pick the sort of...
Yeah, I'm saying
mission
that
matches.
there is a possibility that we do actually get the quest achieved.
Which is dangerous, because I can't remember all of them, and I definitely can't remember what happens with all of them.
No, I can't remember any of them.
I know there was definitely Shen Zed, and there was Renekton Nasus, and that's as far as I'm getting.
All I want is for the Rengar Kha'Zix one to come back, and for there to be another Bone Tooth necklace. Where did the Bone Tooth necklace go?
Wait, he's still... What do you mean the bone? Doesn't he have the thing where he gets the stacks when he kills people?
No, the actual item.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, okay.
I want the item back, man.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Anyway, Calix is taking a fair bit of damage here in this mid lane. You can see that Closer has used all of his mana, though.
Yeah, Closer taking a lot of mana damage.
Mana damage, there you go. The blue damage. As Jiwoo's taking a lot of blue damage as well, but that's his health bar.
Yeah, we've seen this lane quite a lot, so I could talk about, you know, what's going on, but let's just look at mid again.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because it's Calix's birthday, and I think we'd all rather.
And he's not celebrating it the best, but now he's going to take the Orianna for a walk. A bit of damage there, and we'll be able to find some guaranteed Mantra Q.
You know, I'm always like ready when it hits. I'm like, oh, and then it just like, you know, it didn't do bad damage. It's just you kind of, there's that point where she's like finished like an item, and then suddenly just does like what seems to be 3 times more damage.
Yeah.
It really hits that spike quickly.
And this is what always bothers me, because it really does seem like Lucian wants to be there to put on pressure, and he's often picked into the Zeri and then straight up loses lane.
Yeah, I just think the lane isn't that good.
And it's still happening.
Yeah, like the thing is, if you can try and harass, but then in any all-in, like the barrier heal is so strong, and in the extended trade, like once you use your full combo on Lucian and you're just autoing, you're so useless. So it really has to be like you kind of get to the 1 item point and then you play around mid prior. That's where it's like really strong. But like, I feel like before when we had like Gale Force, the 1 item spike was so much stronger.
Yeah, and it was 1 item spike for both, right? So like you'd get the the Imperial Mandate as well as the Gale Force sort of at the same time, and it's sort of paired up together, and you're like, wow, we're immortal, and it's just going to be the best.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite work out that way.
Doesn't feel as strong. Obviously early in the split, we had like the double support item where they were going like the Blood Song, and that was definitely a pretty big spike to play around. But yeah, I mean, FearX definitely doing a good job in the bot lane, but I think Lucian Nami just not, it's not Calista. You're not just going to stomp lane.
No, and it's also not something that Gio and Peter have found too much success with either, as Dundun walks past the turret and sort of misses the lane, so he'll just go home. Felt like he was going to try and do some proxy farming, but instead just going to go back, get himself a Bramble Vest, and head back to lane via the teleport.
Yeah, not too much action happening so far in the early game.
That was a Mantra Q, though.
Yeah, did hit the minions.
It got all of them.
We do have Willer on this Jax, though, and I feel like one of the kind of sad things as well is, like, I feel like the meta at the start of the split just really didn't suit Willer, and now the meta has kind of come into more of his forte.
Yeah.
There's even Wukong buffs on this patch as well.
I mean, this is the Wukong matchup as well, because Sylvie was another one of our resident Wukong players. So, Shockwave going to be used onto the Birthday Boy, but he's flashing after Closer, not actually able to lock down the snare, but does still get the flash for flash.
That was so close. If that connects, I think Closer just dies, because Sylvie had ult, so nearly found the window. And that's one of the things you have to respect about the Karma. The Mantra W is so powerful, the amount of healing it gives.
Yeah.
Especially in like an early 1v1, you just don't have the damage to cut through all the extra health, so... You know, Closer burns the ult, doesn't find anything, and a trade of flashes. I think Calyx is pretty fine with that.
Yeah, now going to be able to clear out this wave as it moves towards him. A little bit of a back coming through from Closer as well, not wanting to move too far up the lane without his flash up and available. Clear being a bit frustrated by what Dundun is doing up here. As you could imagine, he is being Udyr.
Yeah,
just
we've just seen Renekton
slither his way out.
Have bad times today. That's been like a consistent theme.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday was a good time for Renekton's, and today hasn't been so much.
And it's kind of interesting that they opted into this Renekton, because they could have just not. And then if Nongshim picked the Renekton, we saw Clear play Rumble into Renekton and just absolutely stomp it into the dirt.
Yeah, I feel like they've got a lot of answers to Renekton.
Yeah. So definitely interesting that they I mean, he's still doing fine in terms of farm, but it's just interesting they felt so much priority on picking it up.
Wanting to maybe keep their options open as far as the mid pick was concerned, wanting to make sure that Closer wasn't going to lose to this young upstart. So they guaranteed counterpick for him.
Notorious dangerous blind Orianna.
Yes, exactly.
Known for being very, very risky pick to take it. Yeah,
well, it was when Calyx decided that he was going to be so incredibly daring and lock in the blind Karma.
Yeah.
That then you had to punish it with the Orianna.
Yeah. I feel like they could have been picked in either order, and I don't think it would have made any difference.
Not even a little bit.
Not even in the tiniest amount. But Dundun having good pressure here, once again looking for an angle to proxy, and has already taken a plate, so at least some headway done there. But I think FearX getting that Fierce Dragon, definitely good. And once again, I've delivered. It's Chemtech Dragon, not a soul.
Gorgeous.
I'm on point today.
Yeah, you love to see it.
So far.
If it's an ocean, still a little disappointed, but it's not your fault.
Yeah. Who do we blame the oceans for? I feel like we haven't narrowed that down.
I don't know. Maybe it's the weather. It is supposed to rain today.
It is supposed to win. I brought my umbrella. It's down there.
I completely forgot my umbrella, actually.
Oh,
I am without a Broly.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a shame.
Well, then it would make sense to have an ocean a day. In fact, I would really question, because that was one of the things we kind of narrowed down, that the ocean was somewhat weather related. So if it doesn't show up,
that might mean that I'm also going to be caught in the rain, which is just, it's not really great.
Yeah, but that's really on you.
Yeah. And sometimes you get a pina colada for that.
Yeah.
Sylvie going to be starting off these bubs. It's going to be the second round as well. They could actually lock down some Void Might opportunities here, as Willer is going to walk over this control ward. That may distract him for a little while.
Yeah, actually, Nongshim are more in a position to contest this, because they have Dundun, who is in the vicinity, but FearX have swapped their whole bot lane over. Now, Sylvie's already got 2 of the grubs. Not a big deal.
Oh, Execute could be in a little bit of trouble here, but it's going to be.
Sylvie has Smite again. I think he just wants to really deny this Void Grub, because remember, the initial Void Grub for each jungler is the really impactful one.
Yep.
He does deny it.
Does manage to lock that one down. That is going to mean they have the most possible damage to turrets available. And Dindin already down in this bottom lane, trying to utilize it. Execute going to have his Glitterlands sidestepped. Stu and Peter moving back towards this lane. Down a couple of waves as the Lucian Nami at this point in time. Not necessarily the worst news like you were mentioning before. It's still, you want to fight around 1 or 2 items on this Lucian.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Namis as well go the Slay. I wonder if at some point that'll change, just because it has been nerfed quite heavily on this patch and several other times.
Yeah, we have still seen a lot of it though, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I did think it was very powerful before it got nerfed, but it still feels like they've really cut it down by a fair amount.
Whoa, there's an ulti from Henna. He is going to get bubbled though. Not under the turret, thank goodness.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have much sticking power of damage against Lucian Nami with all the sustain, but clearly you want to try and set up for a potential dive, but they don't have their mid laner on the map. Close is not there.
There's another bubble, as now Willa just decides he wants to jump in on top of them. Wild Growth does absolutely nothing though, and there's a tidal wave. Sylvie's going to turn up. Cease and desist comes on through, but we've got a teleport from Closer trying to get him into the fight. Not going to actually have anyone. It's okay, never mind. Henna just dives on in. His sombrero, unfortunately, not actually able to lock down anyone. And now Sylvie, he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. I don't know whether he necessarily needed to go in there, but might justify some of the flashes on FearX's side. Now Jiwoo running the wrong direction, and that's Willa able to lock down that kill. Peter, I would recommend just going home this time around, as now Calyx has found Closer, but Willa and Execute are very, very close by the flash over the top for the style 1v1, and Closer gets the solo.
I mean, he made it clear he was going to ruin his birthday, and he might have just done so with that play. I think the Summoner spells there honestly playing a crucial part. I was talking about the lack of ball delivery system. I guess I just didn't recognize the Zeri.
Yeah, you didn't.
Being the ball delivery system. Now, this play ends up, you know, starting off with a bit of a heavy trade onto FearX. You know, the cleanse gets burnt from Jiwoo, they commit more, but this TP poses a lot of threat. Remember, they're committing so much onto a Jax. He turns it around. Jiwoo and Peter have to flash away. Henna playing very aggressive there. And the thing is, it's just such a dangerous play to continue. Like, the polymorph is really good in the flash from Execute. The thing with flashing a Karma Q is obviously you avoid the damage, which is great, but you also avoid the reset potential. Like, a lot of times these Karma have impact. It's because you hit 2 or 3 people with a Mantra Q. You hit no one, you don't get that cooldown refund. And this is Closer where he found that 1v1.
Yeah. You can see already, Calyx started it off at a decent health advantage. This moment right here, though, just very clean from the young man. Not as young as the guy I just took down.
Yeah.
All right, another ulti here from Henna as they land another beautiful bubble. Peter actually being on point with those ones, but now the empowers are coming in from Willa, and he's just going to leap on top of Sylvie. That is going to be the kill very comfortably here for FearX, and they are really starting to pick up this game and run with it.
Yep, going to be able to scale the second dragon as well. The healing and shield power, actually quite a lot of value with that composition, but I think it's just Willa being so strong right now. 2-0 on the Jax with the Triforce.
Oh, man.
He cannot walk up to him, and it is going to be a Cloud Soul.
Oh, the best possible soul, as well, especially for speed.
And still weather-based.
Yeah. So maybe it isn't going to be raining when I'm going home. So maybe I didn't need the umbrella after all. It's perfect.
But there is going to be another game in the series, so it could be Cloud into Ocean, you know, wind and rain.
Yep, Cloud into Ocean, and then I'll know that it's going to be just a wet walk home. And I think that's okay.
Yeah, and you can see, I don't know, like Sylvie, you saw Willa there. You walked on a control ward. You had ample opportunity to back away, and you didn't, and then you burn your Q to hit him with it, and now, like, you can't escape from this situation.
Yeah, and you already witnessed your bottom lane losing out on the trade as well, right?
Yeah, it was just terrible read of the situation, and Sylvie gets punished pretty heavily for that. And now, 2,500 gold lead, pretty solid, but I think the bigger takeaway is the double dragon and the fact that...
Oh, all right, here's a cease and desist onto Henna, but he is Zeri, and so he just goes over the wall, and everything is going to be all right. Still another fantastic bubble from Peter, who tries to save the situation. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane...
Guys, it's his birthday, come on.
Yeah, stop it. It's not very nice, but still, Fair bit of value here, as Henna is going to be able to avoid that bubble, but also kills the minion wave, and so that keeps his turret alive, at least for the moment. First turret will go over to FearX, though, by taking it down on the bottom side of the map. A little bit unfortunate there. Calix's death did mean that a bunch more money goes over to FearX.
See the Reptile picked up by Nongshim, though, and they are quickly falling out of this game. 3k gold deficit already. They need not only this Herald to get major impact with it. The fact they already have 6 Void Bubs means they should be able to. If they can get it before the contest comes in, be quick!
Yeah, well, oh no! It's a disaster as Sylvie is once again just having a horrible time. Closer gonna lock that one down. 2-0 and 3 now for the Orianna.
You know, if it was like 20, 30, 40 HP, maybe I could be more critical, but 1 HP, that's just unlucky.
Yeah, that has to be. It's just not their game this time around, as there's a knock-up onto Dindon as well. That is very suboptimal. Closer's going to be able to lock down the kill due to that. Oh dear.
And Nongshim really floundering right now. Just some questionable plays coming out. I feel like FearX are doing a good job of punishing them, but they're kind of these unforced errors coming through.
Yeah, it's a lot of fast and loose gameplay. Unfortunately, I think you can feel a bit of frustration for Nongshim. I don't mind that they are playing very aggressively no matter what, just because this is, you know, one of their last games of the season, and there's not a lot to fight for, so you may as well just fight.
Yeah, but I'd just love to see a little bit more thought in it. Like, Dundo walking up there was...
Yeah, that was... I wasn't talking about Dundon's play. That doesn't count. That doesn't fit into the mantra of let's just send it.
But, you know, but then there's also Sylvie walking up in the bot lane play, which is...
Yeah, also, yeah, not exactly a great example. I agree. Dindon walking up again, though, and this time it is still not exactly the greatest, as Henna is just going to flash on top of him.
You know what?
Fire as well as an
I'm going to say it. Dindon is going to type in the chat. He's going to put a TP timer for Claire. He's going to put flash timer for close on Henna, and he's going to type with.
Absolutely. I don't even think he needs to type worth as long as he put those in there, as Calix flashed out of the shockwave, and Willow is there, so he's dead.
Yeah, ended up a bit too focused on the 1v1, and here, literally 1 HP. I just, what is the takeaway from that situation? Do 1 more damage.
Yeah.
Maybe the Rift Herald was wearing sunglasses.
Yep.
And that was a difference maker.
It's just very disappointing. I don't think you can blame Sylvie for that one.
And you know, because it was a situation where you needed to get the smite down and get out. Like, it wasn't a relaxed take where they fire a steal over the wall. It was like, we got to get this now.
Yeah, and it's also not a relaxed Orianna, who has 10 stacks on her Magi's Soul Stealer that she has now placed together. Got that book from the library, and it is now looking pristine.
Yep.
You get a few extra pages, though, 15 to be exact. Now, Sylvie. Oh, man. It's just... He is still ahead in farm, right? He's up a camp in a bit. But that's where the good news kind of ends. 6,000 gold is the lead precisely for FearX.
Yeah.
18.5 minutes, 6.5k. That's decent, isn't it? But, you know, we can talk about scaling, and that will help us feel better about Nongshim's future in this game, right?
Surely. You don't have a small dream team this time, friendos.
Oh, they do have a bit of damage on to execute, though.
Yep, they did chunk him out. Just do that like 6 more times, and you're probably good to take this dragon.
Heck yeah. Well, Henna is going to turn up. It's going to be more difficult. He's got his quick blades as Willa eats all of the damage, utilizing his counter-strike. Is now clear, looking for Sylvie, who goes down exceptionally low. Dindon realizing that he has to use his previously known as bear form. Get himself out of the way.
Sylvie trying to get the dragon and he had to heal up.
Yeah. Well, this Drake is going to get started. That's a full culling tanked by FearX. Can't be bad news. He's not Henna back into this fight, so it's going to be all about the Zerion, whether they can lock her down. No flash for Sylvie, but he does have cease and desist. Let's see whether they can actually find something here as Jiwoo with a big old Inspire shield. A bit of their health is coming back, is now clear. Looking for that flank angle, does manage to get a stun down onto Sylvie as Tidal Wave. Not going to hit Henna, but does hit Execute. I just don't think that's going to be enough to help them in this fight. They've thrown down a lot of cooldowns already.
Yeah, if that had clipped Henna, I think that might have been the signal to go. Kill the Zeri, win the fight. Oh!
All right, into the back line there you go. As Sylvie is here by himself, and unfortunately he's just going to be chopped up. That's another kill for this Zeri. Circle's being thrown in by Dundun. There's the shockwave onto Jiwoo and that Udyr. As now Jiwoo looking to try and take matters into his own hands, but he's just dead. That is going to be the Drake taken, and then the Lucian immediately afterwards. Dundun is going to be chopped up, and Henna is going to grab yet another kill. Calyx throwing down some Qs and almost manages to get a Lulu. Unfortunately, he's the one that tasted purple. That's a double, and yeah, Henna's 5-0 and 4.
Yeah, I think the birthday has been firmly ruined so far. You know,
yeah,
maybe there's some redemption in game 2, but this game is looking pretty dunzo so far.
And remember Jiwoo's birthday bash as well? I mean, the Nongshim Twitter was absolutely amazing, by the way, on that particular day.
I mean,
and I hope that it's not as sad this time around for Kelly.
I mean, to be fair, they exceeded expectations on that one. But yeah, I mean, it's a good flank from Clear to take out Sylvie there. And then, you know, Jiwoo looks for Clear, but immediately gets punished on it. Calyx just isn't able to do anything. Dundun just gets taken out by 3 people. Yeah, I think maybe they should have just disengaged after that jungler died, but also, I don't know what the next play would be.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is after you do that, you're like, all right, we'll fight on the next thing. But unfortunately, you've given up Soul Point. You've lost most of your control of the map. They haven't taken a single turret so far this game. 3 have been removed here by FearX, who just have inner turrets left to take down, and the top one and bottom ones are both very, very close to just falling. As Culling going to come through, and Execute takes a large amount of his health bar and just gives Jiwoo a good old thumbs up, and will be going back about his business.
Yeah, I mean, it was like almost half, but for a full Culling, that still feels a little bit underwhelming. I'm not fully whelmed yet.
No, not quite.
But oh, not again, Sylvie.
Yeah, that's another Counter-Strike onto Sylvie, who's just being abused this game. That's Closer locking that one down. Now Henna takes a fair bit of damage, does have to use his barrier.
Yeah, I think when a Lucian dashes in on a Zeri and loses the trade with Nami backing him up, not a good feeling for the game. You know?
No, I would say that, yeah, that's going in the cons column.
Definitely. They are looking towards the Baron. You know, some low health bars across the board.
Wait, and we remember from the last series, Barons aren't necessarily a good sign for the team that starts it up, and Fox has started it up. So, Nongshim, can you find an opportunity? Oh, this flank angle from Clear is pretty powerful. They do have some vision here in this river, as the Baron is now down, and there is a Dominus. Calyx going to get stunned up. Oh my goodness, the bubble is decent though, as he just slices his way out. Tidal Wave for the disengage there, as well as Dundun. Possibly a little bit too close, but he runs real fast, so he'll be able to get out. Problem is, the damage has been done. The Baron has been secured, and FearX, they can go back and then look for a big old power play.
You know, I know the Renekton was behind them, and aggressing onto the Baron would have left them in a really vulnerable position. I just think you have to send it. I just think you have to get Calyx in, land in some Mantra Qs. If you hit enough people, then hopefully you can win the fight from there. But they kind of just, you know, supervise the Baron going down. And now, you know, FearX have the Baron for the 220. They're going to have Cloud Soul after here. I mean, Willa just jumps on top of you. You're not going to be able to Q from there. Sylvie's just dead. And was clearly looking for an angle to make a play, but just gets immediately punished. Yeah, and in that moment, the Lucian not doing so hot.
No. And it was, you know, the barrier had to be used. So I think theoretically, if there was no barrier, then Jiwoo would have won that trade. So I guess you can hang your hat on that. That's
not selling me.
It's a fair bit of just doing my very best to deal with the situation.
20 stacks on the Medjay for Closer right now.
Yeah.
And a 3-level lead over Calyx.
I would say that Closer has done relatively well in the matchup.
Yeah. I mean, he is older, so it makes sense he has more experience.
That is very true. Closer certainly has more experience than Calyx. More than, you know, half a game.
Yeah, yeah.
Although I don't think we're making it to 48 minutes. I think that perhaps we are over the halfway mark. Now Sylvie has found an opportunity, maybe, or he's just dead. Shockwave is going to go wide. Does get that, but he has to invest his flash in order to make that one happen. Didn't use cease and desist though, so I guess somewhat of a positive still.
What a throwback, by the way.
The drain. Yes?
Dundun with Sunfire Spirit Visage just feels like such an old school build.
It's like Season 2.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had something like that come out.
Actually, no. It's like the original was, like, if he had have gone Sunfire Force of Nature,
yeah,
then that would have been, like, original Mordekaiser build.
Yeah, this is kind of the I mean, this was when I started playing. I think this was like the common build.
Yep. Sunfire was completely broken. Was that before Sunfire was just not unique and you could just stack them and do billions?
I was after that point.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
You didn't go through the Twitch Evolent meta.
Nope. I'm you know, I'm a little bit younger than you.
That's true.
Me and Calix probably started playing at the same time. You know, I'm also born in 2007. I'm a young man.
Ah, yes. No, I knew that. I knew that.
Yeah.
Sometimes forget because you're so wise. You know? Well, the base is now broken. Udyr is missing. He is on the top side of the map.
Keep pushing, Dundun. There's nothing here.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be helping. Let's just say that.
Again, they need to supervise FearX taking their base. That's kind of what they're looking for here.
And they are definitely succeeding in doing that. But now Dundun's a circle will be delivered, and FearX will just ignore it. He is booping a few people, and now Henna taking a fair bit of damage. Does have to utilize the wild growth, but now he is going to be relatively safe, and Nongshim do have to back away. Still, 2 inhibitors go down, and they are going to back off because that was a dangerous amount of damage. And so is this, as Closer just going to execute Sylvie.
Not a good game for Sylvie. Not a good game for Vi.
Not sure about that one for Closer, but still he's going to be able to flash his way out. Execute also getting the heck out of there. Mantra Q coming on in as Jiwoo's completely out of mana, but now Dundun's coming in, and these health bars are very low. Jiwoo, you have to be careful, as now Dundun trying to get on top of the tankiest member of the team. Clear going aggressive. Koldemeek, he's going to find Calix. Oh no, he's going to get chopped up, and now Dundun's dead as well. It's a double. The rest of Nongshim just trying to save themselves as Jiwoo losing a battle with a super minion. It's a disaster.
He just had no mana. You could see him just like autoing and doing nothing else, just kind of weighing up the mana cost on his. And you know that feeling when you kind of look at your abilities and you're like, okay, what is most worth to be able to use?
Yeah.
I'm going to get maybe one. I mean, at least the E is very low mana cost. At
that point, right? Yeah.
Still has a mana cost. It's not fully maxed, so it's not free, but yeah. I mean, he was doing decent poke, but just kind of ran out of resources. And then, subsequently, Nongshim started to run out of health, which has been, honestly, the resource they've lacked the most in a lot of these fights.
It's both blue bars that they were struggling with.
Yeah.
And Clear, look at the value on that Koldemeek. It looked a little bit. It was like shades of Gore Drinker, you know?
Yeah. Honestly, it's like watching an Aatrox, except at least Renekton build bruiser items.
It's an honest Aatrox.
Yeah. Don't feel so bad about this one.
No, you don't. Well, you still probably feel a little bit bad with your last remaining inhibitor going down, and FearX fresh off a reset. Just looking to try and finish this one off, only suffering 1 death onto Execute, and Execute would have it, he would not have it any other way, as there's another Shockwave connecting this time onto Sylvie. And they're going aggressive, not going to find too many with the ulti, but is going to be able to find some kills as he's now diving underneath. Has the wild growth there from Execute as well, and he's not even afraid of the fountain. He just runs right under there, picks up the triple kill, and there goes the game. FearX, they decided to use the anger from being knocked out of playoffs and take it out on Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, very clear that FearX had been ramping up towards the end of the split after that big loss streak they had. Very clear that I just had on playoffs, and with performances like these, I'm kind of sad we're missing out on that.
Yeah, I think that if Humble Life Esports were watching this, they'd be like, oh, thank goodness we didn't have to choose this one instead.
Yeah.
Or maybe they would have just chosen D+ or KT.
I think especially with D+'s recent form, I'd kind of be weighing my options right now. I'd actually be judging it like, you know, maybe it's not just a pick 6th automatically situation, but, you know, they don't have to deal with that head scratcher as, you know, D+ fortunately helped them out a little bit on that one. And Jiwoo, you know, did a lot of damage in that game, but it felt like he just wasn't really finding the kills, chunking people down. No one really died. 2 kills, sorry. That kill on Henna when he dove into the fountain.
That's true, yeah.
That counts.
It does. Doesn't really count for all that much as far as the game was concerned, though. Henna having an absolute field day on one of his favorite champions. We have to remember that there were a lot of 80 carry bands thrown around as well. So FearX feeling good after this one. We'll see whether it's going to be enough to get them some momentum into game number 2 or whether Nongshim have something cooked for us. A short break, then we come back with the space and then game number 2. We'll see you there.
막 나오면 차라리 들을 때 볼게. 응. 이거 바로가 되고. 오케이. 천천히 한 번만 더 해봐. 한번 바이. 천천히. 하나 높을 하나 있어. 해봐. 나 할게. 로디를.
형님 끝내야지. 바로는 뭐예요?
바로는 어디나. 어디까지. 바로는 이렇게 맛있어 보였어?
사먹튀기 들어오는데.
바로 맛있긴 하지.
and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Nongshim up against FearX, and to be honest, it wasn't much of a game. It was more of a beatdown from FearX onto Nongshim. You know, both of these teams are out of playoffs, and FearX just decided, I'm going to choose today to absolutely crush you.
Welcome to the LCK, Calyx! Welcome to the LCK. I mean, I think FearX showed up in a huge way. I mean, this is one of the best performances we've seen from them as a team. And yes, Nongshim made a lot of mistakes, and there was definitely not a lot of great to say on their side of the rift and gameplay-wise, but the punish was clean. Some of the really quick rotations that we saw around top side were very good, very swift. And just in general, FearX looked like a team that was upset that they didn't make the playoff cut after that win coming in from Kwangdong yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough game for Calyx. I mean, obviously, I mean, if you look at the draft, like, it's just like he pick up the Karma mid, which is like, it definitely actually has a lot of the responsibility, which is like you have to pressure mid, you have to actually know how to use the jungle to get rotated down or rotated up to actually impact the map. But the thing is, like, this time with the Vi, I mean, they tried it one time, but it didn't really work. But after Burn the Flesh, they had to keep going until it worked, basically, or pressure, making sure that Orianna cannot move or just staying in the turret forever. But it wasn't. It just Karma wasn't able to pressure that much, and being ends up just like going 50-50 and just winning just with small skirmishes after, and it wasn't really rough.
The draft for me for Nongshim is we have to be winning the whole time, no matter what. There is no late game. There is no, oh well, if it doesn't work out, we can come back. There is no real functionality in this draft beyond keeping tempo advantages nonstop. If you can keep that the entire game, you could poke with Karma. There's a lot of stuff you could do. They did not win for very long at all.
Yeah. Also, I felt like Calyx was trying to do like these YouTube highlight plays, you know, where he's like trying to go in and make the big play like you do in challengers, and you oftentimes win game off of lane in challengers, but it's a whole different ball game here for the LCK. Let's take a look at highlight number 1 in the top lane, though. 11 minutes in, and this was kind of the beginning. A lot of action, let's call it, in this first highlight.
It's just like Sylvie just goes so late and was like really didn't decisive at the same time. But the other hand, it's just like FearX just used a TP right away. It was kind of oopsie one time, just using the flash in for nothing. But you have to keep watching just the going in the time where the Sylvie is. Like, it's so separate, and it's like it's just not even like Lucian Nami was not even hitting just single target. Just being answered, just waiting for just get dove, and after these, it's just like it was a really nice play, even the closer until the end.
Yeah, and in this moment here, wait for it.
It's a nice play from Closer.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, Closer reacts so quickly. He knows it's coming. He's got his finger hovered over his flash key there. That's the kind of thing you want to see from a pro player who's playing into the Karma, right? He played a ton of Karma towards the end of the season himself, but Closer got ahead off of this play. He ended up buying an early death note, and he wrote everyone's names down. I thought it was a great game from Closer, who's had some very up and downs this season. He's been kind of like budget Zeka in that he has had a very limited champion pool, but looked pretty good on the Orianna this time around.
Yeah, he definitely did, and we did have a second highlight for this one on the Drake, which already we had FearX at a pretty substantial lead by the time this happened, and Sylvie gets caught at the beginning of this, and Nongshim just decide, well, we got to send it here. This is our last chance.
I really like the clear arches go around, and it's like making sure that Sylvie is just stuck in the pit, and it's like becomes just starting kind of 4v5, which also they were fine just getting and tanking some like the poke, but I mean, it's just like in this point already, the game's like so ahead for FearX. As soon as it becomes the 4v5, the lead just, you know, just win as a lead.
As soon as Willer is able to push half of Nongshim, including their AD carry, to the north side of the fight, on the wrong side of the jungle, it's over. Like, even if he doesn't get that kill on the follow-up flash, which he does play extremely well, it's just going to be an easy split fight from there. And Nongshim just looked way more confident, way more comfortable, or rather, FearX looked way more confident, way more comfortable than Nongshim in that fight. And it was just straight up better coordination, and obviously draft issues did come up once they fell that far behind.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, FearX was a bit on a different tier to Nongshim. You know, Nongshim down in the bottom 3, whereas FearX was contending for playoffs and kind of showed in this first one. Let's take a look at the POG for game number 1 on the side of FearX. There were a couple of guys we had on our mind, but it's actually going to be Willer who does pick it up.
Not robbed. I like to see this. I think Willer had the most impact in those early skirmishes, as well as some of the big objective fights. Also had the steal on the Herald at 1 health. But, you know, nice play from him. Some of these bottom skirmishes as well really helped keep the Zeri ahead. And I think he punished Sylvie a lot. I mean, that was Huni's main reason for voting for Willer.
Yeah, I mean, basically, just like I think just more so this game the jungle differences was the gap was kind of huge. Like, not gonna lie, wherever just Silvertrap was trying to make the play, there was always a counter play from the Willer, and I think that actually game just turned around. Like especially the first highlight, and after even as we saw like this thing, just, I think the closer shot out was like definitely makes sense.
Yeah, we also had Henna doing a lot of damage in terms of like the team fights and stuff, and obviously Closer with 25 pages in his Death Note and had a great game himself. Funnily enough, that Media actually went for the correct vote in our mind, all three of them. So I guess you guys really are Media, but is Media just... what does it mean?
They kind of teamed up, so... We teamed up.
Even Ox is on our team.
It's all connected. Maybe it should have been Closer or someone else that does get it, but either way, I'm kind of hoping that we do get a little bit of a closer match for our second game. We do have the next game on the way, guys, though, so let's go over to the casters for Game 2.
Can't guarantee a closer game, but I can guarantee that Closer will be in the game. That's all I've got. And Ox, what is up with the Media conspiracy? What's going on here?
Look, there's 3 global votes. There's 3 media votes. I feel like this whole time we've been looking into a mirror. We're just media too.
Wow. Well, that says it, because it was us and then 1 extra, right? Yeah. Us being global and media.
Yeah. So, we've looked at them all this time. We've criticized them. We tied together.
Yeah, we didn't realize that actually you were just criticizing the mirror.
Exactly, and also when we lost media, when the fans weren't here, we became media.
Oh, and so that's how it's all connected.
Yeah, so if media wasn't here, we would be media. I'm just gonna flat out say it. That's how it developed. So we should count ourselves lucky.
Well, hopefully you guys can forgive Media's past transgressions. As there is a Smolder ban and a Center ban, the Ahri does get banned away once again. This is mirrored bans from game number 1.
Getting a feeling of deja vu right now. Perhaps Twisted Fate would come out as a ban. Oh, I'm on point today. Maybe a Callista? Potentially, perchance. Maybe coming out. They're taking a long time to decide. We're so
crazy
at our jobs. I think this is
now.
My
please
team.
First pick Zeri. I'm not okay with the Vi.
I'm not sure Sylvie wants to play Vi again for another month and a half. At least. So
well, I was gonna say yeah.
Well, you know what?
Or maybe he doesn't want to play it for at least another 3 minutes.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna say it. If there's any team who are just like unfazed, particularly it's Dundun in particular, but Nongshim in general.
Yep.
I feel like, you know what we lost? We do that every week, right? We can bounce back. We'll just pick what we think is good. And unfortunately for them, FearX will continue to do the same and pick the Zeri Jax rotation again. Now, this is the moment where you
don't pick Lucian.
Yeah, that's certainly what... That's not Lucian.
There we go. There's the Du Sante, or the Dun Sante.
The Vi Talia, I love it. The Talia is really good in the Jax. The Vi Talia is so punishing because it's point and click CC on top of the seismic shove. And FearX, I don't think they're locked into the Lulu right now, but we'll see what they have to go from this 3rd pick. They could pick up a mid lane pick for Closer in this situation.
I would still recommend just locking away the Lulu and then playing the reaction game, but instead...
They'll go for the Renekton into the...
A bit of a Shuriman top lane.
Okay, I think Nongshim doing pretty good this time in the first 3. Significantly better.
I would say so.
And now comes down to the remaining bans. One thing is that the AD carry pool has already been thinned. And so it does seem a little bit scary going into the second rotation knowing you haven't picked your AD carry. But then you'll get this big benefit where the enemy team bans Lucian. And they're like, well, we weren't going to play it anyway.
Well, I mean, they probably were. I think this actually saves Nongshim from having to play Lucian.
Potentially. I'd love to believe that their takeaway was, let's not play Lucian, but who really knows? And the thing is, after you ban out all these meta 80 carries, I feel like the pool kind of widens, because there's just a lot of picks that, aren't always specifically played that they could lean into. The Rakan ban, I think, is big. I think Zyra Rakan actually could have seen Nongshim coming out with, especially since Peter does love the Rakan.
Yeah, very true. And it's also been a bit of a fallback for them as well, so it makes a lot of sense. They might still actually play the Xayah, do a Xayah Nautilus type situation here. I've already written in Lulu, but it's not actually going to be the Lulu ban. It's going to be the Karma that is taken away. So dodging a bullet there a little bit. FearX can just lock away the Lulu now if they would like to, or they can save it. Yeah, just take mid into a Talia that you know is going to be there, and then try and counterpick support. You're not necessarily hard locked into a Lulu.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they want to bring something a bit wacky for close, they can leave it later, but it looks like they're going to go for Zakali. So Calyx really getting thrown in the deep end on his birthday, going up against a pick that Close is very experienced on. But to be honest, if I'm playing Akali into this composition, a lot of things that stop Akali from having fun.
Yeah, I feel like this is not exactly the greatest of Akali angles, 100%, but still, we've seen Closer do some pretty amazing things on the champion. And I think that Nongshim are going to have their work cut out for them.
I would love the Neela so much.
That's so, and it's such a Jiwoo pick. Instead, it's going to be the Jinx.
You know,
ooh, Jinx Thresh is kind of fun.
Jinx Thresh is fun. You know, you do need an element of safety net. Against enemy composition, you're going to outrange a lot of melee threats. This is why I was kind of thinking the Xayah would make sense, but Jinx Thresh, very good at dealing with these long-range threats.
Execute the classic Thresh counter.
Yeah, not sure. Don't think the Ashe is the angle.
The Pike could have been the angle.
The Blitz, you know, it can take over the game, but it's very volatile. I feel like the FearX comp in general is very volatile.
Yeah, and
that seems
the
a lot
other
more
hook
stable,
champion, yeah.
you know.
Oh, or
that seems
it's
very good for execute.
That's very true, and I actually think that this is the best way to do it. You just pick the champion that execute has been by far the best on, by a country mile.
Yeah,
he has been absolutely fantastic on this pick, so just going to take that one away. I think that Nongshim definitely looking like a better draft in this game compared to the last one. I think the last one was very mid-game focused, and by that point they were sort of out of the game anyway, and so they had no longevity and also no real chance to fight when they were theoretically strong. This time around, though, much more of a late-game insurance policy in Jiwoo's Jinx.
I really like how that comp interacts into FearX's composition. They have a lot of ability to kite back, to peel, to pin down these key mobile threats. So I think they're in a better spot. The problem is, if the game goes like the last one did, it doesn't matter, you know?
No.
They kind of just got crushed early, crushed in lane, and the game was just over so quickly. So, yeah, I think some hard work needs to be done in this situation to try and get them back into it.
Oh my god, it's actually Taric. He's here!
Yeah. I can't believe they didn't pick it. They could have played Neela Taric.
Oh, they could have played Neela, and they must have almost played Neela Taric there as well. Maybe they actually saw him. Oh, hang on, I'm just trying to check. Yeah, they could potentially have looked past FearX and seen Taric there in the audience.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then decided not to pick it. That's got to hurt.
After this series, I need to go and get his autograph.
The Taric.
He could sign my backpack or something like that.
Yeah.
Just have to
Maybe you can touch his hair. It looks pretty glorious.
It did definitely look glorious, but I would never assume that I could.
That's valid. You shouldn't just assume you can.
No. But still, absolutely amazing stuff.
Well, this person's got multiple signs.
Yeah.
You know, rotating them.
So like he's a big Sylvie fan until Sylvie does something silly, and then he's got the backup sign.
You could just bring 5 signs, you know.
You could, and then just like. All of them have, I knew that this guy was going to be POG.
Yeah, like we saw the one the other day where they crossed out with the POG.
Yeah. The next step for that one is to just write 5 different ones.
Yeah.
And then it's fine.
Yeah.
As now we're just hiding behind, they needed a sign each and just headbutting each other.
Yeah, not enough space. This is going to be you and me when we leave and it's raining and you're like trying to budge under my umbrella.
Yeah, true. Or whether we're embarrassed talking to Taric later as well.
Oh, well, most definitely.
Yeah, and we're just going to hold up a fan sign for him to sign.
Yeah.
And we're both hiding behind it.
We're both very shy.
We're just a little bit too nervous. Definitely extraordinarily shy people.
The real Taric from League of Legends in LoL Park.
Kind of mind-blowing, really. Yeah. We're just lucky, you know? And we're also lucky that there is a bit of a delay. I have a feeling that something has happened and we have a slight delay getting onto the Rift. I don't know whether that is going to be a draft situation, as I believe the players are loading in now, so shouldn't be too much longer.
gonna see a lot of signs though, you know. Obviously missed this when we didn't have the fans here.
I know, we just had to like pan around the empty seats, but with the little little fan signs on them, which was still a lot of fun, but not really the same thing.
I do like this one.
Yeah, it's got a lot going on.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, there's like, sometimes people come up with fan signs where it's like, whoa, how did you manage to, that's insane how you managed to draw that. And then some are like really good, but like a little bit goofy. And it's just, I resonate a lot with those ones.
But it was also, like, it was artistic goofiness.
Yeah, this one is more like, you know, my level of drawing, but still love the effort.
Yep. So, still just waiting to load into the game. Hang on, I'll check it again. Yeah, just been in a loading screen for like 15 years. Someone had their PC here in Lowell Park replaced with a toaster.
Yeah.
Which happened almost every game I think I would play back in Australia.
I think someone's mum is taking a phone call, and the
phone
DSL
calls-
connection.
oh.
Yeah.
Not the phone call situation again.
You know that. You know, we're joking about this. We've joked about it like 3 times. There is so many people who just won't even get it.
No, yeah.
Won't even like comprehend this being like. What do you mean? What does your phone have to do with your internet?
Do you know what the really cool thing is? Now people think that it's actually just a meme. For like, you know how they do it sometimes in YouTube videos where someone's thinking for too long and the editor will put in the
yeah,
you know, while they're having a little think.
They think that's
I
the
assume
origin
people
of
just
it.
have absolutely no idea what that actually means.
Yeah.
But they probably still get it. But maybe they also think that it just comes from a YouTube video now.
God, imagine realizing that like something you thought, oh, that was funny from that YouTube video, and you have no context for it.
Yeah.
And one day you realize there was context you never knew. I'd be traumatizing.
Yeah, no, that's...
I'm hope any situations like that I'm just unaware of.
Oh, from the UK, that's where you're from.
Yeah, the good old Isle.
Yeah, there you go. Do you also love Shaco? Is that like a UK thing?
Not a big fan of Shaco. Especially, it's the my team, their team, right?
Right,
Their team, Shaco, 7-0.
Oh no, it's back. It's back.
Oh my god.
It's the expression. It really gets me. I don't understand it.
I'm not sure I want to understand.
No, neither do I.
Honestly.
That's a very angry fox cub, I guess.
Yeah.
Just beat up the raccoon.
I guess.
It's kind of brutal.
We're really going through all the fan signs now. I'm not sure what that says. There's a really cool one to the right of the screen.
Do you know what?
What?
You know what's also cool? What? Loading into games of League of Legends.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're about to do.
Do you remember when they did like a patch or something that sped up people loading the game? This was years ago. But
they delivered everyone new computers?
You know what? Just as I say it.
Yeah.
Just as that's how it works.
It was patched. Is that what you just finished typing?
I finished.
You just
Enter.
finished.
Boom.
Oh,
I patched it up. Yeah.
Right when the AR was coming up with the drafts on it. All right, let's do it. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, here into the Rift for the second game of the series.
But you must remember, like, back in the day, when you were loading into League, you would have, like, sometimes 2 to 3 minutes consistently. Like, it was a lot slower.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, whenever you'd load in a game, you'd go to the toilet, and then they did a patch, and suddenly it was, like modern times, where it's, like, super fast, right? And the amount of games where people would be AFK at the start because they hadn't realized, and they would go to the toilet, and they'd come back and be like, what the hell? How's it 3 minutes in game?
Yep, why have I missed an entire 3 waves?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I remember. The exact moment. Because it did used to be, like, you could do the challenges where it's like you do, like, a set of push-ups during loading screens and stuff like that. I didn't do as very many push-ups after that change.
One time when I had a bit of a degenerate sleep schedule, I stayed up all night, and then my friend woke up in the morning, and I said, hey, do you want a duo? And then we were in the loading screen, and I was like, you know what, it's pretty long. I'll just go lie down and just rest my eyes.
And so you just passed out.
I just passed out. And the thing is, I did this to him on 3 separate occasions, and he's still my friend, which I don't know why.
That's the kind of forgiveness that you need from a true friend.
Yeah, I feel bad for my teammates as well in those games. That was before you could remake if someone didn't show up, so that was a terrible thing for me to do.
Yeah, not
Lesson
great.
learned, don't stay up all night, and never rest your eyes. It never works.
And also never walk up to the wave level 1 versus a level 2 Renekton.
Yeah, that also doesn't work ever. So didn't having a bit of a rough time already. Clear being on a bit of a warpath recently in the top lane. You know, we've seen him playing against the Renekton, now playing the Renekton, and it feels like in a lot of lane matchups he's really been handling it convincingly.
Ooh, not quite hitting it there, Peter, but getting his eye in.
Calibrating.
Yep, you'll love to see it. As Willer is going to collect a stun and take it with him to the minion. As we could see there.
Yeah, this is the trick. So there's a lot of dashes on the side of FearX's composition, right? Everyone has a dash. So if everyone dashes over the Unraveled Earth, they can clear it up very quickly.
And also, everyone can force the Unraveled Earth out.
Exactly.
So you've just got someone that goes in, the sacrificial dasher, and then Calix has to press the button, and then after it dissipates, then you have the opportunity to go in and do all your dashing.
Willer could take a brush, and when he leaps over, it's like he's brushing up, you know? You know how Jax can use whatever as a weapon?
Yeah, true.
Just brush up the dirt on the ground with your leap strike.
So he just like builds a Koenig Ruckern or something like that and just goes and collects it.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
That's the strat.
I'm okay with it. All right. Dundun does try and dash clear around a little bit, but he uses all of his blue buff. And that is okay. That is a great stun on the closer. Of course, you can just press that button. That is why the Talia does just kind of work.
If that rocket hit, I don't think he would have died, but definitely would have been getting very chunked out. They're now looking mid. Remember, Closer's no cooldowns apart from the flash.
Yeah, that's another seismic shot. There's a flash forward from Peter, and Closer going to waste no time. He flashes, and that is going to be Calix following up. Beautiful first blood here for the young gentleman in the mid lane, and I think maybe hitting his stride here.
Yeah, I mean, playing the early trades really well. And yes, Peter's roam contributed, but I feel like that's a sort of opportunistic roam where, hey, trades are going well mid, we forced a lot out. Peter turns up and bins both sums, doesn't really need to do much though, other than just a flash ignite auto. And with that, first blood for Calix, maybe the birthday will be redeemed.
Indeed. Sometimes, you know, it just takes a little bit of work setting up for the birthday party, and now it's on, you know, the guests have arrived. I mean, it's not all great news. Here on the top side of the map, obviously, Clear is having a very good time. Dundun struggling just a little bit. And Closer was able to immediately teleport back. Did have a bit of a CS advantage, actually. In that moment was, of course, using his health bar a lot for that, as Sylvie does. Cross over.
I always watch the map in those moments where someone's briefly
Yeah.
I'm like, did they ping it? Do they know?
Didn't see a ping.
Didn't see a ping. So perhaps not. Maybe avoided that situation. Yeah, the stun there so well timed to avoid the damage from the Shuriken before it connects. And then just using Suin trades. And the knockback here, yeah, really solid. I think ultimately had to flash the knockback there. Closer did.
Yep, beautifully done.
And yeah, Calix cool, calm and collected.
Just threads the volley. And of course, this Talia, one of his most played champions, actually, in his top 4. Not exactly a massive win rate, and of course hasn't been playing for all that long, being the young man that he is. But still, this is certainly something that it is looking a lot more comfortable for him. And looking for some extendo beams here as Peter just hex flashing forward. Does get a crash down.
Of that early roam, you know, you unlock your hex flash with the mid play.
And we know that a hex flash is much better than a regular flash because you feel like you can use it, you know?
Yep. You can use it whenever you want. And, you know, Nongshim's bot lane being going pretty good. We obviously saw some issues in the top lane early, but Dundun looks to really have stabilized in the matchup.
And it's Dundun, right?
Oh,
He's never going to be worried, as maybe they should, as Peter is not going to be able to flay away the horse lady too easily, and it's just going to be a kill going over to Henna. Yeah, unfortunate position here for the Thresh.
Did his base get interrupted by like an extendo beam or something? I really am curious how he ended up in that situation. I'm sure we're going to replay to add some context, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's on me because I said they were doing pretty good.
Yeah, it might have been just the caster curse. So Peter was like, well, I guess I can't go back.
I guess I just gotta die.
Orc said it.
Early dragon pickup and also being a mountain dragon pretty nice for the side of FearX. Definitely want to be trying to get as many of these dragons as possible. Like, I think that composition definitely has angles this game. It's not like if you get a late game, it's just over. But I think the execution is a lot more in favor of Nongshim. And also this Jinx can become a big problem if Nongshim can protect it.
Yep, and range advantage, definitely a big thing in League of Legends, and especially when you've got a battle here on the eastern side as well. I feel like ranged and just being able to win team fights is much more important than being able to play out a macro game. And having side lane control and things like that just doesn't feel as important. The Super Mega Death Rocket is going to stop Close's back. That's annoying.
Yeah, those are the worst moments, right? It's just, I mean, obviously he's nowhere near close to dying, but just getting your back reset in any scenario, especially when you're playing against abilities. I mean, that's an ult, right? It's a long cooldown, but when you're playing against like Hui and he just like stops you like 3 times in a row.
Yeah, just says no, and he stops you like 3 times in a row with very different abilities as well.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's not fair. How dare you have all of these abilities?
And you're like, well, shit, I could have walked 10 miles away, but then I would have walked 10 miles away. And yes, I'm going to have to walk 10 miles away now, but definitely invokes anger.
Yeah, and then it takes you forever to get back to lane, which is precisely what happened here to Closer. He is still ahead in farm, so not exactly going to be complaining too much. Now has level 7. And Clear walking up to Dundun once again. Has he actually taken any plates? No, he hasn't. Not just yet. So Dundun actually controlling this relatively well.
Yeah, Dundun just keeps fighting him like just in front of the tower, not letting the minion wave actually crash. Doing a pretty good job of it, honestly. Yep. And if Clay goes in to trade, then it's so scary against Cassante, who can just CC you in 3 different ways, drag you under the, not even that tower, the tier 2 tower, maybe under the fountain from that range. It's a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it is. Absolutely absurd. Maybe he could take him a little bit further if he just drags him all the way along the Weaver's Wall.
Oh, I've never seen someone drag them.
Can you actually get the perfect angle where you just drag them all the way along the Weaver's Wall?
I wouldn't have thought so, but I've never tried. So perhaps this is the game.
Yeah.
This is the strat. Whoa, this is why they've picked Talia Cassante. Everyone thought, oh, it's because they're both 2 very strong champions. No. It's for the wall drag combo.
Yep, that's actually the best way to do it. The Super Mega Death Rocket almost managing to find clear here, and Jiwoo has just been pretty on point with the basic back locations for a couple of these players so far, only level 7. As now FearX going to meet them in the top lane. This is not necessarily an example of a lot of power being gained by a lane swap, because Henna and Execute right here ready to answer as Jiwoo and Peter make it up.
Both teams setting up, it seems, with the Void Grubs. I would be cautious about Nongshim opting into this. Yes, we've had good performance from Calyx so far this game. Yes, we have Jiwoo looking pretty solid, but into the Akali, into the Jax, into the Zeri-Rel, I think that's a skirmish where you're liable just to end up losing it.
Well, there's a flash as immediately Cleanse gets Jiwoo out of there. He also has to flash in that moment as cease and desist on top of Willa, who does leap onto Henna here, and he's going to survive. Oh my god, Execute able to lock down Sylvie on the other side of the fight though. And Willa walks away with about 0 HP.
They end up opting into the fight, and Closer is there really fast to teleport, able to assist. Oh, Calyx?
Yeah, wanting to find an opportunity, but just isn't quite able to get in there.
Yeah, so I mean, ultimately Sylvie had to go so deep to use the ultimate there. Ends up just backfiring massively and was so close to getting out. I mean, I assume must have zoomed in super close with the Thresh Lantern, because there were like 17 wards immediately placed upon it.
Yep.
But yeah, not going in favor of Nongshim. Didn't feel like they needed to opt into that. But here, Willa ends up starting the fight. It's a good play by Pit to disengage. And then Willa gets low, but the ult to cancel out the CC from Execute ends up putting Sylvie so deep. And then I think it's the Ignite there that ends up killing from Execute.
Yep.
So a nice play, but just not enough to get him out.
And the Ignite, I think, was on Willa, but the last tick just wasn't quite enough damage there from Peter. So a little bit unfortunate, as FearX, not really a lead to speak of, but now they are going to be able to get themselves the bubs. That was another Super Mega Death Rocket. Going to be finding the members of FearX here, so not bad from you once again. It's all out going to be used. Dundun, aggressive onto Clear here, and he's winning out on this trade. There's a flash out from the Renekton. A lot of respect paid here, as Dundun finally taking some control back here in this lane.
Yeah, I feel like, especially when you're away from the minions, where there's nothing to dash through to reset your dash, you have to be so careful. about fighting the Cassante. Clear just in an uncomfortable position, and the Cassante is so strong with that ultimate. Peter?
Okay, gonna flayback execute. There's a flash Magnus Storm crash down on top of Jiwoo as well, who does manage to take the Lantern this time around. Calyx with a decent disengage onto Willer, and they do manage to take down Hannah. No Zeri in the fight. Jiwoo is also well and truly out of it. 200 health and running the other direction. Still, it's a win for Nongshim.
Bit of a dangerous play there from Peter, but the Lantern to get Jiwoo out, massive value there. Another kill picked up. And it feels like this game has been a lot about stopping recalls.
Yeah, severe. And it is going to be successful once again, as Calyx does finally go home. Sorry, Peter finally goes home. Calyx already got back there, does have now the Archangels. Not quite a Seraphs just yet, but he's on the way. Dash Cannon done here for Closer. See what item number 2 is going to be. We've seen a few different schools of thought.
Picked up, so honestly kind of mitigates that play. And Sylvie...
Oh dear, Thunderdome.
In a little bit of a danger spot there. It is second dragon. It is a Chemtech soul, so good chance of getting a solid soul out of this.
Yeah.
And Nongshim are setting up for it already. Clear has no teleport, and Dundun has roamed down, so this should just be Nongshim's.
Yeah, I think they're going to give it up.
I mean, Clear's getting a massive benefit out of this.
Yeah, there's 20 seconds left until those plates do fall down. Nongshim going to be able to even out the Drake count. Just a singular Chemtech, though. Doesn't exactly feel the greatest. It is going to be an Ocean Soul this game.
Yeah, the lowest roll of the remaining dragons.
Oh, and a little bit of just confusion when the Rift kind of discos as we transition over.
But oh, there we go.
Yeah, finally it is going to achieve some resolution as now Closer finds Calyx. There's the flash out of the way as perfect execution comes in, but he misses absolutely everything else. Cease and desist comes down, and now Calyx has got him at arm's length. 5-point strike doesn't work, and there is the punch to the noggin as Sylvie locks it down. That was all Closers until he just couldn't get it.
Yeah, some slick moves from Calyx on the back end. It's so hard if the Shuriken lands from the Akali, and the fact that Closer can flash the seismic shove, I thought it was just done at that point. Remember, Calyx only has this Archangels. It's not a Seraphs yet. There isn't that shield to come in.
I think it should have been done, personally. I feel like there are a lot of things that didn't quite land at the end there for Closer.
So... this is that earlier play. Yeah, Peter ends up playing Execute in, which obviously allows him to go for this full combo. Normally when I use to play this disengage that, but Henna flashes to kill Jiwoo, but the Lantern comes in return, so ends up paying for it dearly. And then we'll see the replay. So checking the brush with it, does find the Akali, flash the knockback, and then it sidesteps the Q there, but I think it was a bad angle from Closer. And then just didn't have anything left at the end, you know, ran out of steam.
Yeah.
It was that Q that was missed there was the critical one. And, you know, it's good sidestep from Calyx, but
Dundun is pretty tanky. Sylvie not going to find the Vault Breaker this time around.
Yeah, no ult available for Sylvie on the back of that previous play, so no fight to be started.
Jiwoo does have a Lantern available, as we can see here, so he can click on it whenever he would like. Is going to at the very last second. So Closer now going to be able to take down this turret perhaps, as Calyx does roam over, so not actually going to be the turret falling just yet.
And this is why I think the Thresh is really important in this game, because often you're going to see Calyx and Dundun just defending these side lanes against the split pushers. And with the prio achieved by these picks, there's ample opportunity for FearX to move in mid, you know, to set up plays on the sort of bot lane duo. But Peter can just kind of play for the Lantern. And like here, Jiwoo walking up to clear this control ward would be so much riskier if you didn't have a Thresh in your pocket.
Yep. And Peter is going to be going home now, but was just consistently standing in safe locations to make sure that Jiwoo can very happily walk up, and is going to continue. Zap to finish off the cannon. Very nicely done. He's ahead by 20 CS as well over Henna. We know that Henna is just one little trip to the certification store away from being ridiculous. It hasn't quite hit that mark just yet on the Zeri. Pretty nutty that Jiwoo's hit 180. It's only, you know, we're ticking towards 17 minutes in this game.
Yeah,
certainly on a decent clip.
Finish color as well, which helps a lot because it is the Kraken Slayer for Jiwoo, and it's the Shiv for Henna. Shiv 300 gold cheaper, so much cheaper and allows you to get your second item sooner. I will say that the person who's really benefited the most in terms of gold this game is Clear. We saw the gold a little bit earlier. Pretty substantial lead from that tower he took top, so this is going to be a very strong Renekton. And we've seen Renektons recently holding up a lot better in the later stages with the recent round of buffs he's had.
Yeah, having the extra health, I think, has looked pretty good. As now Willer is going to dive on top of Calyx. Dash Cannon is going to connect this time around, and there is the kill. Some revenge for Closer as Execute roams on down as well to make sure that there is no counter kill. So able to get one back here is the Akali player, and should also be able to grab himself this structure as well as an added bonus.
Yeah, this is one of these situations where you're going to have to fight your instincts, because I think Calyx sensed that there's potential danger coming up, so tries to establish the vision, but by stepping up to establish the vision, you end up getting caught. Whereas if you just stayed in lane and let Sylvie cover, would have likely been fine in that situation. So
yeah,
a little bit of a mistake. Still having a good game though. Gold is in favor of FearX, and we have Dragon coming up for 40 seconds. Again, as we said, not the most impactful soul, but still a definite advantage that we'll likely see them set up for.
Yeah, I feel like it's not that bad with the fact that there are a bunch of bruisers and, you know, short-range champions that are going to be taking a lot of damage. Having the extra regen, I think, is going to be important. Although FearX are very all-in, and Ocean does generally benefit those with some poke. So maybe it's Nongshim. I think you just throw zaps around and things like that. Feel a little bit better.
I mean, I think it's decent for FearX. Like, you know, picks like the Renekton in the course of a longer fight will get a lot of value from it, you know?
Yeah.
It's definitely, it's not irrelevant.
That's if we are going to get long fights.
Yeah.
That's what I'm sort of thinking is there is another flayback, and this time Execute going to be able to dodge his way out of everything.
Yeah, if
not connecting.
Just one of those that hit, I think that would have been Dragon for Nongshim, but now they have to respond to the pressure mid. Willer's already started up the Dragon, and it feels like they're tentative about approaching this. I think this is a fine approach. If you're not going to fight it, that's fine. Like, you're not under huge pressure. FearX are 2 dragons away from Soul, and individual Ocean Dragons later in the game are painfully irrelevant.
Ooh.
You know, it's like a little heal every 5 seconds based on your missing health. It's not really a difference maker. So I think Nongshim make the right decision. If you don't feel good vibes around the fight, just back away.
And don't really worry too much about it. That is going to be the outer turret in the mid lane going down, though. That could be even more valuable. So that's something that they will care about. It's also going to extend that gold lead a little bit further out as well, although it is still sitting at only about 2.5k. No real worries there as we move towards closer to 2.6, so I guess math is slightly off.
If you think of the Thresh like a safety line, when that mid-tier 1 is up, like, Peter can basically be at the tower and offering that support to Jiwoo with the Lantern. Now that's not really as possible. If you want to contest mid-prio, there is going to be the risk of being flanked or TP'd behind, so definitely allows FearX to be more aggressive and sets up just a bit more danger for this Thresh Jinx duo than there would be otherwise.
Yeah, and now 3 turrets to 0. That is why we're seeing such a decent advantage as far as money is concerned. I feel like Nongshim have still played out this early game pretty effectively, just haven't been able to translate it into any structural damage done here for FearX. So therefore the base, the map is going to be very wide for Nongshim to have to deal with. Starting to get suffocated out of a few of these things.
Yeah, and ultimately when it comes to these team fights, flank angles approaching from multiple different directions is really going to favor FearX. If you're just coming from one direction, the Unraveled Earth has so much value. Things like the box, the chompers, all become way more powerful. But if suddenly there's an Akali on one side, a Renekton on the other, and the Zeri in the third direction, there's no peeling that comfortably.
No. It's going to feel awkward. It's going to need some coordination here by Nongshim. And they have been a team that have found that in team fights. I think there has been some mix-ups when it comes to understanding exactly where they need to be on the map. But when it comes to team fights, they have figured it out in the past.
And you know, I think this is the best sort of look for Nongshim when you have Jiwoo on one of these scaling picks that, you know, yes, the burden is on him to position well, but like, obviously Smolder is a bit excessive, but I don't think like the fact that they took T1 to that point was just purely because of the champion, because we've definitely seen other players play Smolder and kind of just flop. Jiwoo was really positioning well until that final arrow, and I think I do have a lot of faith in him when he's on these scaling AD carry picks that he can find the right angle in team fights, but he's going to have his work cut out from as his Closer here.
Yep, Sylvie is just going to straight up miss though, and Closer is going to be thrown out of his shroud, but otherwise is fine. So Sylvie just sort of leaves with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous fight to opt into just on the fact that there is a Baron on the top side. You can see immediately with Sylvie showing, FearX, look how aggressive they're going, pushing up here. And now that ward that just got placed down there at the bottom left of your screen, that's such a powerful flank ward. You can see they're actually moving over, and I think hopefully the sweeper's up for Sylvie in a second. They should clear that out.
Yep.
You don't want that ward to be there to threaten a potential TP flank.
You can see FearX now going to move into the bottom side jungle. Actually look to try and clear things out there. Like you mentioned, the Baron's up and available, but we do have the Drake coming up in a minute and a half as well. Looking for a bit of a reset on Nongshim before they come back out, try and grab themselves a decent team fight or any sort of engage that can really get them back into this game, because it does feel like it is slipping away from them ever so slowly. And then he has a Negatron cloak now available. So feeling a little bit better in this matchup against the Akali, but I still think that Close is probably feeling all right. They got the ward. We did it.
Yep, they cleared it out. A little bit more safety, but still a lot of deep vision. And actually, if you look towards the bot side of the map, the red side jungle, those two wards are a very big threat if they're setting up for Dragon. Dragon in a minute. They were fine with letting the previous one go. This one feels a bit more tense since it's one away from Soul.
So are you telling me the Banana Brush control is important?
Well, I was actually talking about, well, I guess it's still banana shape, but the one near the red buff.
Oh.
Banana Brush control is always important.
Oh, never mind. Yes.
So that one is like, you know, that's a deep flank angle, and Clear and Closer both have TP, so...
You said red...
oh, sorry, I meant
jungle.
like red buff side.
Yeah, red buff side of the
red
blue
buff
side
of the blue side. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. No, I got confused. We all got confused.
Bottom quadrant.
But still, that is a there is vision set up in the Banana Brush, and now it's removed.
Yeah.
So no need to worry about that one anymore. Nongshim do
Clear's
have
recalling.
position around this Drake.
Yeah, you can see on the way Ping has gone on that ward, by the way. Clear is ready to TP in. And Closer is doing the walking version of TPing, where you just kind of walk behind them.
Yeah. That's kind of working out. You can see Nongshim now moving down, wanting to try and grab Closer, as there's Weaver's wall. And Calyx, oh, they do get the teleport out. And now Clear is going to have to do some sidesteps, do some trying to escape from this one. Does manage to do so pretty comfortably, but they get the perfect execution out of Closer. Sylvie has taken some damage, as he generally has throughout this game, but now FearX gets some pretty guaranteed control around this Drake. No Weaver's wall, no cease and desist to try and help out with this one.
I will say, denying the flank, pretty massive. You can see Clear still looking for it, but losing the Vial definitely hurts.
Oh, Execute. He could find a huge angle here as now they try and pull back Clear, but there's a Magnus Storm. Not as big as it could have been, but it's still going to be good enough as Hannah locks down the first, grabs the second. It should be a triple, and there it is. Closer going to tidy up another. There goes the Jinx, and Calyx on his birthday is the last man standing. Execute just walks up to him, and now Hannah is going to complete a quadra as well. FearX, it was looking close until it wasn't. They roll over the fight.
So well played there, the timing to come in, the fact that they landed so many key abilities and so many people. And Nongshim, I gotta be a bit critical. The thresh value, like Peter's way too far up. You need to be in a position where you can lantern to safety. If you're on top of your AD carry, your lantern's doing nothing. The Jack stun hits 4 people there. Peter isn't able to do anything for his AD carry, and the fight is over as quick as it starts. Great engage by FearX, but I think Nongshim kind of walked into that one.
Sort of corralled, and when you've got Execute in the game on Rel, you always have to be cognizant of the fact that that Magnus Storm is around the corner, and it wasn't even his best one.
You need COVID regulations when he's on Rel. You need to be at least 2 meters apart at all times,
social distancing,
if not more. Yeah, fully social distanced.
And it's been a while, you know, since we've really had to think about that, and so maybe he just needs to get it back into his brain once again. Oh dear.
And now the game, 6,000 lead, FearX 1 dragon away from Soul. They are in a really good position, especially the Zeri, being a huge beneficiary of that previous fight. 5-1 and 2 now. 3 items unlock the confidence. They're just starting Baron.
Yeah, and why not as well? As Nongshim haven't been out on the map for a really long time, they especially haven't been focusing on vision on this top side. You can see 3 control wards, 4 actually, as they have one in the pit as well. There goes the Baron. They get a stun onto Dindon, who doesn't care about it. And now Execute once again wrapping around, looking for a possible engage angle. Oh man, he could see it. He thought he saw the idea, but I think he also knew that he was the only one that was anywhere near in range.
Yeah, I think unlike the Dragon fight where they all corralled around them, as Nongshim were pulling away, there wasn't really anyone like on a flank angle that significantly. And with the Unraveled Earth and the Chompers, I think if Execute jumped in there, it would kind of just be him.
Yeah.
So decide not to go for it. They got the Baron. They don't need to take the fight as well. And now this Baron's going to line up pretty nicely. They'll be able to push up, get some pretty heavy pressure, look to take these tier 2 structures, and then shortly after that, Soul will be available for them to lean straight into.
Yeah, I really loved the setup there from FearX, to be perfectly honest. This is something that we have been critical about our Eastern teams a lot in, is Baron setups, Dragon setups, and just understanding where they need to be and what they need to do as far as homework around the Rift for the later stages of the game. We are moving towards that territory. That was beautifully done from FearX this time around, not giving Nongshim any moments to breathe in this game. It's precisely what you need to do. Zonya's now done for Closer. Doesn't quite have his Magi's sorted out this time. So we'll have to see whether he does build that confidence back up again, because it hasn't necessarily been that massive amount of confidence that we did see in the other game.
A bit more dangerous gameplay on the Akalis, perhaps not feeling as reassured about the Magi's. Obviously with Orianna, you can just shield a teammate and get an assist.
Yeah, true.
A lot safer. But yeah, the pressure being built on. I love the job they're doing of clearing out the vision here. Making sure they have this clear path to go from mid to top and to move with the waves. Keep applying the pressure.
Keep them shoved out.
Just keep whittling down these turrets. I think if you manage to get 2 inner towers off the first Baron, that's a pretty good takeaway. There is one issue though with that composition.
They have zero range.
Yeah. And into Talia, into Jinx, not the easiest to siege.
Yeah, and it's not even short range, it's melee range. Like, everything except for Henna, and even kinda Henna.
Yeah, when Zeri's your longest range champion, you know you have struggles.
And by a long way as well. Although Closer does get the Empowered Auto, which is about Zeri's range. As well. Level 16 for Henna. He is pretty big at this point in time. Currently a level ahead of Jiwoo as well. Many levels ahead of both Peter and Execute, who are struggling for that one, as supports tend to do. Later and later in this game, though.
Not as much progress as FearX would have hoped on the back of that Baron, but ultimately they go for the reset with the Dragon in a minute. That is what they're going to set up for. Not able to finish any big item breakpoints, so a lot of the completed items they already had. Although Closer has been on the map for a while, I wonder if he'll be able to afford a Rabadons off the back of this. If he can, then fantastic. Or maybe even a Shadow Flame. Just anything you can finish now would be pretty great, because I feel like this next fight probably going to be the last.
I would agree. I think that if you can finish something, that's a good idea. He finishes another needlessly large rod.
Now he has 2 of them.
Yeah, there you go. So committed to the death cap. Going to check out the items once again. I think that the Korean cast also feeling like this is going to be a really pivotal moment. And you can see 3 items and a Zeal for Jiwoo as well. So this Jinx starting to get online as there's a teleport. They're looking for clear. Cease and desist can come on through, and he does manage to tag him. Weaver's Wall delivering the Talia over the top as Clear able to slice and dice and try and get himself out as into the Shroud goes Closer. Perfect execution, but I don't know whether it was named correctly for this one, as Willa gets a lot of Counter-Strike value, but everyone is sort of just going in one by one. The Magnastorm doesn't really get it done. The Jinx goes down, but the Cassante is gonna be enough damage in the end. And Execute, he ain't doing nothing. It's a quadra kill for Dindon.
We all think Zeri's that champion who's great at getting quadras. Apparently, Cassante just does it better. Dundun getting so much value in a scrappy fight where FearX joined 1 by 1. And the end result is a huge cleanup for Nongshim. They're able to deny the Soul. And look, Clear is painfully out of position here, especially against a Talia. And they opt in to try and save him. So already he's on the back foot. We see Closer come in looking for the play, but he gets basically stun-locked. Great Lantern from Peter to keep Jiwoo safe, and now Jiwoo gets the reset. He's pumping damage into Willa, who doesn't really do anything here. And sure, in the ensuing fight, Execute and Henna do clean up the Jinx, and Clear is able to clean up the Talia. But it's just too little too late, All these melee champions on the enemy team are getting so much value in these clustered fights.
No, it's just absurd. And now, Dindon is kind of massive.
He has the most gold in the game now, Because, I mean, he got all those shutdowns,
Yeah.
and he's just hella rich. He just bought a whole item off the back of that.
He went from 0-1-1 and down in farm to, yeah, 4-1-1, and it's just gigantic. So, yeah, Jack Show's now completed, has all of the armor in the universe. It's only really going to be Closer that's going to be able to fight him.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not a considerable lead that he has over the opposition, because there is still the issue of Closer being massively far ahead of Calyx.
Thing is, even with Closer being AP, even with the fact that Dundun has like no MR,
if Closer is trying to kill Dundun, then they've probably won the
But not even just, I think Dundun just still mangles him, like completely. Like, if you get in melee range of Dundun, you're not going to have a good time. You're going to get destroyed. So, yeah, I don't think he really needs any MR. He is now a very hard target to cut through. And we've seen Jiwoo now pick up the Runans, and Jiwoo's flash has come up. His cleanse is coming up soon. I think that fight was obviously a great setup for Nongshim. Not giving up on the season yet. They find that final angle to keep themselves in it. And the Lantern, I think, was the main takeaway for me, is that they obviously got the first pick, but then Peter found a position where he could disengage Jiwoo from the Akali. And even though Jiwoo did obviously go down in the end, the longer you keep him safe, the amount of value you can get just skyrockets over the course of the fight.
Yep. And I kind of cast Kirsten, I think, as well, because this is an example of, you know, one of those mistakes that can happen, and that is doubling down on a mistaken position. Sometimes you have to learn to cut your losses, and that's what they absolutely needed to do, as now Nongshim going for a bit of an optimistic siege. There is Jiwoo taking a land to try and get himself out of there, as Clear's going to get hooked. Back Calyx goes golden nicely, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Seismic shove, and they do manage to throw back the Akali. So from the grave, they get some kills, and now Jiwoo's getting excited. They're diving on top of Hannah, and Dundun, with all this extra money, is an absolute monster. And now he has a Jinx who's still alive. As Nongshim, they'll get another Quadra, and now they'll deal with this outer turret.
And that is the Jiwoo you can trust in the late game. Great flash. Just as you saw the moment they all look to dive, one of the Jinx, he manages to find an angle, manages to get away, and with another Quadra kill, Nongshim firmly back in this game. Gold now even from such a deficit before, and honestly, they might just end yet. Jinx with the resets.
It's 20 seconds until Closer is back up again, and I don't think Execute's going to be able to do anything on his own. Jiwoo, he's got teammates that can tank up these Nexus turrets. This is Dunzo. We are going to a game 3. Unless Execute has anything crazy to do about it. I just don't know whether he does.
Oh, they've got it.
He's the only one here. Okay, Closer is going to be up, but that is going to be it. There goes the Nexus, and Nongshim are still in it. Calyx still able to find a victory on his birthday.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like the season was done. It looked like the regular season was going to finish there for Nongshim, and they find a way to fight back at such a crucial moment, turn this into a series on the back of that play.
And I wouldn't get too upset about it just now if you are a FearX fan, because losing a game 2, you're still in it. You still have a chance to win the series. Still have a chance to go out with a bang.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think limitations of the composition, you know, we kind of talked about in the draft where your comp is short-ranged. You know, the execution in fights is so much higher. The bid is on FearX to have the right setup, and they did manage to do that early on. And then that fight in the bot lane is where things bounce back in return. The influx of gold made such a big difference, and that final fight, you know, the summoners being available for Jiwoo was such a factor. And yeah, just ended up disrespecting the Jinx, I feel. This pick really came alive in the latest stages of the game.
And I think so much of it just comes back to Clear getting caught there on that bottom side of the map. I think that was where they lost all momentum, weren't able to really find it. You could feel desperation in that play that they made in the mid lane immediately afterwards. So Dundun really able to help out with that Quadra kill being an absolute massive factor in Nongshim. They now have momentum moving into game number 3. We're moving into a break though. It'll be the space afterwards, and then that game number 3. We'll see you there.
빼줘.
아, 몸 안 돼도 돼, 몸 안 돼도 돼.
아,
빼줘야 돼.
텔. 나 텔대.
자,
아, 내가 펜타 빼서.
타워.
일단 뭐.
일단
그냥
죽여봐.
밑에 타워부터, 밑에 타워부터. 타워만 쳐야 돼.
타워.
야, 이거 맞지 마라, 이제. 하나인데.
타워 깨줄래? 나 텔대.
타워만 쳐야 돼, 타워만 쳐야 돼.
타워.
아칼리 3초야.
타워.
와, 근데 아쉽다, 아쉽다.
Kutai comprou a briga contra dois, porque o Yamp não deixou a backline, o resto do time da PEN chegar por aqui. O Damage agora abre o escudão. Carioca lindo, engage de novo. O problema é que o Dinquedo tá muito detonado. Cure de novo. O combo da PEN agora sim vai funcionando e funcionando muito bem. Só tem o Ninja Kill e mais vazio. Ele não faz verão. A PEN vem pra ganhar o jogo.
差一点可以把 Steel 给留住。哎，有喽，直接秒拉水大绝，甩的是纳米，在这里盖了墙过来之后，在空中直接被击飞给吹了下来，阿软被留住，被变成冰块，闪现过来，老孙这里波比把人给锤走，锤的是一头猪，在这里开了坚定不移之后，又是人被拿了一个 double kill， 正中央 FK 又抓了一波机会。
자율주행 탔어요. 잭스가 탔어요 이걸. 나오고 그때 반격. 와! 다시 기사. 왔다. 슈퍼이디스. 나가 다 죽입니다. 그러면 마지막으로 클로즈 학살 중.
네네코디 먼저 왔어요.
베린이
홍대 들어갔고.
엄마도 밀고
가리가 너무 고립이네요. 먹으면서
이거 다 쓸리는데요? 이거 샌드위치!
아예 중간으로 둘러쳐졌어요.
그래도 모넥 득점!
네, 안심해서.
이거 다 모넥턴이 할 수 있나요? 모넥턴?
아니, 설마 펜타킬!
표식 펜타킬! 펜타킬!
Realize this is the better region as Dragon starts off.
Yeah, it starts off, teleport behind for Odo. BDS, they're trying to look for an angle. You can see Adam's here.
I mean, he's
Giants.
charging in.
Oh!
It's a four-man, it's a crash out, it's a pop-up, it's a pop-down. Lincoln, you'll miss it because the fight is over and it feels like the game goes with it.
Oh my goodness. I mean, we spent the last couple of minutes kind of building up that, hey, you know, BDS, they have all these tools.
Flip back is there! He doesn't even get to push any buttons! What's the use in having hands if you don't get to use them? But now the punish from G2. Mickey looking to follow up. Razork wants to try and
punishing
disengage, but he
who?
already used the but the flip back! It's still humanoid, baby! It is a Marek Brazda today! That is what they call absolute cinema, and it is off the back of humanoid. They're gonna confirm it into another kill. What are we watching? An absolute slaughter on the side of Fnatic.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2, and that one was a crazy one. At least once we passed about 25 minutes, the two teams decided to finally start fighting, and FearX had a very nice lead until they lost about the 8,000 gold lead that they had. Somehow, some way, Nongshim were able to put 2 and 2 together and bring us to a game 3.
Let's start with the draft. We got to get through this space because I know Huni's very sad about some of the situations that did occur in this one, but the Akali pick here, I think sometimes Akali can be quite nice into the Taliyah if you have a draft that's going to allow for it. You can get backline access if you have map control. Makes it very frustrating to play the Taliyah. In lane, it's going to be a rough time. So I think this is a bit of a I'm better than you, and I like Akali pick for closer. Didn't get the control of the early game he was hoping for. The Thresh pick here, we all saw, we were like, oh, the Blitzcrank was getting hovered. We were all getting a little bit hyped. Maybe the Blitzcrank's going to get locked in. It didn't, but Peter did hit a lot of plays, not as many of the follow-up death sentences, but this game got pretty wild. It seemed like FearX had a lot of control until those last few team fights just... Yeah.
Incident happened.
Good description, yeah.
I mean, at least like I think that from the Nongshim draft, like I think the reason I really like the Thresh pick, at least like they will be able to maintain the mid pro with the Zings using the Lantern, and also like I think they have the K'Sante with the Taliyah who can actually peel the 80 carry, the hyper 80 carry. Like as long as like G was like on the road, like at least like he's not actually just, as long as he's like actually useful in the team fight. It's like there's always a chance that they can actually kind of flip the fight. I think that's the it was like really main key, that even though there are, as you mentioned, it's like 8,000 behind gold. It was like that's why it was possible to win the fight, and K'Sante there as well. The scaling wise, there was no problem in Nongshim draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at some of the fights here for the side of Nongshim. We had some FearX highlights, but now we're going to look at the Nongshim highlights that we had to bring in, because FearX were good, and they took some fights that just didn't necessarily work out in their favor.
So this I had a lot of issues with the initial engage here from FearX, or rather from Nongshim, because they spent a lot of resources on clear, but the turn here is pretty nice, and Closer doesn't use his Zhonya's, nor does he stay in his Shroud. This does allow for Nongshim to kind of get away from him after focusing, or get back after focusing him down, and then the re-engage here is just a little bit too little too late, and the K'Sante just doesn't care about anybody and is going to get huge knockups in this fight as well. Very broken up, very messy fight, a trade of overextensions, but I think Closer had to do a lot more there, and the fact that he died the way he did was the main problem.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's like there are these ahead. Like, surely, like I think they are not the greatest spot, I'll say. Like, Clear was getting just like 1v5, but by getting TP'd on, and their rotating was like actually first. But the thing is, like, still, there was a chance that they could have still won, which is like playing slow and not going for one with the animated carry, which is like obviously Zeri was a way far ahead. But the thing is, like, they just didn't see it. They gotta be more careful with it.
Like, if the Rel comes in while Closer's in stasis or while he's in Shroud, and they have to kind of focus down the Akali or stick around to where the Akali is because he's still got threat, then you can actually follow up the Magnet Storm on top of the enemy team, or the Akali gets out, can come back in and do some additional damage. Just felt very much like FearX thought it was a foregone conclusion. The team fight was going to be free.
Yeah. Just a bit of that, and we should take a look at the second highlight as well, because this was about 3 minutes later. They got the Ocean Drake after the first highlight, and now going into highlight number 2, you know, just setting up in mid, and FearX are like, all right, we're going to close in on them, we're going to take this fight, but Nongshim just play it out wonderfully.
I mean, it started with, like, they got first getting engaged on, like, I thought it was, like, pretty good, but the thing is, like, as soon as it got hook landed, and also just they're kind of really deep, and also as soon as they pop the one excited from the Zings, it's just not possible. And these time already as a team compositions with that, just K'Sante is really deep in it, and they don't have a consistent damage to kill the K'Sante, especially because they're playing melee mid, and it's just like it's just really easy for just Nongshim to win the fight just by clicking right click.
Closer also going in very deep, but not using Zhonya as a second time, and also taking a ton of damage from the Taliyah rocks there, just making it feel like when you're going to engage this directly just straight into the Taliyah, it's not going to be a great pick, the Akali there. Very messy.
Yeah, it felt very forced. You know, I think FearX were like, all right, we're ahead, we should win this fight, let's do it, and did not turn out very well as Nongshim and the boys were able to hold on to that one. But guys, let's take a look at the POG for game number 2 and see who does pick it up, as it will be Dundun on the Desante.
Yeah, I mean, there was one fight just on the bottom, especially this one. And as I mentioned, I think they went for the AD carry really on him. And, you know, after this, it's just like, I think Dundun will just become unstoppable, just so high impact until just end the game, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, notice the follow-up here, Execute Willer just so far away, and the fight is essentially over once Akali is dead, so Willer can't get any Counter-Strike value here. The Rel engage is fantastic, but Dundun just lives through it all and hits massive knockups, ends up getting 4 kills to get tons of money for the next fight. And yeah, this might just be the highlights, like straight up.
That's the highlight. So Media tried to give it to the Boom Boom Damage. I don't know why, but we did avoid that. Ox also trying to help out. Of course, Ox, as we know, is Media. That was confirmed, but the casting vote did go over to Dunsante. And we're done here on the space for game number 2. So let's go back to the casters and Ox Media for game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think it's time for you guys to also accept that we're a gang alongside Media.
Well, all I'm going to say is they voted for Cassante POG.
Yeah.
And in that game against 4 melee champions and Zeri, it's a lot harder to play Jinx than it is to play Cassante and just spam Q and run about, you know? You know, he played well, don't get me wrong, but like, I think the Jinx play, and I thought he had some good team fighting.
Oh, so Calyx comes out and Colmy comes in, but Calyx played really well.
Yeah.
Thought he kind of did okay.
You know, can't really speculate on the decision-making in that situation. It could be that he decided that I don't know why he would, but we don't know the reasoning behind it.
Wants to go out with a win.
Yeah.
On his birthday.
Yeah, he's got a dub. He's done, right?
Yeah.
He's got cake to eat, right? You guys can enjoy game 3.
I reckon that might be a decent way forward. Hopefully that's how he's thinking about the whole situation.
Yeah. Regardless, it's going to be that switch up, call me back in. We'll see what differences that makes. And, you know, FearX really taking the smolder bans to heart, which I think is the absolute right call. And now things shake up a little bit because it is Calista banned by Nongshim on the red side.
Yeah, the first time we've had a side switch.
Yeah, a lot of taxes to be paid on the red side. There's Calista, there's Senna. You have to ban Varus away from Henna because he will play that every game if you don't.
Yeah, and the Vi is finally going to be banned as well, so Sylvie can't play that every game as well.
Yeah, I think this kind of leans towards the expectation that maybe if FearX gets Zeri and the Vi is banned, it can have a lot more value, but they've banned Ahri, which, you know, it's not a bad ban at all, and it's what they were banning before, but now Senna is open as well as Varus. You know, we've obviously seen the power of the Senna be displayed pretty effectively by teams, but also, so FearX actually ban it, but then Nongshim can just ban Varus and they're fine.
Yeah, or they leave the Varus up and then they get Talia, which I imagine Colmy is probably angling for.
I just think Henna's been playing so much Varus, he's been really solid on it. No reason to leave it open, you know.
And it's not likely to be something that Closer will first pick, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, God. Huh. Well, this is a choice you could make.
The thing is, if you opt into the Lucian, Vi is banned, so you can't pick the Vi. If you're going Lucian, you kind of have to go Lucian Nami, so you can't take Nautilus. Just seems like a really good Zeri angle. Like, we've seen the Zeri into the Lucian as well. We've seen how well I can do the 2.
Yeah, it's great.
I see no reason why you wouldn't pick it. You could go Zeri Talia on this rotation.
Or you can go Sivir.
Yeah, so Sivir actually did get some buffs on this patch, but we're not going to see them.
No.
Because they're just going to go with the Zeri, because why not?
No,
Zeri,
exactly.
Talia, slam it, lock it in. They'll pick Nami. You can pick Lulu on 3. You're golden. You know, maybe FearX takes like Renekton or something in the first 3, or picks a mid themselves. Maybe they take Orianna. Who knows?
Yeah, but also, who cares? I think you're probably still happy with what's going on here. Zeri Talia, an obvious lock-in. And so now, Willa will choose either a jungler or they'll just lock in the Orianna. I think Orianna would be fine here as well. Just because it does work so well alongside these Lucian compositions, as that is going to be a Maokai. Nami has to be locked in.
Okay, this one thing I would definitely ban here is for Nongshim is probably the Rumble, because I think Rumble Maokai is a really popular combo that FearX would love to run just because of the AoE route on top of the Rumble ult. And you may think, well, wouldn't you be very heavy in AP? But I think definitely could see Closer playing an AD mid. He is
Yeah, I mean, Tristana is standing out like a sore thumb, right?
Yeah, so I think I'd be a bit afraid of that, especially if Nongshim lean towards, like, sometimes they'll go like on 4, they'll pick that top laning because they want to secure something like the Renekton or the Xante, and then it'll end up backfiring massively if Clear was to go Rumble here, so I'd be a little bit cautious about that.
Well,
but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Rel going to be banned away. Just against Sylvie. Of course, Sylvie has been playing a bit of it. He's been up and down on the Rel, to be honest. And of course, Rel generally does go up and down with crash downs and things like that.
That is how the champ works.
Yep, it is. But it is definitely how Sylvie's been playing, so not exactly too worried. There is that Tristana that we were talking about.
Yeah, limited
Very
80 options. You know, sometimes we see the Jace paired with the Maokai. It's pretty popular. Would make the poke pretty strong because ultimately the range on the side of Nongshim. You know, we went from a game where FearX were as short range as can be, and Nongshim aren't on that level. But you know, Lucian can play around long range poke with like the culling. If we end up having some other picks along those lines, it could be pretty threatening. Interesting, we get the Poppy. Definitely really good with the Talia, but not a ton of dashes yet for FearX.
Yeah, they do have a Lucian, which is a bit of a fan of it, but Maokai is ultimately pretty good into the Poppy, like you were talking about. Now, Sylvie can actually just take the opportunity to play the Lee Sin. They have the Talia, and the Poppy, like you mentioned, was banned away, so a lot of freedom to just safeguard your way around. But what is this composition going to look like? Renekton and Corki for Closer. Closer's Corki, we mentioned that, you know, similar to a Zeka Light, this would be way better just for Closer in general, but instead he goes back to the Corki, so...
Yeah, I mean, Corki is obviously strong when you get into the right stage of the game, but we've definitely seen some underwhelming Corki performances, and he isn't as strong as he was when he had that broken Malignance interaction with Eclipse. It's just going to be the Udyr for Dundon, which, I'm going to be honest, I haven't been hugely convinced by so far.
Ever?
Time.
Yeah.
I feel like the Udyr is not as tanky compared to when he was going like Frozen Heart Rukin, and they were both really strong at the start of the split. Doesn't just really have as much pressure, but I guess they wanted a tank, and they wanted a tank that they felt confident in a 1v1 matchup against Renekton. Ultimately, FearX have a lot of long-range poke. I feel like if they get the right setup, you know, there's limited engage on the side of Nongshim. I think FearX, if they get to objectives first, if they get this Corki to the late game, they will be very confident, but all it takes is a couple of wrong turns, a little stumble, and Nongshim's Zeri comp can just run over them, so... I think both teams have win cons here. I'm kind of leaning towards FearX, even though the execution is a higher bar.
I would say so too, looking at just the compositions on paper, but I'm very worried about Corki being wielded by Closer.
Yeah. When you think about that factor, also Lucian has just been underwhelming.
Yeah.
You know, the concept of the champion is different from what we've seen actually happen.
Yep. Oh, a little bit past his bedtime, I think. That might be what Dad's saying here. But I'm not entirely sure what was said. Hopefully we get a little bit of insight.
Well, it wasn't actually said, it was written.
Sorry, yes, that's a very good point. But obviously it was very cute, as he got a bit of a round of applause. FearX, you can see the composition here. A little bit of a stray from what they have been playing in the past. Nongshim, this is very much a Nongshim composition. We'll see what's going to win out as we hop into the Rift for the final game.
세상사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are. The final game of the series already. It is ebbing and it is flowing as Jiwoo took a little bit of damage. And I'm not going to get burst fired. And it is all quiet once again on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, we'll see how this... Oh, Colmy's come down as well.
Okay. This is interesting. Jiwoo just going to face check. Takes a fair bit of damage, but that is a large amount of threaded volley value.
Yeah, but I'm not sure... I mean, I guess their timing is good. They're not going to be able to recall now, so they are chunked still. So it does kind of pay out. But the thing is, you're into Lucian Nami. You burn Nami's mana, which I guess is the...
Yeah, there you go.
Still a decent payoff. But
Execute, actually.
Spam coming in.
Yeah, exactly. Getting the emote spam out, which is very, very important. And he might actually have to press W again.
I think you could save it till it bounces to an enemy, you know?
I
But
mean,
Jiwoo and Henna, same HP is the aftermath of that play.
So ultimately, it is just mana bars that are going to be the advantage. You mentioned using the ebb and flow when there were enemies present, and that is precisely what Execute is going to do.
Yeah, not convinced by that Barry usage then.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit premature.
I'm also... Like, there are so many things about this FearX composition that if we saw a different team with it, we'd be very happy. But Execute is 1-0 on the Nami, so that is certainly good news, but it doesn't feel like an Execute champion. Lucian hasn't been winning. Closer isn't a Corki guy. Willa isn't a Maokai guy. Clear is definitely a Renekton, but that's because he's a top laner in the LCK. Everyone just loves Renekton. Just doesn't feel like a FearX draft to me. Oh dear, Sylvie flies over the top. Isn't able to hit the Q onto Willa, but he immediately flashes to get himself out of the way.
And I think at this point is probably when Willa's regretting playing the Maokai. As you said, really just not his champ that we expect to see him on.
Oh, the walk though.
So powerful.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty ridiculous.
It's actually so good against Talia because normally if you try and dash in the Unraveled Earth, you actually get stunned and take damage. But if you walk,
then you just walk, and it costs no mana.
Yeah, it's actually mana neutral.
It's kind of crazy that it's this powerful. As Willa is going to throw a little kitten into the brush here, just spots out that Sylvie's in the area, and it's
still level 2. Yeah.
Not going to be able to do anything about this by the looks of things. Willa still trying to come on over for a potential smite. Does get it. Oh, that is a huge bailout.
Yeah, I mean, playing Lee Sin as well, Sylvie, you should be getting those.
Yeah, that's, he could have had one of the largest leads of the series in the early game. Unfortunately, kind of fumbles it there a little bit. And Maokai now here on this bottom side, prepared for a potential crash for Jiwoo and Peter. Sort of from bad to worse, to be perfectly honest, as they get a little bit of control back to Henna and Execute, as now Q going to connect, and maybe, just maybe, this is the way back in for Nongshim because Willa is burning. There's a big heal with the ebb and flow on top of it, and that is going to save their Maokai.
Yeah, and it's such a heavy trade down for Nongshim. 3 flashes committed.
Oh dear, and Gio also going to have his back stopped as well.
The fact that they managed to negate the play, only Execute used heal. That's all they burn. That's 3 flashes for Nongshim.
That is so unfair.
Not a good deal.
It really did seem like they were able to get Willa into a position where he was likely to die. Didn't have flash from the earlier play from Sylvie. They put in the homework. They put in the time. And just wasn't enough in the end.
Unfortunately for them, Willa rushed in a phasing way.
Yeah.
And that extra mobility just got him out. You know?
There was the healing and things from the Nami as well. So now Willa going to be able to head on over to the crustacean and just take it down. Clear doing some damage here to Dundun, and Dundun just doesn't care, even a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like Udyr is the champion that doesn't care, but Dundun just also usually doesn't care either.
Yeah, I feel like Dundun is basically playing Udyr no matter which champion he's playing.
Yeah, so put them together, you know, should be pretty in sync.
Yeah. Bramble Vest now done for him as well, so Kaldameek not going to have quite as much value as Sylvie pops on over and looks to take down these bubs. Start off this game. Full vision, and Cormi is going to be here, so it doesn't look like a contest is going to be possible. Still, information is there for FearX, as Cormi going to be spotted. Rocket's now in the chamber for the Corki. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether Closer can actually have a good performance on this Corki, because that's where the largest of the question marks comes in. Yes, Nami for Execute doesn't feel great. Willa on Maokai doesn't feel fantastic because he's generally one of these junglers that very much likes having a lot of initiative. But if Closer can have a great game on the Corki, it doesn't matter what anybody else is playing because you're Corki.
Yeah, I mean, this is the opportunity to prove that you can play more than just the champions we've kind of limited them to. Because, I mean, I feel like over the whole split, we've kind of been talking about FearX should just play what works for them, you know. Closer has some picks he's very strong on. Willa definitely prefers to carry junglers. Execute should be playing Engage, in our opinion, in most times. And even, like, he's had good games on the Nico, but he's still playing Engage with Nico. You know, even if the poke champ in lane, it transforms when it gets out of lane.
Can you play Engage Nami? Tidal Wave does sort of work for that.
It's better than Engage Renata, but not by much.
True, yeah. Better than Engage Braum? Better than Engage Braum.
Better than Engage Braum. There's the Engage Nami.
Yeah, fantastic. Does manage to find the bubble. Ardent Blades is going to catch a minion, though, so that is going to slow down the extra poke damage out from Hannah. Seismic Shove just barely avoided with a tactical walk from Closer.
He's been utilizing that one consistently throughout this game.
Oh, powerful. Powerful stuff. Kitty Cat going to follow up. As now clear underneath his own turret. Dundun, the amount of phased that he is just so low.
Yeah, this is why he doesn't take phase rush, because he's not phased, he's not rushing.
No, he's not. He's in no rush at all.
He took a plate, and Summer clears health.
Yeah. And Sylvie's up here as well, so he knows that he can do whatever he would like. Willow walks on over, not going to be able to get the smite. Sylvie does lock that one down. So
yeah, not surprised. Definitely don't want to risk that one again. Yeah, but otherwise, pretty slow game overall, which I think is pretty fine for Nongshim. I think they're pretty happy with the outcome of how it's gone so far.
I think both teams are probably feeling like scaling is going to be the aim of the game. Here on the bottom side, though, it is going to be a little bit of extra damage onto this turret, mainly. First plate does go down. Jiwoo also getting poked out here, as you can see. Does have the shielding from Peter. Might be looking for a little bit of a reset angle, and that is precisely what they're going to do.
Yeah, honestly, the bot lane's not going quite as well this time we're seeing this matchup. I definitely think there's more you can do with the Zeri Lulu in terms of the trades. I feel like kind of just maybe a little bit misexecution on some of the punishes. The early barrier burn, the flashes being burned, I think all these factors hurt them.
Oh, there's the Weaver's Wall. Yeah, I think that Execute is real dead. As Weaver's Wall isn't exactly long enough. Seismic Shove has to be flashed, and Henna sticking around for a little bit too long. Sylvie also just not coming down for the play because he can't follow a Talia, and so therefore he's going to start off this Drake, and Nongshim in a fantastic position very early on in this game.
Yeah, you know, normally I would say that you got to be really cautious about a Zeri level 6 if you're overstepping in lane, but Jiwoo didn't even have mana to use ultimate. I guess you just got to be careful about the Talia who can roam down.
Yeah.
This is the thing with having that Corki in the mid lane. You give up so much pressure, but particularly against a Talia who constantly has prio and has the ability to move to other lanes fast, you put yourself in such a rough position.
Yep, this is that position we're seeing right now. As you can see, Henna and Execute just greeting for that extra plate that they don't even manage to get, and the Glitter Lance enough to slow Execute down. Never gonna happen.
Yep. That's good roam timing. And yeah, I mean, there's definitely times you can push up in the lane like that. Probably should be aware of where the enemy mid laner is when you do go to do so.
Yep. So we'll see whether they write that down in their diaries and look to that in the future. You can see now there is a heck of a lot of vision around where the Drake used to be for FearX. It's a little bit unfortunate that that play does occur after the investment had gone in to making sure that they have as much vision as they can. So much of it just dedicated to keeping Closer as safe as possible. I think they'll understand where their bed's butted in the late game.
Where the bed is buttered.
The bed, yes.
Yeah.
Got to make sure you butter the bed. That's what they mean by making your bed, right?
Yep, yep.
Just got to make sure it's buttered. And that's precisely what they're going to do. As Dundun walking past turrets again. I like how we just do tiny little check-ins on what's happening. Yes, the top lane exists.
Yep, they're doing the same thing they've been doing for the past 5 minutes, which is Dundun running on a tower and killing minions.
Yep.
And Clear not being happy about it, but not really being able to do anything about it either.
Nope. No agency at all about the whole situation, as Sylvie is going to be able to take this bub away, the final one, as now Willa throws down the Nature's Grasp. Jiwoo going to get snared. There's a culling. Bubble is going to connect as well. Tidal Wave there, and we've got teleports coming through. So Closer, he turns up, but he's going to have to immediately Valkyrie to get himself out. Henna tanked that turret for way too long, and they just didn't have the damage.
Some poor communication there. You can kind of see, you know, the power of the Lulu Zeri just with the barrier and with the Lulu.
Oh, okay. That's a Weaver's Wall, as Call Me just was the only sort of one that really wanted to do that.
Yeah. Anyway, kind of see the defensive power of the Zeri Lulu with the barrier, with the Lulu actually able to tank the Cullen for a while. I think FearX setting up that play, backing away when the TP comes in, I think that's all fine. I'm just not sure why Closer needed a TP. and also why he needed specifically TP there.
Yeah.
Under the tower, as a Corki into the enemy Talia.
Well, now he doesn't have flash.
Yep.
So that's not so good, because of course Talia does have a lot of setup for if you want a Valkyrie away. Putting rocks on ground. Generally pretty strong as far as that is concerned.
Yeah, Nongshim, you know, they got all 3 Void Grubs so far. They got the first Dragon. Things going pretty solidly in terms of, like, map
Perfect
setup.
game.
There is the potential for that.
Yeah. Is it too early to talk about it? Yes. But am I going to?
Well, we're not gonna, might not get a chance to talk about it later, so we have to take the chance now.
That's true. Someone could die at any moment.
Yeah. We should start every game like that. Every single game, like, oh, this could be a perfect game.
For either team.
For either team.
As
Crazy.
you load in.
We've actually never, you know, in the history of League of Legends, there's never been a perfect game for both teams in the same game.
Hey, that's true. And this might be the end of it now, as you got Jiwoo dashing forward, gets the double knock-up with the wild growth. He'll tank a turret shot, but he also doesn't care. As Execute not going to be able to save this one. Q going to miss, as there's a safeguard forward from Sylvie. Still wants to be able to find a fight, and they'll get another plate onto this Zeri. Nongshim looking unleashed so far this game.
Can't disrespect the power of the Zeri after level 6, and ultimately some solid play, a good flash from Jiwoo, and just some disrespect from the FearX bot lane. You know, you have the poke, you have pressure from the Lucian army, but the all-in is in favor of the Zeri.
And it just, I don't know, we had this feeling at the very beginning. We knew that it was a departure from what FearX have been good at in the past, and what we've been praising them for is accepting who they are. And we are seeing that it's just not quite working. This double knockup, gorgeous from Peter.
Yeah.
Timing, absolutely fantastic.
And the thing is, right, you dash in, you use your cooldown as a solution. You're in no position to be able to cull. What do you have left after you've burnt your cooldowns? Like Zeri...
Cleanse and flash.
Well, yeah, those are available, but in terms of like putting out damage, you're just right-clicking as Lucian, which never feels good. Whereas the Zeri, the follow-through in these longer fights, so valuable. And now, Nongshim really taking the game by its horns. Second Dragon is up right now. And you can see Sylvie and Colmy have just come off a reset. Mikhail's also picked up for Peter. So, great item to use against that Maokai.
Yeah, absolutely huge. As now closer, he does have the package. So that will certainly help them try to lock down this Dragon. Sylvie looking like he is trying to get into position to really fight for this one. As Clear's moved over, you've got Dundon in exactly the same spot on the other side of the rift. He's going to blast cone his way in. We got a 5v5 as there's the Weaver's Wall. Nature's Grasp going to be collected. Oh my god! Right into the backline goes Jiwoo. He's got the wild growth and all of his health bar. And the Corki, where did he go? Oh my god, Henna is just going to be ripped to shreds by this Udyr. And they had a package, but it was thrown out in the rain. And there we go, Ox. There is your first kerfuffle. He's got a little bit tired towards the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. He's managed to let a Chemtech Drake through.
You know, I was so focused on the fight, didn't even think about the Dragons, but Sylvie, what a kick. I legit thought he was just going to die on the initial play from that fight. Like you can see, he goes in on Willa, and I'm thinking this Lee Sin's just dead. This is kind of a bad play team fight, but he finds his kick angle. Look at the value there into the knockup from Peter's ultimate, and only Henna escapes the flash, but he ends up going down later. Just a phenomenal, like you are like 10% HP.
He was about to just die and do nothing.
Yeah, he would have just been the most useless Lee Sin we've seen in an early team fight, and he ends up being the best.
That's ridiculous. What a turnaround. And remember, this is Sylvie who was chain dying in game one over and over again.
Well, he's still dying.
Completely disjointed. But like he was dying and doing nothing. This time he's dying and he's picking up kills, finds the Q onto closer there as well.
Yep. And that's a slight difference, you know.
Oh, perfect game is
he's
doing
managed to turn in the deaths into positive plays. But yeah, the perfect game is over for Nongshim a while ago.
Yeah.
And FearX more recently. So neither team are gonna and our dream of getting the double perfect game has ended.
Yeah. As Colmy now trying to fight clear. I don't know whether I'd recommend that. This Crocodile is still pretty dangerous, but still he just picks up a rock, hurls it at the incoming minions, and now they're going to both look for a reset. So no harm, no foul. 2-0-2 here for the call-in Colmy. After Calyx did play the first two games, we were a little bit skeptical as to why Calyx was subbed out after having a decent one in game number 2. But Colmy, of course, absolutely loves Talia. And he is having a bit of an outing in this game, almost towards the Liandry's. That 2-item spike in this mid-game is going to be so incredibly powerful, and Nongshim should be able to take down this Rift Herald relatively comfortably. There it goes. Can they break open the mid-outer turret, though? That's the question, because that would be so much power, so much control moving towards this Chemtech Soul, baby.
You know,
I want to see.
We have ample time to do a little copium and we're like, well, they have a lot of shielding in
I mean, to be honest, Udyr really does benefit.
You know, Lulu does have shields.
Hey,
you know, Colmy
Safeguard.
does have... Safeguard is an ability, you know.
Yeah.
Jiwoo does have Barrier. There's also, you know, ample...
Honestly, maybe it's actually the best Soul.
Okay, let's not go that far.
I mean, if FearX managed to get 4, think about Execute's ebb and flow value.
Wow, he would be ebbing and then flowing so hard.
Oh, he would. It would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see that.
I'm not sure we will either at this rate. FearX, you know, they obviously have the Corki they can point to and be like, well, when you're level 16, you have 3 items, you're going to be pretty strong. But that's still a whiles away. Nongshim definitely been setting the pace on this one when it comes to this mid-game.
Yeah. Blaze flies forward once again. We're going to have to dodge that bubble, and does so. So this minion wave is going to be eradicated. We'll move towards thinking about where the next fight's going to be. I think 1.5 minutes around this Drake could be an option. Of course, Nongshim wanting to lock down the Soul if they can. Mega Cone going to deliver this tree to safety.
Yeah.
And I'm worried about FearX here just a little bit, because when they do get themselves in these situations, sometimes they can just look a little bit paralyzed.
Yeah. And again, as you said, it's kind of a composition that doesn't really fit what we expect to see them play. I don't think any of them are on their best champs. Definitely feel like there's a lot more comfort they could lean towards.
Yeah.
It was looking for an angle to get on top of Colmy, but
whoa. Will he be in slice range?
You are now firmly dead.
Yeah. Colmy is going to at least discover that there is a Renekton here, but he is immediately just going to get locked down by the Nature's Grasp. Flashes, tries to get out. There's a kick for the disengage. Never mind, Colmy's just fine. He's throwing in the... Oh, and they pick it up, the Seismic Shot. Okay, it was all just a cunning ruse. It was a bait.
You know, I'm going to say it.
Colmy was the master.
Even though Nongshim don't have any Chemtech Dragons or the Chemtech Soul, I feel like the spirit of the Chemtech Soul really helped him out there. Helped him survive.
My god, that was absurd. Okay, the culling going to fly in here as Jiwoo. He is just going to stand his ground.
Yeah, he is a lot stronger.
Oh my god, okay, I had to flash the Extendo Beam.
Yeah, Henna not looking too sharp this game. Kind of regretting Lucian. In fact, I think FearX, everyone but Clear, is probably regretting how the draft has panned out for them. This does not look comfortable. Whereas Nongshim, they're vibing right now.
Oh yeah, this is, because we already mentioned, like, this is all of the Nongshim champions. They are so happy to be playing this. Of course, we don't necessarily associate Sylvie with Lee Sin, but he's a Korean jungler, so obviously Lee Sin is his favorite champion in the universe.
Yeah.
Peter and Jiwoo have never been happier than on these two champions. I mean, Jiwoo just needs something that scales ridiculously well into the later stages of the game so he can be the main character in teamfights. He already kind of is that. Colmy is the Talia guy. Everything, I mean, Dundun epitomizes Udyr and everything that he stands for. So this is just pure comfort versus zero comfort.
Yeah. Bar the Renekton.
Yeah, bar the Renekton. And I guess Lucian, to a certain extent, for Henna, like, he is comfortable on it. I'm not comfortable with Lucian being in the game because I just don't think he's very strong.
We didn't consent to Lucian in this game.
No, we didn't.
And I think teams should ask us first. I'd actually appreciate that.
Yeah, we'd probably save them some, you know, some...
Yeah, Gen G would have had a perfect season.
Yeah.
They didn't pick Lucian into KT 2 games in a row. So
yeah.
That could have been it. And it just feels like the damage is kind of lacking here. You know, a good disengage from Colmy from the initial play. They feel like they just kind of have it in the bag, but the flash into the kick, a lot of value coming out on this one.
Yeah, he's just out of there. And then Dundun turns up, and I don't even know how Colmy managed to find that angle. It looked like he was out of range as the turret is going to go down. And yeah, bad to us.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim really, 4,000 gold lead, 3 dragons in pocket. It is just that Chemtech Soul, but look at the gold graph, speaks for itself.
And how do they come back? Like, where's the silver lining for FearX in this one? I guess you just wait until Closer has 3 items?
3 items, level 16 Corki, get a package where somehow everyone on Nongshim gets hit by it and then decides to walk back onto it, and you're golden.
Yep. So challenge them to walk down the package and see how long they last.
Yeah. Like the coals you walk on, you know?
Yeah.
Hot coals. Guys, it's a spiritual thing, okay?
Yeah. Let's have a running race. See who can run down this this warm path.
Yeah. Guys, it's not cold today, you know? It's going to rain. Do you not want to walk down this warm path?
Yeah, exactly.
I think
but maybe
you could sell it.
It'd be a lot to type in all chat.
Yeah.
At this point of the game. Maybe that's their way of doing it. Bit of poke, but not exactly the most value here from the Twisted Flution build.
Yeah. I just still feel like, you know, we talked before how, again, it's not comfort, but also like I feel like a comp like this is there's a decent amount of finesse. I mean, any comp evolution has a decent amount of finesse, but also just like we've seen so many Corkis just flub.
Yeah.
You know, and not even from like
even Corkis that end up winning the game.
Yeah, it's not about the win rate. There's still sometimes Corki does a ton of damage, but I'm like, you know, you miss like 7 rockets in a row, and then you just packaged into 5 people and died, and you won because the package is broken. But I don't think you should be proud of yourself.
No. It's very well said, and I know exactly which plays you are referring to.
Any LCK regular knows exactly when and who I am talking about.
Well, there's actually a couple of culprits.
Yeah, well, I think they'll be like, yeah, this person,
and not this one person.
Yeah.
Who does make the champion look completely imbalanced.
Yeah, but obviously, you know, he makes every champion look completely imbalanced.
That is true, and that's why he's probably going to be our POG.
Yeah.
In fact, he is, right? Is he confirmed?
No, I think
another
person can still catch him.
He can still tie.
Yeah, because another person actually took the POG away.
Yeah, it was Lehens.
He could have got
with his god tier Hui play. That was a long time ago.
Who are you talking about?
I was talking about Chobi.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
I was
also about that guy. No, it was Showmaker, right? He's the best Corki player.
Yeah.
Was actually definitely up there. Not in the conversation so far this season though. As FearX, they're holding on for the minute. 4,000 gold though in deficit, and there is about a minute until Soul is going to be available. It should be a pretty early Elder unless FearX can actually find their way over to locking down this dragon. But with Talia in the top lane, does have teleport available. They might actually need to come and see to that. And honestly, if they lose this Drake, they're not too worried about it. If they get an inner for it, they're very happy. And Sylvie thinking about trying to find an avenue in. Did hit one of these Qs. Doesn't connect that one onto Henna, though. As now Call Me tanking up a turret shot momentarily as they're all stacked up. The double bubble is massive, but so is Dundun. He's taken down very low, though, and does have to eat the wild growth. That is a big cooldown that now Jiwoo will not have. Call Me. I think getting this inner turret is about the best that they can do as he tries to dash. Does have flash still available and will have to use it. Nongshim gonna have to hold themselves together a little bit here, looking at slightly shaky. Oh, if you're feeling a little bit shaky, just start Baron. That's what you should do. That's the way to do it. Dundun's teleported back in. That health bar is full once again.
Yeah, not sure how I feel about this play.
Yeah, they're all just gonna back. And
look,
then
Alex has gone to the rest of
Call Me is just gonna cruise towards the mid lane.
Starting that Baron kind of felt like Alex has already gone to the restaurant and is waiting for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's like my birthday party, guys.
Guys, hurry it up. Okay, we'll stop Baron. Win or lose, his game's ending.
Kind of insane, but I think Call Me just walling his way into the mid lane actually bought them a team fight around this this Drake, if they would like it.
The Baron pull as well, like they managed to navigate it. They managed to get the health back on there.
And they managed to get wild growth back as well.
Yeah, it's all coming up Nongshim right now.
But I don't know whether I agree with the strategy, but the outcome definitely worked.
Results-based analysis. Everyone
that's what I am about normally. Okay, so Ultimate does come on through here as Sylvie's trying to get himself out. That is going to be the Drake secured, but can they actually win the fight? Because Sylvie somehow slunk his way out of there. Yes, he wasn't able to get himself the Drake, though, so that is definitely good news for FearX. Dundun tanks a full culling and then asks, and then what? And they say nothing, really.
Yeah.
Package delivered to the mid lane, and they are able to take out the outer turret.
And I think Nongshim's starting to feel the pain, getting outranged a decent amount by FearX, and FearX are playing really well. You know, we talked about the finesse of the composition. Wasn't on display earlier, but they're starting to find it. They get the poke down, they're not overcommitting into a full-blown fight, just getting harassed. And the thing is, Nongshim, they don't really have that much fantastic engage. Like, sure, at a pinch, a Lee Sin can find a kick, but it's not as convincing as something like a Rel. And I think that's where they're really struggling, is that I'm certain if FearX would just walk in range of them and stay there, Nongshim would win. But FearX are just kind of not doing that.
Well, not anymore. They were doing it towards the beginning of the game, and that's why we see
they've learned the lesson.
Still a very large gold lead. Nongshim trying to get some vision around this Baron area. They are going to secure it. Scryer's orb's going to be thrown out left, right, and center around this Baron as well. That hasn't been started just yet. All right, Jiwoo says, if you want to dash in, maybe I'll dash in, as now Callme looks for Hannah, who has to flash the wall. Execute has to do the same thing as well. The bottom lane completely down, as now Sylvie finding an angle. Nature's Grasp does come in. FearX, though, scattered. Callme as well in a lot of trouble. He has to burn his Seraph Shield. And that is going to be the end of the aggression, I believe. Clear finally making his way forward. He should be able to deter Nongshim from fighting any further.
Callme loses Flash, but both bot laners of FearX lose theirs. And you can see Nongshim trying to be creative in their approaches to these fights, just try to see any angle where they can kick things off. They took that opportunity that rose there, but weren't able to find more than just Summoner's Burnt.
Yeah, Stendo gonna connect on to Execute. Manages to sidestep for the moment.
Getting a little bit of A-Ram vibes right now from this game.
Oh yeah, the K-Ram.
But the side waves are building up for Nongshim, so honestly, time favors them. Someone will have to answer that bot wave in particular eventually.
Yep, continuing to try and find Qs is Sylvie. Wrapping around once again. Not going to connect that onto Henna. That could have been deadly.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to sneak around, and then he threw a Sonic Wave out, so I think they were a little bit aware of where he was.
Yes, somewhat short. Not quite as egregious as the Scryer's Bloom from yesterday, as Seismic Shove going to pick up Willa. That's the jungler. He is so important in this moment. There's the kickback. It is onto the Renekton, though not necessarily the highest priority. And he is just going to Dominus, keep himself alive. Still Nongshim with the health advantage. Weaver's Wall comes down. It's going to split up the fight as Henna has to dash out. It's another fantastic shove as the Lee Sin picks up a double. Now Closer is in trouble. Sylvie, he might just find one more, and there it is, the triple kill. And he's going to find Clear, but he's teleported away. Wants nothing to do with this at all. And Nongshim, off the back of it, should collect the Baron.
They managed to find the angle. You could see them constantly trying to force in, find their way into a fight. FearX kept disengaging, but eventually they managed to get it with a great wall from Callme that splits the team up. The Unraveled Earth having huge value there. Now Nongshim able to get this Baron, and with Soul in a minute 30, should be able to dust that one off as well.
Oh man, this is Nongshim. They took that one opportunity in game 2. They were down 8,000 gold. And that was all they needed for the momentum to just swing it back in their favor. FearX just not able to team fight against this team.
I think Sylvie wanted to get maybe a kick off Clear.
Yeah, I think it wanted to be on
but
Closer.
Valked too soon. But then here, splitting them with the wall, getting the
I think Callme may be in trouble. I think Dindin may be in trouble.
Nongshim, FearX did this exact same thing last game, where someone overextended bot and died. Don't do the same.
Yeah, well,
don't fall for the same trick.
They didn't. See, they let Callme die, and then Dindin ran away.
Yeah. Thing is, he TP'd down bot as well, and now he's TP-less. He will be up slightly after the dragon.
I feel like the Red Baron power play is going to be lower than it could be.
You know what? Brendan Valdez will appreciate this, because it was the engage going.
There we go.
Engage going. It made action happen.
900 gold to the Renekton. So it is once again, top laner gets fed from whoopsie play after game was basically won. So it is pretty much the same thing.
Yeah,
except it wasn't as egregious.
Guys, it's the last week of the regular season. We're going to see some reused scripts. You know, they're prepping for playoffs. The script writers are very busy.
Yeah,
I don't think you can criticize them on this one.
Yeah, something about a writer's strike or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
So we're just going to be recycling the ideas.
You know
We'll
what?
see. Maybe there's a twist. I don't know.
You know what? That extra heal and shield power on a Kaenic Lucan.
Oh, God.
Getting a little
The
bit chunky.
power. I mean, we already listed all of the benefits.
And there are still more to list.
Yeah. They're incredibly huge.
Yeah, but now the pressure coming in from the Baron, for me is, he obviously has the Weaver's Wall, so he can get there a bit quicker than most champions, but no TP and is a while away, so Nongshim can't be too aggressive right now, but are just trying to use the minion waves to make plays happen, and
there's a Spectre's Cowl on Jiwoo.
Yeah, why not?
That's more value for this Chemtech Soul.
He wants maximum shielding.
Well, here is a Weaver's Wall as Colney comes in. We're going to look for a little bit more here, but not the Seismic Shove. That is going to go a little wide. FearX able to walk their way out. These rockets getting scary as Jiwoo over the wall. Culling not going to really connect, and they manage to take down the inhibitor. Dundun, does he take a damage? No. No, he doesn't.
He absolutely does not. You know, it's also, Henna went Infinity Edge third and delayed the LDR because he wanted to be able to burst the squishies. Dundun isn't a squishy.
No, he is just getting...
Oh, he actually broke the shield.
He took a damage. Okay, there we go.
Oh, it's back.
Yeah. There's another one. That's back as well. Okay, now he's underneath the turret. I'm not sure about this one. He's dead. Wild Growth comes in. He is dead. He is dead. Yeah. So we kind of thought, yeah, he wanted to limit test, and he's now realized that standing in amongst 5 people under their turret with 0 support until the very end, where they had to use everything to try and keep him alive, he is going to die.
We learned the upper limit. I'm going to be honest though, I think Nongshim could have just backed off way sooner and spent gold. Baron was timing out. This was kind of like a last-ditch effort, but I think it was just a little bit overzealous. You can even see the Baron actually times out as the pushing is in. So, yeah.
But Dundun, you know, he was doing what he loves, and that is
wait,
looking to see how much he can survive.
Here's the Cope. Clear flash to kill him. That's not going to be up for the Elder. So
there we go.
Question mark.
That's the win.
He'd also flashed, but
Dundun also now has a Knight's Vow, so the Knight's Vow advantage
he actually
had by FearX is now gone.
He had that before, but he got a Thorn Mail now.
Oh right, so
very
that was
thorny
the
purchase. Yeah.
What? Well, he is a pretty tanky boy, and actually managed to use that Bramble Vest or something. We've actually seen a lot of Brambles just picked up on the left.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the nerfs like Frozen Heart, Thorn Mail just gives a lot of armor and health.
Yeah.
So it's like 70 armor. Frozen Heart's now down to 65, and obviously it was super cheap for the Frozen Heart, but it's been... At the start of the season, it was 70 armor, 2,300 gold. Now it's 65 armor, 2,500 gold, so not so hot. And so, you know, a lot less of it, these games. We also have the Corki close at level 17 and 4 items. So we're kind of looking for level 16 and 3 items. He's overshot, you know?
He has. He is very large.
But I think that's fine for Corki. You're going to have package for this Baron. My question is, do Nongshim just start the Baron in a minute and try and avoid flip? Because I think flipping Elder against a Corki team is a dangerous game.
I would agree. And I also think that if you try and fight for the Baron first and they invest package in that particular fight, then maybe you just stand a better chance by giving up the Baron and then fighting for Elder, winning that one instead. Might be the opportunity. See exactly what does happen, though, as Closer doesn't quite have that one collected just
And it is a Spirit Visage for Jiwoo, so kind of boost the shielding.
So Bloodthirster comes in next, I guess, and that's full build.
Yeah, maybe Shield Bow, I guess.
Oh yeah, that could work.
I guess out of the Vamp Scepter, we'll see. I guess feeling that you're doing enough damage already and just wanting to have that survivability. Tank Zeri.
Indeed. 10 seconds, and then we do have a Baron on the map. Sylvie looks for some Qs, doesn't quite get one there as Henna taking a fair bit of damage in.
Oh, this is nearly package, by the way.
Yeah.
So, as you said, they forced the package out early. They just need a stall, and it's not going to be there for Elder. As long as FearX can't do Baron...
They had to choose, and now I think FearX just have to win a fight here so they can get control, even without the package, around the Elder. So there is so much resting on their shoulders, especially the shoulders of Closer.
Nongshim, you just need to buy time.
Yeah. Just going to get controlled.
Whoa!
Jiwoo's just skating up, and they're going to try and take the second inhibitor. I guess that's an opportunity. Is now package going to be delivered to no one? Wrong address.
This kind of feels like the earlier play where I'm not sure I agree with the method, but the results, you can't argue.
Yeah, kind of worked out. Is the Culling going to be soaked by Dindin? Very happy to do so as, oh dear. Clear just kind of dashing over the rocks.
Yeah, they got the package down.
Yeah.
No.
It all kind of worked. And now they're looking for a pick onto Clear. He does manage to ult in time. It's going to help his health bar go back up again. But now Nongshim, understanding there are a lot of cooldowns, now unavailable. They should be able to get a fair bit of work done here as now Call Me. Can you find the seismic shove? He gets a flash instead out of Execute as Closer looking for these rockets. If he finds a few, Nongshim cannot stick around. However, hasn't been able to find too many. Good split here, although Call Me is in trouble. He gets tagged. There's another rocket, and he's out of the fight completely. Teleport is up and available, so he can just go back and now look for an opportunity. But you can see FearX, they've got back on this Baron. This is getting messy. But Jiwoo's health bar is still extraordinarily large. As I say it, a little bit of poke damage does come on through. He cannot be frontlining. Not just yet. And Dundun, he understands as now Call Me dives in. He is going to be able to find his shove. Loses most of his health bar, but he can afford that. Flashes go forward. And Dundun, he's a huge red circle, and it's working out for Nongshim. There goes the Corki, and now Jiwoo is unleashed onto the Rift. Execute. He doesn't really know where he's going. It's not anywhere good, unfortunately, as the Sonic Wave misses, but it does not matter. There are more rocks being thrown down here as Willa is going to Twisted Advance towards Call Me. The kitty cat going to help lock down. Oh, never mind! Oh, God, okay. Is he going to die? Is he?
Chemtective. It's Chemtective.
Oh, it is. It's Chemtective.
It's
There it goes.
Chemtective. You know, the 11% reduced damage ends up saving him. And now Jungler down. You can just take the Elder. I feel like this game has just consistently been, I'm not sure I agree with their methods, but Nongshim are getting results.
Yeah.
Okay, the flanking...
Results-based perfection. That's what we call it.
I mean, the main thing that was just insane to me was the flanking Talia, who nearly immediately dies, doesn't use, like, Zhonya's or anything, and it works.
He knew. He just knew that he wasn't actually going to die.
Just calculated, you know?
Yeah.
The only thing I'm disappointed about is I think the ult from Peter could have come in sooner for the knock-up, you know? The engage, you know, we said maybe limited engage options from this team. They figured it out. It just needs to be the Talia sliding in, and now they will truly get Exodia.
Yeah.
They'll have Elder, they will have Baron, and they will have Chemtech Soul.
That is the truest of the true Exodias as well.
Yeah.
With the most powerful soul. Yeah, I understand the little part. We knew that was when
they cut the clip,
was massively fluctuating.
They cut the clip, but afterwards, I'm pretty sure he said, "Wow, Chemtech Soul is so broken and useful."
And I knew that because I made this planned play, hoping to go down that incredibly low.
Calculated.
Yep, precisely. And he needed the Zhonyas for the next point, as we saw. So the first inhibitor going to go down on this push. Next one very soon to follow. And you mentioned, I mean, it's Exodia for another minute 20. And FearX, they just have to try and keep these Nexus turrets alive, but it's so hard into the Talia. Doesn't find the size. He does actually. It's onto Henna, and it last hits him. Now Nongshim, they are just going to break this one up. Jiwoo dives in. He is a tank. He is a monster. What was that? That's like old Zeri when she was giga broken. That's the quadra kill. Another one. And Nongshim, they come back. One mistake from FearX at the end of game 2, and they did not hear the end of it.
Yep, they managed to capitalize, and Nongshim, a pretty triumphant end to a regular season where obviously they didn't get the results they wanted. And for FearX, after Quantum Freaks got that upset against D+, I think a lot of people are thinking, man, it's a shame that FearX weren't in control of their own destiny. And sure, this is after the results have already come through, after you're out, but you know, them losing to Nongshim, they wouldn't have made it regardless of whether they had some extra game difference. They just weren't able to finish it through. And Nongshim showing that they're still capable of upsets this late in the season.
Absolutely. And Dindin, a very, very happy top laner after this one. Even got a win on his Udyr as well, which had kind of been chain losing for quite some time. Yeah. Sylvie, absolutely godlike performance in this game. And, you know, I actually think that the Nongshim performance was godlike. Because, you know, gods we don't understand.
No.
We don't understand what they do, why they do it. And we're not supposed to because we're mere mortals.
We're just supposed to see what they do and appreciate it. And I
Exactly.
think that is how I view this game completely. It's like
You don't
know.
ask why.
Yeah.
You accept.
You just say, hey,
the happening.
They won those fights. They won that game. They engaged with the Taliyah on a flank. It worked.
Yeah.
You know, and it is the best kind
and
of analysis.
Tarek looking good there as well. Very happy with the outcome of this game.
Yeah. It is the best kind of analysis. It's results-based, you know? You see the results, and then you analyze based on that.
And pop culture these days understands, everyone says based.
Yeah.
And results-based must be based.
Yeah, that's why they're like, results, they're like, that's so based on analysis.
Results-based. I think that's what it means.
They just throw analysis on the end to sound cool. It's really just results-based, you know?
Yeah, that's an abbreviation. It's an abbreviation. I'm pretty sure that LS actually told me that once, because he really likes results-based analysis as well.
Oh, I know. That's something I do know him for. Even though, you know, I obviously was here after his era. That's
huge fan.
Notorious for appreciating.
Yep. And before anyone messages him, sarcasm. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually, whenever we're being sarcastic, I actually hold a sign up saying I'm being sarcastic, but unfortunately, the camera's not on us, so
I actually
you guys
I
can't
have
know.
/S written on my forehead.
Yeah, yeah, just to make it clear, so people at home don't get the wrong idea.
Oh dear. Well, this game, this was all Nongshim from start to finish. I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
you know, I would love to see the damage taken stat because I think Call Me might have actually topped the meters.
Could he get above Dundun?
No, probably. Well, the thing is, Dundun wasn't taking damage.
Or Jiwoo, who just got wild growth and used all of that health as well in most of the fights.
That's true, but those guys are quite tanky, whereas Call Me, I think every fight he was like at 20-30% HP by the end.
I agree with you, and I also just think that Nongshim may have just broken damage taken records in this game. As, I think Dundun took it a bit seriously and took it to heart, wanted to really show that he could take damage.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a challenge between them. Like maybe Kalec said, look, it's my birthday, whoever takes the most damage in the last game gets to sit next to me at the table.
Oh, that's so true.
You know, and
that must be it.
They were really competing for it.
Having a listen now to Nongshim as they complete their final push. I'm ready for what's about to happen here. Yeah, in they go. Not quite as crazy as I was expecting, to be honest, just calling out targets.
Yeah, I really expected
now
to win that. He might
the elation comes in.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a fan favorite, Nongshim.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a team of friendship, and always love hearing that comms, seeing them excited after a win. And I think this one was a big one for morale going into summer.
Absolutely, and I think that like their approach to this series as well does look to be the correct one, right? Because that was a big celebration from Peter at the end. I think that they realized that it doesn't necessarily matter whether there are stakes or not. It's about playing for what's going to be coming up in summer. And so that was their final match of the season to go out with a victory here for Nongshim. That's going to be fantastic for getting them in the right mindset to start practice and get things happening. We know that this team, they practice a lot. They were one of the first to start at the beginning of this season as well.
Yeah, especially with FearX's resurgence, you know, despite the fact they obviously didn't make playoffs because Quantum Freaks won against D+, I was still of the opinion that they looked like the best Eastern team, and Nongshim took them down and kind of proved that wrong, you know, showed there's still a lot of competition on the Eastern side, despite the fact most of them are locked out of playoffs.
Yep, got another opportunity to see FearX as well, but not another opportunity to see us tonight, because we are going to throw it over to the space and they're going to break down that series.
Yes, goodbye, casters. Thank you for your wonderful work today, and we're going to Nongshimmy over to this 2-1 victory from Nongshim. Just a great performance in this one up against FearX for this game number 3. I mean, it was a blast, guys, right?
Yeah. I mean, frankly, it was a pretty exciting series. You know, if you're a fan of either of these teams, it's definitely up and down. In that final game, there were moments, too, where you felt like, okay, maybe FearX could actually come back. It's possible. Closer was scaling. But ultimately, they did not win in the end. It was the power of friendship and Nongshim come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, even starting from like game 2, even game 3, like we had to just watch until Nexus exploded. So that was the point of just watching League of Legends.
It was very enjoyable. Let's take a look at the draft here for game number 3. We did have, of course, the Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu once again, and Lucian was first picked, even though this doesn't really have a lot of success. What did you guys think about this draft in total?
You know, I mean, I've always felt like Lucian is pretty good into Zeri, but recently the matchup has really been kind of solved, and the Lulu poke is quite significant, and if you play the Zeri Lulu well, you should be able to get ahead in that lane, so not super hyped to see that picked here. The Maokai didn't really solve the problem, but more than the Lucian, which, you know, we've been talking about a lot, just play Yone. Like, you had the Maokai, it's closer. Like, when they were hovering it, I was like, I literally said to you guys, like, is it Aurelia? Probably not into Talia, or is it Yone? And then he hovered the Yone, and then locked the Corki. Closer. Know yourself.
I mean, we've seen it before. I mean, there was a consequences, but like at least at that time, they lost in between like or game 1 or game 2, and they still had a chance to come back just to readjust themselves. But yeah, I mean, this time they went Corki and it wasn't really big the impact, I'll say. And it's just more. It's the same thing with right, like Zeri Lulu just take one time just big advantage as a. From the draft after that, it's just like really hard to play for the FearX.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights in this one. We wanted to shout out Peter for his great early game, so we're going to take a look at highlight number 1, which was basically just a wild growth fight reel.
Yeah, and Jiwoo obviously sets this up, but Peter reacts instantly when he does go in, gets the double wild growth here. Fantastic play, Peter. Really helping Jiwoo out, getting him ahead in this early game, and then once again here, it's actually kind of a joint effort with Sylvie as well. As Sylvie looks like, oh man, this guy definitely went in a little bit too early, but on his last dying breath, his death rattle there kicks his opponent into a wild growth, and it's just great coordination here from Nongshim. Scrappy fights are what they used to be known for. I feel like not so much this year just yet, but in this game and in this overall series, they did team fight and skirmish a lot better than FearX.
I mean, you mentioned is Jiwoo kind of said it, but it's more so Hinak and it kind of just didn't really know, like didn't actually fully understand when actually you need to fight it done. It's just like, it's the same thing in the lane phase, is you just get dual kill by Zeri Lulu when you're just dashing in. It's just like, it's extremely tough after that. And also it's just like the drag fight, I think they was like had a really great wall there, and it's making sure it's just like they can actually fight for just front to back, not instead of just like kind of having different positions, which is the Talia and AD carry regroup was like really nice.
Yeah, speaking of that second highlight, we can take a look at that now and just show off what was able to happen in that mid lane. An excellent wall that does come out later in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning of this fight, obviously Willer takes a ton of damage here, and the culling doesn't really do anything to this Udyr, and the fight's super broken up. But at this point, the fight's already won, but instead of just, you know, just sitting back and letting them back away and try to find a different way to fight for the objective itself, Calmy actually decides to Weaver as well, which cuts Clear and Willer off here at the top side of this fight. And look what's happening on the bottom of it. It's just an obliteration of the DPS. And that's the kind of wall that you want to see from a player like Calmy. Obviously, Calyx has showed up here. He's fighting for his spot in summer season. But that wall was fantastic. And they were super decisive. Instead of just waiting and using it to fight for the neutral on the dragon, they were like, no, we already got them out of position. Let's win this right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really nice to see from the Calmy just bouncing back himself. It was like after he got kind of benched, he didn't really start. He didn't start with just the starting member, but I think this game was like perfect to showcases that he can still be like really valuable in the team, and it's like has a huge impact all the team fight. I think it was really great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the future of the mid lane for Nongshim is an interesting discussion because he got subbed out multiple times this season for Fiesta, but that didn't really make him feel much. But I guess when Calyx, kind of like the new big talent on the block, comes up, he's like, no, I got to come in and show him how to play the Talia. And that he did. Let's see if he does pick up the POG for game number 3. Wouldn't be too surprised, as it will be Calmy.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about his game a lot, and not just in this series, but the ups and downs of this player. But when he does hit hard, you could really feel that this player is very experienced, right? He's played a lot of Challengers games. He has a very decent champion pool, but his Talia in particular is one that he loves. Same with Calyx, right? It almost felt like it was a Talia audition here for Nongshim in this final series for them of regular season, but he had a really good game, and it's just a reminder, I think, to those doubters, myself included, because I've been a big Calmy doubter this season, that in his best games, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, especially also he just played Talia with it, and also it's just pretty cool. And there's a triple wall. The Ox Media is also...
Ox Media is really trying hard
He's really in it.
Good cosplay. 10 out of 10.
How did he even manage that? So, Wolf, you went for Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the Wild Growths in the early game were good. It's what gave them their initial lead. I think the Call Me plays were helping solidify their advantage, but for me, I thought the Wild Growths and honestly the Lee Sin kick on that Dragon fight were the key parts of the game.
Yeah. I would say if I had a vote, which we always have to preface this statement with, us play-by-plays, I would have gone for Call Me. I think he kind of just handled a lot of the early game very well. He made the Talia roaming actually work out for the team. It's kind of what you should do on this pick, and then he had a lot of great walls in the team fights, which we don't always see. Like, people usually use it just to get in position or just kind of like cut off the entire team, but just really good performance regardless from the side of Call Me. We do have the interview ready. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by the players of the Nongshim RedForce, who just closed out their final match with a reverse sweep. We have Dindin, Sylvie, Calix, Kami, Ju, and Peter for the interview. Congratulations! Dindin, what an intense match. You have won the final match of spring and got a POG. How do you feel? I'm really happy that we're able to close out our final game of the season with a victory, and I feel like there are so many regretful moments throughout the season. Yeah, many people were excited for Nongshim at the start of 2024 season. So compared to last year, how have you grown? I think what grew the most was our 07 born player, Calix. He grew so much in terms of his height. What a huge growth. So, as Father Dundun, what would you like to say to your teammates? Good work, you guys. I feel like I didn't play Aatrox too well, so it must have been really hard playing with me. I feel like you guys went through so much because of me. I'll just do better next time. I'm sorry. And good work. I feel like everyone is just listening to this so seriously. Yeah, I'm quite embarrassed. The fan side says, good work, you guys, our sons. And Sylvie, the spring might have been full of takeaways and perhaps regret, so how was the regular season for you? Like, just like the last season, there were so many moments that we could have done so much better. And I feel like us not being able to improve and win the games that we were able to win is my biggest regret. And in the last game, you look so sharp on Lee Sin, and you started playing him for the first time 2 days ago. And so why the change in heart? I feel like I always play well in scrims as Lee Sin, but every time I played Lee Sin on stage, it just didn't go very well. And I think what gave me the confidence to play Lee Sin was just watching other players play Lee Sin on stage. So I think that's where I got the inspiration from. You must have so much more to show your fans. So what is your goal moving forward? This spring season, we couldn't make it to the playoffs, but we'll make sure that we grow on and improve from our mistakes from this season to make it to the playoffs for sure in the next summer season. And Calix, it's your birthday! And you are celebrating your birthday with a win! Congrats! I feel like you probably were the biggest gift for your fans. And how was your debut today? My first debut in the LCK, and it was really my birthday, and I really wanted to show a good performance, and I feel like I haven't shown everything. I feel so sorry for the fans for not performing so well. Yeah, so you were born in 2007? You got such a deep voice. And you gave us a great walk-in performance, and it was really nice seeing your confidence. Were you nervous coming onto the stage at all? I feel like rather than nervous or nerve-wracking feelings, I feel like I was just really excited to play on stage. Was there any teammate that gave you a good advice? Peter and Call Me actually gave me a lot of good advice. What kind of mid laner do you aspire to be? If you can tell us your goal and resolution. My goal is to become the mid laner that everybody thinks of when they think of an LCK mid laner, and I believe there's so much work and so much for me to do to achieve that. And it looks like your mother is here on site. Would you like to say anything to your mother? Thank you for birthing me and raising me. I love you. Next up will be Call Me. This spring, alongside Fiesta, you have defended the mid lane. How does it feel to contribute and close out the spring season with a victory? I feel like I just had so many shaky moments, and there were so many swaps, and Calyx also came on the stage as a starter. I feel like I just had to be the one who gives my team some faith, but I feel so sorry for not being that figure that could have done that. I hope that I can become a pillar and we can grow our trust in one another and become a better team. So Talia is high up on the tier list right now, but what was the team's reason for prioritizing her today? I feel like Talia has so many things that she can do. She can apply so much pressure on every side of the map. I feel like our team really wanted to play Talia as a part of our comp due to all of her strengths. So what did you say to Calyx? I didn't say much. I just said in game 1, I just saw that he was just trying to assert dominance, trying to kill the opponent, but I told him not to get so hung up on just getting kills. Now, please share your resolution. For Fiesta, I've actually played with him for a while, and I believe that we'll be able to show even better performance as a team. And Jiu, this was your second season in the LCK. How does it feel to finish the last match with a victory? Yeah, it's Calyx's birthday. I really wanted to win for him. And we were supposed to get a 2-0 with Calyx, but regretfully we gave away a game. I'm just really happy that we're able to win with Calyx. Jiu, you displayed such huge potential as a carry this spring, and Nongshim took a handful of games away from stronger teams. So, what was your most memorable game? I think the most recent match against T1 was probably the most regretful one. Jiu, every time we interview you, you smile so innocently. Every time we see you in game, it's always amazing to see you unleash your firepower. So where does this aggression come from? You know, on a daily basis, when I play solo queue and when I play scrims, I actually am always proactive and I'm always in the front line. Maybe that's why.
어떤 의미인지 잘은 모르겠습니다만 알겠습니다. 앞으로가 더욱더 기대되는 지우 선수가 아닌가 싶습니다. 앞으로 서머를 향한
We're so excited to see what your future holds. What is your resolution for the summer season? There's so many things that we couldn't make work in the spring season, so we want to make sure that we fix those problems. And I hope that you can look forward to how we can, what we can show you for the summer season. Next up will be Peter. It was your last match of the season, so what mindset did you walk in with today? We really wanted to finish strong, and we all talked about how we should do our best today. And with all the fans watching us today, we said we cannot lose in front of them. And alongside Jiu this season, you contributed so much. Anything you'd like to say to Jiu? Jiu, thank you. Okay, Jiu, what's your response? Me too. Thank you.
굉장히 보고만 있어도 기분이 좋아지는 바텀 듀오인 것 같습니다. 피터 선수 서머까지 기간이 꽤 남아 있습니다. 어떻게
Peter, there is a long time left until summer. How will you prepare for it? At the beginning of spring, everything was good, including practice. And I feel like our mindset was this season will be different. But I feel like the result doesn't really show that, so I want to make sure that we maintain what we improve on from spring and supplement what we are missing on, and we want to make sure that we get to show a better performance all together as a team. That was the resolution from Peter. And Sylvie, as the team captain, what would you like to say to your fans? I'm sure a lot of you guys were looking forward to our spring season. There are a lot of bad moments in terms of the result. I really want to say sorry, and I would like to apologize on behalf of our team. Despite that, you guys were always so supportive. Thank you so much for cheering for us. And we want to make sure that we work even harder to make it to the playoffs for the summer. We look forward to witnessing your inevitable growth for the summer. Thank you once again. And this will be the end of the interview with Nongshim RedForce, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Nongshim are indeed inevitable. Let's take a look at the standings, as Nongshim did take the win, but still behind FearX, but at least they secured 8th place for this season.
Yeah, with Bro sitting at -23, there is no way for Nongshim to drop down to last place. So they were able to get a pretty significant win for them. Also means that if you were a FearX fan going into this series this week before Kwangdong ended up upsetting, maybe you feel a little bit less bad about that now because they didn't get it done against Nongshim anyways.
Yeah, I mean, also was really happy to see them. They had a win, and having a team interview feel like at least, you know, pretty good. And just towards the next season, that also it's gonna be, hopefully it's a one of the great boost up.
Yeah, definitely better than the loss into the team interview, which might happen this week. We do have Saturday Showdown, Hamalife Esports versus D plus Kia, and then we do have DRX up against T1. Should be an interesting day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think if we see D Plus return to form, like the form we saw from them against Gen G, it could be a fantastic match. If it's the form we saw against Kwangdong Freaks, might be a quick day.
A lot of it could be up and down, so we'll see. I mean, we probably have to flip the coin, and we'll see how it goes.
Definitely. Well, guys, we are done here for the LCK. It was a wonderful day, as always, and we'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. Don't forget on the weekend, and we'll see you then. Have a good night.
최강을 논하지 말라.
저희를 이길 수 있다는 그런 생각을 버리시길 바랍니다.
쏘리 플러스 기아 입장에서 최강 팀들 상대로 갚아주고 싶은 게 많긴 하거든요.
플러스 기아를 가볍게 보지 마세요.